Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout out going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. I'm sorry I'm running super late. This is the longest city council meeting, one of the longest city council meetings probably ever. I think the one about a week or two ago was even longer than this. That shit didn't end until almost 1 o'clock in the morning. But the show must go on. So, thank y'all for tuning in to Season 5, Episode 42, Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Hopefully we join with Shabaka and Lady Che if they're still up. And on this Season 5, Episode 42, Part 3 of the Frontline Black News, or Part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in Part 2. We'll try to get to all these topics, but I doubt I'm going to be able to get to all of them. How the MOOB siege became war on a black neighborhood. The bet that made Pepsi the black soda. Chicago mayor $600 million migrant spending leaves city of Chicago in a $1.1 billion budget crisis. Democrats claim red state crime is out of control. Busted ICE vehicle stolen by a tow truck driver. Now he's facing prison. Why is Franck Zanu being divisive and claiming Black Americans have no culture while in our country? DACARA Thompson, unalived by a legal immigrant in Maryland, and the Democrats are silenced. Surprise, surprise. A legal migrant busted smuggling guns. LA mayor tied to Chinese donors. What Jubilee gets wrong about Black America. Amanda Seals surrounded the second Carol Anderson on the racist history behind the constitutional right to bear arms. Trump orders TV stations to censor booze, media control and free speech debate, USA. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news, and our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver news. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced predates Frontline Black News, but it was on Blog Talk Radio. So we just recently moved Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced to YouTube StreamYard. And Frontline Black News started back in 2020 or end of 2020, early 2021. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including the RBA, Jay Militant's channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant, Kukizi's channel, who does our intro track, the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. And also signed the petition for reparations. That link is also in the description. Support the GoFundMe Lady Che has set up. That link is also in the description. And copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use purposes as criticism, comment, news reporting, research, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. I do not own the rights to this music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human activity, which are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. And that's by the great Nelly Fuller Jr., who just transitioned this past February. RIP to him, producejustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Nelly Fuller Jr. RIP to him. And may he rest in power. Produced justice.com. And racism and white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who passed away or transitioned back in 2016. So those are the topics. So I'm going to try my best to breeze through them. But this is going to be a long show, I can already tell. Salute to Crew. Crew says, I do not support the other channel because of my old panty, but I will support y'all. Okay, Crew. Appreciate you. All right, let me go to the first topic, and that is about Move. So for those that don't know, Move was an organization in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I believe they were a Pan-African organization at that. But the city of Philadelphia bombed a whole city block to get rid of Move. And this video I'm going to play is going to go into detail about that. So shout out to One Mic History, Country Boy, for this video. Come on, computer, catch up. Computer is so sluggish lately.
Imagine quiet Philadelphia neighborhood suddenly engulfed. The Philadelphia Police Department made headlines when they...
God damn it, computer, what the hell?
Join us today while we discuss the 1985 News bombing. And I'm your host, Country Boy, and this is One Mic Black History. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at OneMicHistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. At the core of the MOVE organization was John Africa, who was born Vincent Lee Hart. Interestingly enough, though, John Africa was almost entirely illiterate. So he dictated his philosophy to a social worker named Donald Glassy, who helped him write what every MOVE member called the book, which was essentially their Bible containing all the teachings of John Africa. So what they believed was, first and foremost, at the center of everything was the principles of life and truth. John Africa argued that modern society was corrupt, unnatural, full of lies, and violence, and needless suffering, leading to all kinds of issues: war, disease, violence, environmental destruction, the list goes on. One of the key MOVE beliefs was this radical natural living. They rejected anything they saw as artificial. MOVE members only ate raw foods because, as they said, nature gives you food raw. They also shunned modern medicine and even household conveniences. The kids weren't given diapers or toys, and everyone, even the children, sometimes wet naked to toughen their skin and absorb vitamin D from sunlight. Animal rights was also central to MOVE's ideology. They saw all life is equal to humans, animals, plants, and humans. They rejected the idea that people were somehow superior to animals, just as they rejected the idea of the racial hierarchy. Members fed stray animals, protested at zoos and pet stores, and even demanded the release of caged animals, drawing parallels from zoos to the history of Black enslavement. MOVE was also fiercely against what they called the system, meaning the government, schools, and pretty much anyone of authority. Instead, avoided utility bills, tapping into water and gas lines, and refused to send their children to public school, which they considered brainwashing. Some of their core mantras were, do your work, meant staying true to the MOVE's cause and never surrender. Going to jail or getting beat up by the police wasn't seen as a defeat. Instead, it was just another part of their mission to resist and challenge the system. MOVE members never struck deals with the police or pled guilty no matter what. In the early days, Move lived in a big rundown house on North 33rd Street in Philadelphia's Powelton Village. At first, they had all the usual comforts, electricity, furniture, and even TV. But as Move embraced John Africa's teachings, they stripped away everything they thought was unnatural. The furniture went and replaced by sleeping bags. The walls were scraped clean of lead paint. Dozens of dogs ran loose. Daily life was disciplined, early morning exercise, sometimes running around with bricks to build up their endurance, and working together at their car wash. At night, they were spent in long meetings about natural law that were always led by John Africa. To show their unity and commitment to John Africa's vision, every member took the last name Africa. Understanding his beliefs and their lifestyle is crucial to wrap your head around why Move clashed so severely with Philadelphia authorities. Move often clashed with neighbors and the Philadelphia police, not just because of the radical protests, but their way of living. For years, residents complained about piling up trash, human waste, a rat infestation, dozens of dogs, and more than that, people said that Move blared loud, often profane political messages over bullhorns at all hours of the night, even on Christmas morning, making it hard for anyone to get a good night's rest. Some neighbors accused Move of threats, intimidation, even physical assaults, and were disturbed to see that some of the children were rummaging through the garbage, running across rooftops, and were never seen at school. These complaints kept coming into City Hall, leaving the community frustrated and desperate for some type of government action. From the Move's perspective, though, they were victims of constant police harassment and an unfair racist media campaign that painted them as criminals or as a cult. Ramona Africa, who survived the 1985 bombing, insisted that they would have been treated differently by the city if they weren't Black. Move believed that their loud, unapologetic protests, profane or not, were necessary to spotlight issues like police brutality, wars, and pollution. They argued that they were simply informing people of the wrongs that were inflicted on life. And they saw themselves as truth tellers, fighting for justice, even if it meant upsetting the neighborhood. To defend themselves, Move built fortifications at their home. At their first commune on Powelton Village, they erected a huge wooden platform in front of the house, a kind of stage and a shield where members would shout at the police, exercise, and live their daily lives in full view and relative safety. They kept windows boarded up and maintained around-the-clock lookouts, intense standoff with police. After relocating to Osage Avenue, Move then took things even further, building a literal fortress, constructed two bunker-like structures on their roof, reinforced with timber and metal, complete with gun ports that overlooked the street and a menacing presence over the entire neighborhood. Tensions reached a breaking point in August of 1987 in Powelton Village. Police arrived to evict Move, responding to complaints about the filthy condition and the noise and unpaid bills. They used high pressure hoses, a wrecking ball, and a cherry picker to force the members out. So then a violent shootout erupted, and a Philadelphia police officer named John Ramp was killed. Move argued that it was friendly fire, but 9 Move members were convicted of third-degree murder and given lengthy prison sentences. The national media showed the police brutally beating up one member, Dilbert Africa, further inflaming tensions. The house was then demolished and police swiftly cleared the scene, destroying the evidence. Move also showed a defiant approach to the legal system. They demanded to represent themselves in court, using the proceedings as a means to promote their beliefs, and often refused to show up at all. From their point of view, jail times were all simply part of the struggle. After the 1987 shootout and the imprisonment of the Move 9, the group moved to Osage Avenue in the Cobbs Creek neighborhood into a house owned by John Africa's sister. And then complaints from neighbors started all over again. Unsanitary condition, the blaring of bullhorns, and escalating confrontation. The city, led by Mayor Wilson Goode, chose not to immediately act, hoping to avoid another violent confrontation. This hands-off approach allowed MOVE to reinforce the home, and tensions kept mounting. By the beginning of 1985, exhausted neighbors took their complaints public, even reaching out to the governor and the media. That pressure finally forced the city's hand and set the stage for the explosive confrontation. Mayor Good would shift his strategy, and he approved a plan for police to remove MOVE members from the house and serve arrest warrants for a long list of offenses like parole violations, illegal weapons possession, making terroristic threats, and contempt of court. The threats posed by this confrontation were so dire that authorities decided to evacuate all of the surrounding homes. Residents were told that they would be able to return in 24 hours. On the morning of May 13th, 1985, nearly 500 police officers and city officials surrounded the MOVE home. Authorities cut off the building's water and power, and at 5:35 in the a.m., Police Commissioner Gregory Sambor got on the bullhorn and said, "Attention, MOVE, this is America, and you have to abide by the laws of the United States." MOVE members were given 15 minutes to surrender. Inside were 13 people, including leader John Africa. No one within the building came out. Within minutes, gunfire erupted, and the standoff turned into a gun battle that lasted for more than an hour and a half. Police fired over 10,000 rounds of ammunition, water cannons, and tear gas were used, but MOVE refused to surrender. By the afternoon, the city had escalated. From a helicopter, the police dropped two bombs made from Toivex and FBI supplied C4 explosives on the rooftop bunker. The explosives set off a gasoline powered generator and ignited the roof. At first, firefighters were told to let the flames take out the bunker and force MOVE to surrender, but the fire quickly spread to the neighboring row homes, and fearing more gunfire, police and firefighters held back instead of putting out the fire. The inferno raged for more than an hour and a half and wouldn't be brought under control for nearly 12 hours later. In the end, 11 people inside the MOVE house were dead, 6 adults and 5 children. Only Ramona Africa and Birdie Africa survived. 61 homes were destroyed, and nearly 250 people lost everything. The event shocked the country and left Philadelphia with a grim reputation as the city itself. The courts eventually held the city responsible for excessive force, awarding millions of dollars in damages to both the survivors and the residents who lost their homes. Investigations later slammed the city for dropping a bomb on an occupied residential area, especially knowing there were children inside. Still, no officials were ever criminally charged. It wasn't until 2020 that the City of Philadelphia City Council formally apologized, declaring May 13th as a day of reflection. But the trauma for that day was still felt, especially by MOVE members and families. The pain resurfaced in 2001 when it was discovered that the remains of some of the children killed in the bombing were stored at the University of Philadelphia and even used for online courses. Mike Africa Jr., who left the organization before the bombing, said that they were bombed and burned alive, and now you want to keep their bones. The 1985 MOVE bombing left a painful mark on Philadelphia and forever branding it as the city that bombed itself. The tragedy still haunts the families of MOVE members and the wider Black community. Remembering MOVE story is vital. It is a reminder that the consequences of state-sanctioned violence and the importance of truth and the ongoing struggle for justice in America. MOVE bombing is critically important, and although it's often overlooked chapter in Philadelphia and America's story, it is a stark reminder of racial tensions and the heavy cost of failing to address injustice. Thanks to Mike Africa Jr. and others, MOVE's story is being preserved not just as a tale of tragedy, but as a testament to survival, resistance, and a radical vision of protecting life. This struggle remains vitally important to American history, and it is one that we should never forget. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy. This is One My Black History, and this is the 1985 MOVE bombing. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram. It's Country Boy. If you like stories like this, you can find me on Instagram
So for the second time in U.S. history, a black city or a black town or a black neighborhood was bombed from the air by the government. Mm, 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 mm. Ooh, wee. So it's been exactly 40 years as of this past May since this happened. Who's right? Oh, Ray's in. What up, Ray?
What's the word, bro?
What's the word? What's your thoughts on Move getting bombed 40 years ago?
Is there something? Is there something new? Hold on. Let me make sure I ain't got nothing playing. Okay,
Okay.
I had the what's we call it play. My bad. Here I come, Jesse.
All right.
No, okay. No, I had the what's we call it playing in the background. Yeah, man. When they bomb Move, so people think that we're not colonized and that we're not like it ain't shit going on. Our own government bombed us.
Yep.
Our own government bombed us, and then they think, oh, they got they corrupt governments over there in they shithole countries.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a first world government that's corrupt. We've got a first world corrupt government, and we still fight against that. So I don't care about they third world shithole governments where you gotta pay to cross a bridge or whatever, like trolls, because that's all
Yeah.
they are, trolls. Uh, They not talking about shit unless they have to deal with the U.S. government. They like we're like the Hunger Games, and we're in Zone 1. We
Yep.
Katniss came from Zone 13, came back to Zone 1, and kicking all these bitches out of here.
Right.
So I don't want no excuse for anybody from Zone 12 to Zone 2. I don't. All of them is whack.
Right. We didn't endure it at all, and we still prevailed. And we still here.
We came from the worst zone to the top zone, and they
Mm,
think just because because I can go look down at the Sears Tower and shit. Just because niggas in New York, just because you know what I mean.
yeah.
We can go skiing in Denver and shit like that. Yes, we built
In
this
the
shit. Yes, we can go skiing in Denver. We can go
yeah.
to the tallest building in Chicago, the tallest building in New York. Yes, we can do that. We built
Yep.
them buildings.
Right.
You dirty mud pie eating man. Stop talking to us. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
And so you're a colonizer and fight against your government. Your government. It's
Look,
the
and
government.
they say the government's corrupt. Oh, we've been colonized. This, that. Yes, but so have we.
Right.
We're in America.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, this is our land. We've been colonized by the Caucasian Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
The first slaves they sent over here were the black Europeans,
Mm.
per Dr. Clyde Winters.
Yeah.
First was the black Irish, the black Scottish, the black English. That was the first imported chattel slaves to America. That's
That's
where
the
we
one.
got our name from. That's why I'm Ray Gun. Gun,
Mm.
that's an Irish name. No, I
Right.
didn't get it from my slave master. I got it from my family.
Mm.
We were the kings and queens of Ireland and Great Britain and all of that shit. They'll tell you. Chase Williams, Chase McGee
Look
will tell you that.
just look at Cheddar Man. Cheddar
Right.
Man looks.
Chase McGee. You was playing that last night, right?
Yep.
Chase McGee and then the 19 white men and all the, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like Clyde Winters, he was talking about like there's foundational black British, there's foundational black Scottish. Bro, you saw that Scottish dude that was going in on these fake Africans. They're
Yeah.
like we're Scottish too. No, I'm indigenous Scottish, and y'all is tethers. No,
Yeah.
you remember that one? He
Yeah.
said y'all are tethers. Y'all are not indigenous Scottish, because the indigenous Scottish are the Americans.
Right.
The indigenous Scottish are Americans. He said that. He said the indigenous Scottish and the Irish are American.
Yeah, he did say that.
People forget that. People forget when Ivan Van Sertima said if he had more time and more money, he'll find out that America is older than Africa.
Yeah.
They forgot. They didn't read the end of his book, though.
No, they didn't. Twin said he was born in 85, same month that move happened. That move was bombed. And his last name is McGinty, which is Irish.
McGinty? Hell yeah. My little brother was born in 85. And his friend was born when he was born. Oh, his friend was born in 84.
Okay.
I'm 81 myself.
We
I'm
all
born in 81 myself.
Yeah, you're younger than Lady Che, but she always reminds us. In 10 days younger.
No, not even 10 days. Oh yeah, she was born on the first like a joke.
Yeah, she's an April Fool's baby.
I just be joking with her. She was born on the
Khalifa said hi and said, "Thank you for naming me Khalifa."
Man, I need one. Okay, I don't want none of them cats. They're gonna be pulling out my beard hairs and whatnot. What was the other one? It was named that after Tupac, right? Amaru.
Yeah, Amaru. Mm-hmm.
Amaru and see?
Yeah, he grabbing onto me right now.
I'll be telling motherfuckers, look. Hey, look, I named the Colorado governor's cat.
Well, I gotta start with Mayor.
Did you hear what I said though?
Yeah.
I'll call it out. I named the Colorado governor's cats.
You sure did.
And they both American names too, ain't they?
Yep.
They didn't know that.
These are FBA cats. Yeah.
Right? Hey, you can bring them on the plane.
Yeah, I could. I sure could. All right, so was that your final thoughts on Move?
On Move?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Move. If that's the old Jesse Jackson shit, I don't trust it. But if they moving on like reparations or whatever, I'm down with it. But they haven't said what they down with it, have they?
They was down with that Pan-Africanism. And they said that the animals weren't pets, that they were just they were members of the family and they need to be treated as such, that they need to be put in cages and all of that. They fought the police. They refused to settle in court. They refused to take plea deals.
Well, Move can take the same reparations Amaru gets.
Yeah.
Move gets the same reparations Amaru gets because they got the same lineage.
Yeah. Yep.
You get me? They're the same stray ass cats.
Yeah.
So Move, man, them Africans get the same shit Amaru and and them, oh man.
Khalifa.
Right. Khalifa get the same shit Amaru and the Tethers get. Like, I'll be so pissed off at their ass. They be lying.
Yeah, they do, but that comes from a lying, scamming culture. I know.
But every time I hear their accent, I'm so mad. Like my friends used to say, "Man, I had an African accent and everything," and I'm like, "Man, I'm so mad I did because that sounds like a lying ass accent."
Yeah, but she was in Ghana for what, 4 years?
Yeah, like 3 years.
3, 4 years, yeah.
Right. My daughter was out there for 10. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
I came back. Oh, hey Jesse, what up, man? We to go to the store. We to go to the store. You know what I mean? Like I talk to you with the African accent, like cool as hell, right?
Yeah.
Man, what? We to go? We for go get some cigarette? Go get
Yeah.
a drink? You know what I mean? Oh, hey, don't tell Lady Tay. I got some stripper money for us. You get me? You're like,
And
oh my
everything is
man,
soon come. Soon come.
right?
What time?
But then but like my buddy would be like, man, hey, good, you got the damn accent.
What time is dinner? Soon come.
What time you hey Jesse, what time you find a rat?
Soon come.
What time you gonna find a rat you can catch with your hands
Soon
and
come.
put it in that soup?
Soon
Is that
come.
what time dinner is?
Put
Catch
it
the
in
rat,
reach
put
in
it out
this.
his soup. Somebody, caught it monkey. Caught it monkey.
Yeah.
Tell the
Yeah.
monkey it's time to eat.
Yeah. That's what my homie said. That was
And
their kid.
then run him over and snatch it. Put him in the soup.
So everywhere. The monkeys are coming through everywhere.
So they be some lying scammers. They even lie and scam out the monkey. They be scamming the monkey. The monkey be like, "Man, I thought we was gonna eat." They put the monkey in the soup. You lying ass scamming Africans.
So yeah, Mo was born 40 years ago. This May, and like Crew said, we done
You
endured
say
all
I
that,
take my chance with the Chinese.
and we still have. Yeah, that's what. Hey, come in, Chinese. Come build our roads. Come build our
The
railroad.
monkey say I take my chance with the Chinese. Oh, the fucking scamming Africans.
Right. What'd you
So
say,
look,
man?
I swear to God, I shouldn't even be saying this. Like when I was working out there in Ghana, right?
Yeah.
The motherfucker that was like the vice president of my dad's company, right? He's a Ghanaian, right?
Mm,
Like he's like the only person above him at my dad's company was my dad and his wife, right?
yeah.
Like this nigga worked himself all the way to the top of the company, right?
Yeah.
Just so when we doing business in America, now he got a reason to come over here, right?
Yeah.
With his pregnant wife. Oops.
Oops. That's right.
And he was so proud to be able to, oh, I can finally now. And I told my dad, bro, I'm like, Dad, I felt some type of way about him saying it.
Yeah.
Like, so you worked your way all the way up the company just so you could come over here on a business trip and have your wife drop a baby,
Yep.
anchor baby.
Anchor baby.
And I told my dad this shit, and I'm like, what? And he's like, I get you, son, because he's been listening to us, right? My dad's been listening to us.
Yeah.
He's a Pan African, but he's also listening to us.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
Like, Jesse, I could come out there to Colorado. I could come over there to visit y'all. I could stay with y'all for a day or two, right? I got to go back home, though.
You're right.
You get me?
Yeah.
Or I got to give me an apartment next to you. I can't just come over there and just be living with y'all.
Right.
You hear me?
Yep.
What the fuck is these Africans doing? We don't do this shit.
Right.
Bro, if you come out here to Chicago, because I told you to come out here to Chicago, nigga, then, but you still gonna be on your own. But but you came out here because I told you to come out here. You didn't come out here leeching off of me.
Right.
You give me if I say, hey Jesse, come out here, then you with me as long as it takes.
Right.
You get me? Because it's not like you just came out, hey, good, I'm finna come out there. And now you just leeching off. If I say, hey, Jesse, come out here from Colorado, you with me?
Yeah.
Then it's as long as you take, right?
Right.
But if you just say, well, good, you doing good out in Illinois, let me come out there, and I didn't say nothing. Now you over here like, oh man, tether,
Yeah.
tether, get the fuck away from me.
Right. That's definitely some tether shit.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Alrighty. I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is the bet that made Pepsi the black soda. Damn it, Khalifa. Khalifa knocked my phone over. Khalifa wants to say hi, apparently. Say hi, Khalifa. You're on camera, Khalifa. Come on, computer. It's like so slow right now. So this from Country Boy again.
What up, twin? What up, twin?
During Jim Crow, Pepsi had to curb black folks in their ads. Their sales, of course, soared, and there was an inevitable backlash. So how and who attempted to sabotage it from the inside? This is the story of how Pepsi became the black soda. I'm your host, Country Boy. This is One Mic Black History. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. Without further ado, though, let's get started. Under Jim Crow, the simple act of getting a soda could be a reminder of your place. Many lunch counters and soda fountains were segregated or refused to serve black customers. Ads in mainstream media rarely served or nothing. Brands chased white buyers and pretended like black buyers didn't exist. During this time, Coca-Cola was king, and it was everywhere in white spaces. It had an image of the all-American drink, which basically meant white. Hiring, especially those in customer-facing roles, followed the same pattern. Doors open for white folks and closed for black folks. So imagine the landscape, and then imagine seeing a Pepsi ad that basically said that black families belonged to the American dream too. But let's rewind for a moment on Pepsi itself. Their story starts in 1893 when a North Carolina pharmacist named Caleb Bradham mixed a sweet, fizzy digestive that he called Brad's drink. Sugar, vanilla, and cola nut. They were simple ingredients for a busy drugstore counter. In 1898, he renamed it Pepsi Cola, leaning into its supposed benefits as a Pepsi, which was basically indigestion. Some people thought the name was a nod to pepsin, which is a digestive enzyme, although pepsin was not actually in the bottle. By 1902, Bradham incorporated Pepsi Cola Company and pushed bottling and distribution. Sales climbed to nearly 20,000 gallons by 1904, and the early ads promised to be delicious and helpful. By 1909, it was even being
Coca-Cola was there to get you high, and Pepsi was there to
like race car legend
get rid of your burrito.
giving it after World War I, sugar prices swung wildly. Pepsi went bankrupt in 1923 and again in 1931. That was when Charles Guth,
Coca-Cola was
the
there to get
president
you
of
high
Lowe's,
enough
the
to
candy
get you the
company, took
gas,
over the
and
trademark,
Pepsi was there to
reformulated
get
the
rid
drink,
of the gas.
and made a simple Great Depression bet. A big 12-ounce bottle of Pepsi for a nickel, the same price that you would pay for a 6-ounce Coke. And it worked. Profits doubled between 1936 and 1938, and the value of Pepsi did the same. And this focus on values set the stage for our story. In the 1940s, Pepsi's president, Walter Mack, saw a market that others ignored: Black consumers. He knew that loyalty comes with respect, and respect starts with how you're pictured. So in 1947, he hired Edward F. Boyd to lead an all Black national sales team. That alone was extraordinary for a major brand in Jim Crow America. Their
Thompson.
job
Hey,
wasn't
Jesse,
just to
did
make
you think
cases,
this
it
guy
was
knew
to
the
move
Potato
an
King?
image. They
Jesse, do you think he knew the
community
Potato
where
King?
we live, gathered, church basements, college campuses, civic clubs, business leagues,
I don't know. He might have.
They probably crossed paths, like they
I was gonna
probably
play the
lived
Potato
around the
King
same
video.
time. Huh?
Yeah, I think they did.
Like they
I
probably
think they
crossed
did.
paths, like lived. I don't care if one dude was 60 and the other dude was 20. They probably crossed paths.
Yeah,
Cause them
I
is
wouldn't be
some
surprised.
big niggas. Like I'm talking about, like worldwide niggas. They
Yeah,
bigger than like Steve Jobs and Elon right now.
yeah,
Like they was on business.
yeah. They were. Let's see
All
what the bet
right,
was.
my bad. I ain't mean to interrupt. I just, what I mean.
barbershops, jazz halls. They spoke at NAACP meetings, and they bought ads in the Black press. They put real Black people in ads with dignity. Their signature move was the Leaders of the Field campaign. Instead of minstrel characters, you saw Black professionals and pastors, nurses, owners, students, Black people of excellence who needed no translation. They highlighted towering figures like Ralph Bunche, a diplomat who would go on to win the Nobel Peace Prize. The message was simple and radical at the same time. Here is who we are, here is the life we lead, and yes, we drink Pepsi too. But this wasn't corporate charity. It was a profit driven strategy with a moral edge. By respecting consumers, Pepsi gained a base that Coke had never bothered to court. Business historians from the period note that in the early 1950s, Black soft drink buyers were 3 times as likely to choose Pepsi than Coke. Representation mattered, and it turned into receipts. Boyd's team did the slow, smart work that makes the campaign real. They built their own photo archives of Black families and professionals so that the art department couldn't hide behind "we don't have those images." They recruited endorsements from cultural giants like Duke Ellington because jazz bands reached audiences that Madison Avenue ignored. They trained store owners on how to sell to Black customers, not as an afterthought, but as a priority. All this is well and good, but this is Jim Crow America, and all of this came with a cost. The Pepsi team traveled the country built to humiliate them. They stayed in segregated hotels and restaurants, colleagues who wouldn't ride with them in the same car. Some store owners slammed doors in their face. Some threatened violence. The Ku Klux Klan was not a distant rumor on these highways. Additionally, inside the boardroom, the pushback got coded and not so coded. As Pepsi's Black sales surged, whispers started. If Pepsi is their drink, will white buyers walk away? And in some places it did. White shoppers and competing salesmen often sneered at Pepsi, labeling it as the Negro drink. So as the team leaned into this, they went big into the Black press like Ebony and Amsterdam News, while keeping mainstream placements carefully
Hey,
blamed
Terry,
to
run that back.
avoid
Run that back
panicking
3
retailers.
seconds. Run
They
that
kept
back 10
receipts,
seconds.
numbers that proved that Black dollars, when respected, were loyal and as the Negro drink. So as the team leaned into this, they went big into the black press like Ebony and Amsterdam News, while keeping mainstream placements carefully bland to avoid panicking retailers. And they kept receipts, numbers that proved that black dollars, when respected, were
That
loyal
light
and
skinned
strong.
chick is still a
So what
Negro,
happened?
right?
Well, Walter Mack left Pepsi in 1950, and without his cover, support.
Yeah.
They don't
Didn't qualify for the
understand.
auction
See,
block.
this is what these fake African tethers lying. They think black is a skin color.
Right.
You saw that girl. If you saw that girl like 3 seconds back, that was a
Mm-hmm.
whole black lady. That was a whole black lady, but she looked like Lady Che.
Yeah.
But that's a whole black woman. You ain't gonna mistake her for white.
Right.
But then they go, we don't do that. We don't do that because she ain't colored. No, that's a whole black woman.
Right.
Lady K is a whole black woman. Not Tyler. Oh, I'm colored or I'm mulatto. Nah, you black.
Right.
You
Exactly.
know what I mean?
But try telling them tellers that.
Hey, Lady Chain, like look. If we get pulled over with Lady Chain, it's not like we get pulled over with a white girl in the car.
Right. That part.
Because you know what happened? We get pulled over with a white girl in the car. I don't care if she our sister.
Yep.
Oh, are you okay? Hey, you get out the car, sir. Handcuffs, all that. What the fuck? This is my sister. This my.
Exactly.
But what you doing driving around with a white girl this time of night? Oh man, it's trouble.
Yep.
You hear me?
Yep.
But no, nobody mistake Lady Tay for that.
No.
You get me?
Yep.
Lady Tay is a nigga bitch. Sorry, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's what they would call her. Yeah.
You get me? She's one of ours. She's not one of theirs.
Right.
You get me? So
Sneered at Pepsi, labeling it as the Negro drink. So as the team leaned into this, they went big into the black press like Ebony and Amsterdam News, while keeping mainstream placements carefully bland to avoid panicking retailers. And they kept receipts, numbers that proved that black dollars, when respected, were loyal and strong. So what happened? Well, Walter Mack left Pepsi in 1950, and without his cover, support for the dedicated black sales team faded. Executives feared being too associated with black buyers in a segregated marketplace. The team was cut back and eventually eliminated. The very success that proved that black consumers mattered also triggered corporate nervousness about a white backlash. And yet, the work changed Pepsi from the inside. One of those team members, Harvey C. Russell Jr., rose through the ranks and in 1962 became the first black vice president of a major U.S. corporation. And that's not a neat ending, it's a contradiction. And this is the world that we live in. Life as a bit of a contradiction, a real representation and career breakthroughs alongside quite the other stories that we've told in this channel. Pepsi was not your savior. They were not here to end Jim Crow. This was a solely profit-driven endeavor. The lesson here is that black consumers leveraged the power that we had, our choice, our press, our institution, to force a Fortune 500 company to see us. And Pepsi answered that call, partially out of principle, but largely out of profit. Both can be true. And when ads finally picture black people with dignity, it did something for this country and made the lie of Jim Crow that much harder to sell. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy. This has been One Mic Black History. I'd like to thank all my subscribers. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this.
Yep. And right when he said that, I'm drinking on a Pepsi. Blah. So that's the nigga drink. No wonder I always like Pepsi. I couldn't stand Coke. It all makes sense now. I started drinking Pepsi because my step grandfather Leroy, that's all he used to drink. And I said, why are you always drinking Pepsi?
Hey,
What?
I told my bro Casey. I said he's like the online version of my good friend. Oh,
Yeah,
it's not Casey, it's Queso. I gotta call him
Casey.
Queso. You know, like the
Okay.
cheese.
Nacho cheese.
Not
Yeah.
no cheese.
Nacho cheese. Queso like nacho cheese.
See, what I tell like, bro, you like me and him be in his driveway chilling or my driveway chilling, or like I've known this nigga for fucking 15 years, right?
Yeah.
And I'm telling him, like, man, Jesse is the online version of you. Like, I know Jesse for at least damn 8 years, 5 years, some shit like that.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yep.
Like, as long as I don't come up there bogus or whatever, Shay gonna let me on the damn stream, whatever. Even if I drop, I'm back up on there, right?
Right.
Because I'm on code. I'm on, you know what I mean? Me and you know what I mean?
Yep.
If you come to my town, I got you. If I
Right.
come to your town, you got me.
Yep.
You get me?
Yep.
And that's what I'm telling. That's what I'm telling Queso Chizo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Extra cheese.
He said extra cheese. Hey,
Yeah.
but I think he'll like being over there where you at.
Yeah. He got fucked up by that Michael Jackson got fucked up after that Pepsi commercial.
Right, even Michael Jackson was doing Pepsi, not Coca-Cola.
Yep.
And he got burnt and he still did it.
Yep.
He moonwalked out that Pepsi shit.
Yeah, he
Man,
did.
I swear hey, Jesse, you ain't lying. Niggas drink Pepsi, not Coke.
Right.
Niggas clean their engine with Coke.
Yep.
Niggas don't drink Coke.
Nope.
I mean, bro.
Niggas drink root beer.
Just think of that. Just think of that Michael Jackson thing, though. Like if he ain't burned his head, bro,
Yeah.
he probably would have been bigger, bro. like that.
How do you get bigger?
Bro, I'm just saying, because look, because after that, that's when he started having the transformation and stuff, like in the skin problems. Like, bro, if that didn't happen, like he would have.
I don't know.
Think about it, bro.
I don't
That
know. Hey,
just think
hey,
that
so
in series of events, though.
Queso and Jesse. I don't know.
Series
How
of
do you
events,
get?
though,
How do
bro.
you?
That after that,
Hey, I don't
now he
know.
start having skin problems
But
and
how
stuff.
do you get bigger than Michael Jackson already is?
Because he wouldn't. It wouldn't have had no skin controversy, bro.
So,
Yeah.
but how do you still get bigger than that? He still
Because you
Jesse.
have skin controversy, bro.
Jesse, you can wink your eye in Colorado and a bitch will faint in
When
Thailand.
you have skin controversy, they
How the fuck do you
kind
get
of
bigger
waver
than
in your
that?
mind. It's like, what side are you on, bro? Like, because of
Look,
his skin color, bro.
how do you wink your eye in
Because
Colorado?
look at his hair, bro. Look at his hair. What was his hair, bro? Who had a hairstyle like that, bro? Come on, man.
James Brown.
James Brown.
Okay. But look at James Brown. Look at his skin color. What? No question, bro.
Michael
had it. He had it. And
Michael had the
after
James
the
Brown
Pepsi
skin.
thing, it changed.
Yep.
It wasn't it no more, bro.
Hey, look, hey, my boy Queso, he'll come over there to your state
Uh-huh.
and go to all your dealers and tell them all they shit is huff. I'm telling you. Oh man. That's this guy. He'll tell you all your shit is Huff.
I wouldn't say that in Seattle. Not in Seattle.
He said in Seattle. That's because
I know
he.
about Seattle.
That's because he done walked his ass all the way across the country.
My cousin lives in Seattle, man. We got people in Seattle.
But he gonna say everything in Colorado is Huff. He said everything in Michigan is Huff.
Everything in Colorado is not Huff.
That's all Carmelo. That's all Puerto Rican.
On, man. Like, don't listen to Crew be misquoting. Bro, I did not say Colorado, bro. Come on, man.
Colorado got that Puerto Rico Huff. That Carmelo Anthony.
We don't even have Puerto Ricans out here.
Y'all got that Carmelo Anthony smoke.
Which one?
Oh, see now Casey trying to differentiate between the Carmelo Anthony in Texas who had to shoot a white boy, who had to stab a white boy, versus Carmelo Anthony, the basketball player. He playing that tether bullshit.
Oh wow!
The one that inducted to the Hall of Fame, or the one that defended himself in Texas?
Right. He's trying to conflate both of them.
Wow.
And that's why I said that sounds like tether shit.
Both of them some puppets.
He's lucky I know his mama.
Both of them some big old puppets.
He said they're both puppets.
Yeah, they did their bidding. I met Carmelo though. He was cool. I used to work at the Pepsi Center.
Was right? He was drinking Pepsi. He wasn't drinking. Was he drinking Coca-Cola like a Puerto Rican?
Look, yeah, was he flying his Puerto Rican flag?
No. Hell no.
Come on, man. When I seen them, I'm like, come on, man.
Did you see how his mama was looking?
I'm like, I never heard this from this man. Not one time, bro.
Nobody heard he was Puerto Rican.
But I'm just saying,
Even Casey saying that.
I'm an NBA fan, bro.
He's like, I never heard this nigga was Puerto Rican,
bro. And all my players is retired now, so I ain't really go into it. Like I'm a fan of competition and athletics, but I like to do it. The professional level is compromised because it's not the sport anymore. It's not just the sport. So I watch it for entertainment value, but I other than that, I can't do it like I used to. I just know better now.
It's like wrestling.
I know better.
That shit is like wrestling.
I mean, I still like wrestling. You know, like I didn't know. Like now that I know, I still like it. I mean, I don't watch it.
Che, it's gonna be Che versus Queso. Somebody gonna jump off a roof.
I wanted to be a wrestler. I wanted to be a wrestler when I was a kid.
Oh, you did?
Look.
Oh, hell yeah, bro.
Hey, whoever this dispensary got the weakest shit. Somebody falling off the roof.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, bro. The Rock is not Stone Cold Steve Austin is the greatest wrestler, bro.
Hold on, you see how the Rock? You see how the Rock look right now? You see?
And I'm black. And I'm black, bro. Like it don't got nothing to do with like. Come on, bro. Come on, like it's like Hulk Hogan, bro. Hulk Hogan. Me growing up, Hulk Hogan, seeing Hulk Hogan and his what's the name of black people, like that's
Terry.
Hogan,
you talking
Hulk
about Terry?
is what they present to us, bro. I didn't know the man personally. I see all types of what's the names that the character is put in, and all the I take what they is. When they give us these characters, you take what they give us, and the media give us all their information. We don't know any personal information but what's given to us through these.
I know that dude named Terry said I want my daughter married to a nigga.
That's because they told you his name was Terry, bro. Like
his birth certificate say his name is Terry.
Maybe
Mr. T said his name is Terry. His daughter said Mr. T. daughter said his name is Terry.
T. Would you say they said his real name? That might be his real name too. Like
no,
like come on, bro.
Mr. T name is like Michael something. Mr. T name ain't even got shit to do with T.
Man, his name could be Clarence, bro.
Right, it's some crazy like that. They ain't got shit to do with T.
For real. I'm just letting you know, like,
Where the hell is Jay Millie at? Jay Millie is like one of the biggest wrestling fans I know.
Right.
Because he'll tell you all about it. Like you and him, Castro, will definitely hit it off when it comes to wrestling. Because Jay Militant is like one of the biggest.
Oh, what's up, twin? Hey, my bad. I ain't see the chat.
Yeah, twin in here. Mac 285 in here.
What's up, Mac? What's up, twin? My bad.
yeah, what the hell to the chat, goddammit?
Yeah, he said, Queso said, what down to the chat. Hey, he be wanting to go live. But I was like, man, when we gonna go live?
Yeah.
And he's like, man.
That Borderlands, that shit looks hard.
Man, I love it. They said Borderlands 4 is coming out by this year. So I'm playing the old one. Bro, it was me, Cerulli, and Shadra. We used to play this Borderlands 3. Like, we used to be like, you could play it on any system.
Word.
Like PlayStation, like back when we were playing it, I had a PlayStation 4. I didn't even have a computer back then. But then I got a computer. And then Shadra bought us Borderlands 3 when it came out. He bought it for Cerulean. He bought it for me. You get me? And we was playing.
Yeah.
And we was playing Outriders also. Man, that shit, like, man. And you see this picture I got? I told you, that when I won my first award.
Hold on. Let me see. Oh, okay.
Like my avatar, that's when I won my first award. There's two white women back there. I was like 4 or 5 years old, and there's two like white ladies back there. Like, oh shit, this nigga playing. Like, yeah, that's me. When I was like 5 years old, that's when I won my first award.
You've spent $300 million of taxpayer money on illegal immigrants. You're putting the interest of illegal immigrants above the interest of taxpayers in Chicago.
Flashback. Close a $500 million gap in the city's 2024 budget.
Personnel, pensions, and resources to address the migrant crisis, all costing the city millions and millions of dollars.
Sorry about that, crew. Finish your thought so I can get to the next topic.
Oh, no, you just fine. You good. Go ahead. No, I was just saying, like, this avatar that I got, that's when I won my first award playing piano and shit. The white ladies was like, oh shit, this motherfucker, I'm playing boom. I'm like doing all this shit. But like, yeah, go ahead.
That's what's up. All right, so we're talking about your homeland now. Chicago, Chi-Town, shout out to the Chi. Chicago mayor.
Yes, that is my homeland.
Chicago mayor, $600 million migrant spending leaves the city in a $1.1 billion budget crisis. Y'all got to get that tether up out of there.
You've spent $300 million of taxpayer money on illegal immigrants. You're putting the interest.
Flashback. Close a $500 million gap in the city's 2024 budget.
Personnel, pensions, and resources to address the migrant crisis, all costing the city millions and millions of dollars.
A few moments later.
Right now, Chicago is facing a $1.1 billion budget gap for 2026.
The city is grappling with a $1.1 billion budget shortfall.
We have reached a point now where there's no return.
A frank admission from Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. A looming budget crisis. Could we even worse than expected without new taxes or cuts to city services.
So let's talk about what's going on in Chicago, because the chickens have come home to roost. Here's a quick word from this video sponsor, Brick House Nutrition. Brick House Nutrition's Labor Day sale just went live. For a few days only, you can save 25% off everything with the code LABOR-DAY25. Start the fall off strong, kick off the fall feeling stronger and more confident than ever. Head over to brickhousenutrition.com. Chicago is a Democrat stronghold, and he goes all in on Democrat policies. Like, this guy doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. Now, Brandon Johnson took office during the migrant crisis. Now, for those of you with short memories, when Biden was president, he opened up the borders, allowing millions of people to cross the borders illegally.
Tonight, nearly 10,000 migrants a day. That is what federal officials say they are encountering at the U.S. southern border on average. In December, that's among the highest numbers ever recorded. And with multiple border entry points remaining closed as the surge at the southern border escalates, U.S. officials now warning that the situation is nearing a, quote, breaking point. Ed Lavandera is out front.
Apprehensions of migrants crossing the southern U.S. border are once again reaching record levels. A Department of Homeland Security official tells CNN the average number of encounters in the last week is 9,600 per day.
3 years ago, 689 Chinese migrants crossed the southern border. Last year, that number soared to over 37,000. Part of an explosion of migrants coming here from all over the globe.
This morning, tensions escalating on the Texas border. Dramatic new video shows a struggle between Border Patrol and migrants in El Paso. The video shows dozens of migrants pulling aside a razor wire fence, then pushing their way past a handful of Border Patrol agents.
Now, even though all of that was happening, Brandon Johnson was all in for the migrants.
We know the strength of a city is determined by how we treat the most vulnerable. And so we choose to be a strong city. We must reject a zero-sum formulation between investing in those who have been here for decades and supporting those who have been sit here on a bus even this morning. We can do both.
Brandon
Chicago,
was sitting here on a bus.
and
What
we
the
can
fuck
all
is he
thrive
talking about?
together.
Now, what he's referring to is that the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, started shipping migrants to sanctuary cities, places that said they wanted more migrants, and Chicago was one of those places.
Local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration. Texas is providing charter buses
came here on
to
a fucking
send
inner tube.
these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Well, it has happened again. Another bus of migrants has been sent here to Los Angeles.
39 asylum seekers arrived by bus at Union Station today, sent by Texas, including 21 children.
Another wave of migrants arrived in New York City today.
Merecemos una oportunidad.
More than 4,000
Hey,
have
Jay,
come since May.
Jay,
A
you remember they
metaphorical
sent them
message from
motherfuckers
Texas
to
Governor
Kamala's
Greg
house.
Abbott.
Texas has sent another bus of migrants away from the state, this one arriving in Chicago last.
If I remember, they were sending them Martha Vineyard.
Bro, they sent them to the president, the vice president house, and everything. Like, oh, y'all want to send them over here? You take them.
Mm-hmm. And then my punk ass mayor said, "Oh, come right on in. Here's how you can get from El Paso to Denver. Just take I-25 north."
Until you bring them to their front porch. Talking about you gonna give me some of that rib back? You gonna give me some of that what you barbecuing? Oh no, yeah, I got to go to the shelter, but y'all ain't got no money in the shelter. Well, we'll figure it out. No, we're gonna figure it out right here on your porch.
Or you do like Eric Adams and give them cars with $10,000 so they can get their own food because they refuse to eat the food at the hotel.
Wait, we just gonna use the city and rent out the hotel and put you up there.
It was putting them up in the hotel, putting them in the jail,
Hey, cause Jesse, you didn't know nothing about Chicago. You just wanted to come out here, right?
I know a little
And then
something.
one of these suburbs just said, we just gonna take one of these poor Colorado folk, and we just gonna take a year worth of city taxes
Uh-huh.
and rent out the Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
Oh, and we gonna feed you catered sharks all day. Oh man.
That's basically what they did.
And here go $2,000 a week.
Yeah, $2,000.
Because Americans don't even make that much money. But here you go. You get $2,000 a week walking around money.
Yeah.
That's just your walking around money.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're in your hotel for free.
Mm-hmm.
And we already catering you your sharks. Your sharks is already in the house. In your room. With your soap replenished every week, every 2 days. You ain't even gotta buy soap. You ain't gotta buy toilet paper or nothing. Oh man.
Must be nice.
Thanks for moving from Colorado to
Night.
Chicago.
It comes after the state has sent more than
God
8,000
damn.
migrants to New York and Washington, D.C.
Whichever ones y'all didn't take, they brought them here. Said, oh, well, Chicago's taking the burden of them. We'll take 50,000.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Wait a second. How much fentanyl did you sneak over here with you?
Oh, man.
Oh, man. And underage children in your dread.
Yeah.
God, man.
Now we got motherfuckers all strung out on blues. These motherfuckers, it's like zombie apocalypse out here.
Well, at least you got an 8-year-old to play the violin. God.
Look at that. That's horrible. They opened up the airport. O'Hare was taking them. Goddamn the Chicago Police Department. They opened up the damn precincts and let them sleep in the precincts. They was letting them sleep every goddamn where. They was kicking.
Hey, you do not want to look. I could take the train from where I'm at right now to O'Hare, right?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta change trains once, right?
Yep.
But they would not let me stay on that damn train.
No, you couldn't stay.
Once it gets to O'Hare, I have to get off, have a plane ticket, and if I don't, I can't get back on the train neither. So now they're gonna kick me outside. Now I'm outside in the airport, way out there.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Broke as hell, right?
Yep.
And this is me as an American citizen from Chicago.
Yep. That's a damn.
Oh, but these fucking. You hear me?
Yep.
These people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I can't get on the plane again. I can't get on the train again. Y'all, no, you gonna put me outside with that nigga?
Yep.
Oh no, we got a $3,000 apartment for you.
Mm-hmm.
Here goes a EBT card.
Yep.
So on your way. Oh no, hold on. Hey, you homeless vet. You nigger, you homeless vet. Come up out your clothes. Give this Ukrainian your clothes. You get me? Give him your clothes.
You Afghani. Give it to the Afghani.
Give it to the Ukrainian. The motherfucker that tried to fight his mother country.
Yeah, that same one.
The one who came
and they started declaring states of emergency.
This morning, the mayor of Washington, D.C. has requested the help of the National Guard to assist with the buses of migrants arriving to her city.
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has declared a state of emergency to address the state's growing migrant crisis. The governor says there are over 20,000 people being temporarily housed across the state.
Our top Story, another bus of
Do
migrants
she
arrived today in
understand that
Los
she called
Angeles
a
and were
state of
taken to St.
emergency, then the
Anthony's
National
Croatian
Guard
Church
comes
for
in, and that's
processing.
Trump?
Back in New York, the mayor had a stark message this month.
I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City.
Increasingly,
Remember, he only said that after Biden said, I ain't giving you no federal funds.
No, but listen, Tate, this is the Democrat state, right?
Yep.
And they want to call the state of emergency. Well, who comes in the state of emergency? And then Super Trump.
The National Guard.
Right, Super Trump. The feds come in, right?
Yep.
So if you're a Democrat state and you say you want a state Democrat and do that, why would you call the state of emergency?
Right. Well, our mayor declared a state of emergency on homelessness.
But that's dumb as hell. They wouldn't even, like, why would you even say that?
Just so he could get federal funds.
No, but why would you say that in a Democrat state, though?
Your guess is mine.
Unless you're faking the fun. Like, why would they say that in New York? I want to call a homeless state of emergency. Anything you say is state of emergency, you know Trump gonna leech on that shit like a fucking falcon.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you go, all right, now we bringing in the feds. State of emergency, state of boop, 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 boop. Yeah. I saved New York, I saved Chicago. And there's, you know, that's what he gonna come in and do. So why would you even say that?
Stupid.
You know what I mean? That's like if you driving, why would you say, oh, well, I had a drink earlier?
Yeah, stupid. You just asking to get arrested. Yeah.
No, were you drinking earlier? I don't answer questions. I need a lawyer.
Right.
That's the proper answer.
Right. Exactly. Talk to my lawyer.
I need a lawyer. That's all. Were you drinking earlier? How many drinks did you have? I need a lawyer. Not answering any questions. Anyway, go ahead. My bad, Jesse.
From the border, including cities like Chicago, where officials say resources are running thin.
Now, with the migrant crisis also came an economic crisis, because how are you going to take care of hundreds of thousands of people who just come across the border?
Let black people do some shit like that. Look, they camped out in front of the Chicago Police Department. Look, this motherfucker look like he at home. He's just having a good old time.
Hey Jesse, hey Jesse, I've seen the YNs post up with their yakkers, with their pew-pews at nighttime in front of their headquarters.
Ooh.
You get me? And then you come
in front of the police station?
In front of that same place. That's the headquarters. The YNs pulled up late night with their mask on and posted and took a bunch of pictures. I'll send them to you.
Okay.
The YNs pulled up like that. And I'm talking about like the YNs.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about they took some poses like Instagram.
Yeah.
I'm talking about they was posing on the car and everything.
Wow.
But they was all masked up and everything in front of their headquarters.
Yeah, but was they camped out like this?
No, I didn't say they was out there all day, but they took pictures like they were chilling. Like they pulled up, like say me and you pulled up in the car, all masked up, and then we just posed all on my car in front of the shit with, you know what I mean? Our 30 boppers and all of that shit. We took our pictures within 1 minute and left. But we still took our pictures right there in front of Chicago Police Headquarters.
Yeah.
The YNs did that shit.
Okay.
You hear me? Like that shit was woo.
Have no money, have no means of taking care of themselves. How is a city like Chicago supposed to deal with it? Well, they opened their purses. The mayor of Chicago spent over $600 $600 million taking care of migrants. And he was even called out about how much they spent by Congress.
The immigration crisis has strained city and state resources. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson defending spending taxpayer dollars on maintaining a welcome.
If he got called out, my punk ass mayor got called out, the mayor of Boston got called out, and Eric Adams got called out.
Welcoming city while being interrogated by the House Oversight Committee in Washington today.
You're the mayor of Chicago. Do you think that your residents or the residents of your state should be paying for that more than they should be paying for their own needs, their own roads, their own public safety?
The people of Chicago elected me as the 57th mayor of the city of Chicago, and we serve all the residents of the city of Chicago.
But that service comes with a cost. According to data obtained by the ABC 7i team, since September of 2022, the city has paid out $638.7 million in vendor contracts for new arrivals.
Mayor Johnson, in the last 4 years, how much has Chicago spent on care for illegal aliens?
So since 2022, since the governor of Texas was shipping individuals to cities across this country, the city's budget, roughly 1% of the city's budget over the course of 4 years.
That 1% comes out to about $625 million over the past 4 years.
Now, Mayor Johnson essentially did this to himself. He spent all that money taking care of migrants and now has this big budget deficit. So he decided to attempt to raise property taxes, $300 million in new property taxes, to force the taxpayers to go back into their pockets and give him more money so he can continue to take care of the migrants.
Now to NBC5 investigates, which for months has followed the money trail tied to Chicago's migrant mission. Total spending now tops more than $400 million.
Now, despite the creation of a city spending website, it's still not exactly clear where all of that money has gone.
Mayor Brandon Johnson was more than 40 minutes into his speech before he broke the bad news to homeowners across the city.
This budget currently includes a property tax increase of $300 million to fund and keep our commitment to fund not just our pension contributions, but to fund the future of our city.
Now, this was hard for Mayor Brandon Johnson because previously, while he was running for mayor, he said this.
I won't raise your property taxes.
Then candidate for mayor, Brandon Johnson.
The people of Chicago want to know, will you raise a tax, whether it be a property tax or implement something else?
Well, it's interesting. No one has ever asked me if I'm going to raise a tax.
In January, we sat down and asked the mayor multiple times if he'd use a property tax increase to pay for the city's debts. At the time, one of the biggest concerns was paying for the migrant crisis.
So you can commit to you not raising property taxes, regardless of how bad the situation gets.
Okay, I stopped the video. He's either going to say yes or no. He's going to say a lot of words, but either it's going to be a yes or
He's
no.
not going to
Now,
say
I'm assuming if it was a no, you say no. Right?
Word
No,
salad like
let's see
Kamala.
what he says.
My budget, the $16.77 billion that I just passed, 41 alders, I believe, supported this budget. And
So
we
is that a
did
yes?
all of that without raising property taxes. The evidence is in what I passed.
Now, this was so unpopular in Chicago that the city council unanimously threw it out, and Brandon Johnson had to find another way.
But first, breaking news at City Hall. Mayor Brandon Johnson's property tax hike is rejected by City Council.
It is unanimous. Every single alderperson voted it down, the mayor's $300 million property tax proposal. They say they have plenty of ideas. Now, Mayor Brandon Johnson is going to be forced to listen to them.
Then the mayor of Chicago decided, hey, you know what? Let's just take out a payday loan. High interest rate, but we need this money now because we got to continue to take care of migrants.
All right, so let's take a closer look at the main issue, the structure of the deal. It's $830 million in borrowed funds for things like construction projects, transportation, building maintenance, but it will cost taxpayers at least $2 billion when all is said and done. Under the original plan, the city would make interest-only payments starting in 2027.
The streets in Chicago are trash. What are they doing with this money?
All right. I was just about to say our punk ass mayor is doing the same shit.
I-94
fucked up.
I-94, which fine. That's a federal highway. I-94, I-90, all this shit. But the streets in Chicago, The streets in Illinois, all this shit. Why is all these taxes high and the streets are trash? It's a
Right.
bunch of traffic and the streets are trash. Like you
Right.
gotta fix your car.
Yeah.
This, like I live on US Route 30 and Western Avenue, the crossroads of you, man. And either way you go, it's all bogus.
Yeah.
Like I could take Route 30. I come see you, Jesse.
It'll take
Off
you
of
all
Route 30.
and it runs into the 70.
Route 30 goes from Astoria, Oregon to Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Wow.
Like I'm 30. I'm Route 30. Like that's where the crew come from. I'm Route 30 crew.
Yeah.
But man, like, why is the taxes so high? They not this high in Indiana.
Right.
But anyway.
That's 20 years from now. Majorly inflating costs.
So the mayor says, hey, we're going to borrow $800 million now. We'll pay back $2 billion. And by the time you have to pay the money back, it'll be 20 years from now. And don't worry, I won't be around. So raising property taxes was rejected. The payday loan to close this budget gap was rejected. They did take a payday loan out, but just for infrastructure. They actually didn't take the one out to close the budget gap. So you still have this budget gap. So Mayor Johnson went to a tried and true argument that Democrats have been using for years. Tax the rich.
The city is grappling with a $1.1 billion budget shortfall, and Mayor Johnson says one of the ways he plans to close that gap is to target the ultra-rich.
Historically have been balanced on the backs of Black, brown, and working people in Chicago. And it is time as a city that we reject that form of budgeting and then begin to pursue what I believe is more of a righteous budget.
Now, you know, I've done many videos on the mayor of Chicago, and I think this guy is a total disaster. I honestly think he is. And
hey, so Jesse,
let's look at current poll numbers of the job approval rating of Mayor Johnson. Now, currently it stands at 20.
So Brandon Johnson wants to tax the rich, right?
Yeah.
Who is the governor of Illinois?
Pritzker.
What's the Pritzker family own?
Ooh, what do they own?
Is the Pritzker family the rich? Is the Pritzker family all the fucking hotels?
Oh, the hotel chain. Yeah. It sure in the hell is.
So if Brandon Johnson says tax the rich, who is the Illinois governor? Is he the rich? Is he one of them billionaires?
Yep.
Oh, do you see where this shit can sound like Borderlands 3?
Yep.
Who gonna tax who?
Right.
Okay, you nigger in Chicago. You gonna tax what?
Right.
So let's see how that works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see that working out.
6% in August. Now, this is a major increase because just a couple of months ago, it was in the single digits. His approval rating was something like 8%. And as you can see, all major racial groups disapprove of the mayor's job performance. Even the minority groups, the Black and brown people that he says he's working for, they all say this is a horror show. Now, let's just keep it real. Brandon Johnson was a social studies teacher who became like some commissioner on some board
everybody
and ran for mayor. And he played
everybody
into
that's
that,
with
I'm
Brandon
black,
is
I'm going to
against
give
him.
away all
And
this
then now
money.
he got to
I'm
go
going
against
to
the fucking Pritzkers.
make the rich people pay
man.
extra money, and that's essentially.
Didn't the teachers union endorse him? The Chicago's teachers union.
That's all he is a teacher. He doesn't have nothing else besides the teachers.
Right.
And now he want to go against the Pritzkers, the hotel chain.
Yeah, stupid.
Like, man, there's a way to do it. Like, hey, Tate, like, you know, you run for office, Marcel run for office. We know what we're going against, right?
Right.
But you still got to know what you're going against. What the fuck?
Right.
It's like Brandon, BJ, he ain't gonna win this one. He ain't gonna win this one unless he got the grassroots behind
I
it.
don't think Mayor Johnson would be doing.
Right. Well, let's go, Brandon Johnson. Get the fuck out of office.
Such a bad job if he just didn't face the facts of reality. Like, for instance, the police force there in Chicago is understaffed. They've been saying, hey, we need to hire more police officers. It's been a huge problem.
Men and women of CPD are putting in work. Yet the reality, the department is down a significant number of sworn officers.
We are down. We're down close to 2,000 officers.
So now Trump is saying, hey, I want to send you help because crime's a problem in
Brandon
Chicago.
can't even run Chicago
previously
PD, though.
saying, hey, we have an officer shortage. We need more police. The federal government saying, hey, we'll send you some law enforcement officers. We'll send you some police to help augment what you're doing there so you can lower crime. And because obviously it's Trump who's a Republican, Brandon Johnson wants none of it. So he's confronted with that reality on Morning Joe. That seems to be a contradiction, right? Well, you need more cops. And the guy says, we'll send you more cops until you guys can figure it out. And now you're saying you don't want more cops.
We
and they won't
don't
help, but
need
before you
more
say they will help,
cops in
watch what happens.
Chicago.
Just look at it.
I'm
We
curious.
do not need more
Would you
cops in
also
Chicago.
like to get federal funding
We're
to
fine.
help put 5,000 more cops on the street in Chicago? Would that help drive down crime?
Okay, so I'm pausing it right here.
No,
Just
because you
heard
won't
Chicago
arrest the
screaming, we
motherfuckers
lost
that's actually doing this shit.
2,000 cops, sure. No one's just said, hey, federal funding can give you 5,000 more cops, right? You get the 2,000 you asked for and 3,000 more. He knows this. So the answer is an obvious yes, right? Yes, of course that would help. That would help solve a lot of our problems. But let's see what the mayor of Chicago says, because
but
remember,
he doesn't know about his daddy Hamlet car. I'm Hamlet car. Ball car.
I understand that. You've talked about the other things you want. Would 5,000 more police officers on the street in Chicago be helpful to go along with all of those social programs that a lot of cities are engaging in and having success with?
The answer is yes. Yes. It's not going to hurt. It's going to help a lot. Let's see what he says.
Well, look, here's the best way I can put it, Joe, is that in the 90s when I was in high school, we had 3,000 more police officers and we had 900 people being murdered every single year in Chicago. It's just not policing alone. Of course, we want more detectives.
I know it's not policing alone, but do you believe that the streets of Chicago would be safer if there were more uniformed police officers on the streets of Chicago?
I believe the city of Chicago and cities across America would be safer if we actually had, affordable housing. Look,
okay,
I'm not saying that we don't.
That's not the question I asked.
I don't believe that we should narrow it down to just police officers, Joe, is what I'm saying. That is an antiquated approach. I'm saying we've invested in detectives.
Mr. Mayor, are you hearing what I'm saying? Would an additional 5,000 cops on the streets in Chicago help complement those programs to make Chicago safer?
You gotta laugh because first it was with 5,000 more cops help reduce crime. There was 5,000 cops be good for you. That was just like, all right, let's just cut all the BS. Let's see if the mayor of Chicago would even concede that 5,000 more police officers would help. We're not even talking about reducing crime. We're just talking about just helping, period. Would it help to have 5,000 more police officers? Let's see what he says.
Look, we are working hard to make sure that our police department is fully supported.
Of course we know the answer, but if you are in a party that supports defund, dismantle, no bail laws, reimagining the police, sending in the social workers instead, you can't answer that
They're
question.
both
Basic, simple, common sense.
I'm not a fan of Sean Hannity, but he's right in this instance. The mayor literally can't say that having 5,000 more police officers would even help the city, even though his police chief and the rest of them are
it
begging
would
for
not
another
help the
2,000.
city.
He says
The
that
city is not even.
police won't even
Oh,
help. You can't even concede that point. So at the end of the day, Chicago is in a horrible situation. They got this guy running the city. Is a $1.1 billion deficit to them paying that $700 or $600 billion, whatever the number is now, for migrant care. That's more than half of the deficit right there. Now, I'm not saying they would be in a great spot without the migrant crisis. They'd still be in some trouble, but you cannot tell me that this man hasn't essentially destroyed this city. So tell me where I'm wrong in the comment section, as always. Now, there are a lot more issues with Chicago. We're talking about pensions. We're talking about, there's a lot more involved in the budget, but you can't tell me that just an extra $700 thrown to the trash is not going to affect the budget in some way. And now when you're 1.1 billion in the hole, you could have spent that 600 to 700 million in a better way. Tell me when we're in the comment section, say, Nate, you're too political.
What are your thoughts, Crew, since you're in the shy?
Man, so everybody, like what Jay-Z said, you know, when I heard that when I was back home.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here with Queso. I bet I'm in Chicago. Who the bro? Gary, Indiana, the suburbs, Chicago Heights, all this shit. Bro, I'm just fine. My mom goes to the grocery store. All our grandparents go to the grocery store. On 87th.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? On King Drive. Everybody goes to the grocery store.
Yeah.
Everybody pumps their gas. Everybody does what they do. And guess what? Nobody gets robbed. Nobody gets shot.
Right.
So, I mean, this is Chicago on King Drive.
Right.
83rd and King. This is the South Suburbs. Harvey World, Chicago Heights, all this shit. All this shit, this crazy shit, right?
Yeah, Dalton.
And it's an old lady pumping gas right now.
Yeah.
So now what? Hey, Jesse, hold on. Wait, did you wear your vest?
Yep.
Did Lady Tay make it out the car and into the house?
Yep.
You hear me? Like the hell, it's Iraq or some shit. It's not all that. People be acting crazy, dog.
Yeah.
Chicago's not even top 10, top 20 of the craziest cities. Now we can go to the Quad Cities up to Iowa and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Davenport, Moline.
Right. Up north.
Rock.
Or we can go down south by what's that? Well, shorty, sorry, she got shot by the police in the face by the stove.
Springfield.
Right, down south in Illinois.
Yep. Peoria.
Right. And they act like, man, Illinois is the South. Stop playing with us.
Right.
Illinois is the South. We got the North South and the South South in Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get killed Southern style and lynched, or you'll get killed police style up north. In Chicago type shit. You know, gang.
Yep.
Either way, Illinois is that's Indian territory. It's hostile Indian territory.
Yep. It sure is.
Oh, you gonna get done. Oh man. And then people talk, man, I swear. But I love where I was raised, bro.
Yeah.
I want to take a trip. I'm gonna come see you, but I'm gonna drive south. I'm gonna go to Cahokia.
You going to Oklahoma? Oh, you
So
going
no, I'm gonna go down south to go to Cahokia, but then I'm gonna drive west, and then I'm gonna come to Colorado.
Okay.
See, I've been to Tulsa before. Remember, I took my sister out there when she moved out there.
Yeah.
So, like, I've been out there. So maybe I'll go south and go grab her and come pick her up to come see you.
Yeah.
But like, I just want to just take some trips, man.
You can take the 40 to the 25.
But I want to go down, so I could go straight from Chicago to you, right?
Yep. Well, 80.
I could take 80.
80 will take you to Cheyenne, and you have to hit I-25 to go south to Denver.
Right. So I could do that, or I could just go south and then into the E-way, Southern Illinois, like a Tennessee or some shit. That'll meet up to 80 or some shit. Oh, Route 66.
You could take Route 66 too.
See, and both of them in Illinois.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, hey, Jesse, like they're like, if you come over here to Illinois and go to like one of these places of Route 66,
Yeah.
they're like the movies.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about like the movies. Like you see this shit, and you bring your camera and be like, oh shit, this is that movie I was watching.
Right.
And then it's like, hurry up with your camera, because it's like the movie you was watching is still in sundown town. Let's get the fuck up out of here.
Yeah.
You know?
Especially if you end up in Anna. Fuck Anna. Ain't no niggas allowed.
Right. No, but I want to go to Seattle.
Seattle.
Yeah,
Cairo?
that's what y'all call it. It's called Seattle.
Oh, I thought it was Cairo.
No, that's what it's spelled like. But the
Okay.
people, from what I hear, the people from there call it Seattle.
Okay. Seattle.
You get me?
Yeah.
But that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like, I want to go down there and see, but I'm going to have my whoop whoop on me to make sure I get up out of there.
Right.
If they tell us, hey, y'all can't stay over here overnight. How come? Because y'all can't. All right, I'm finna.
Right.
I'll be back in the daytime.
You could take 55 to St. Louis, and then
I know. All of that shit is right here, like where I stay at.
Yep.
294, 394, 90, 94. I can get to Detroit. I can get to Cali. I can get to Atlanta. All this shit. 65, like 10 minutes from me.
Yep.
65. I could take 65 south down to. You know what the difference, right?
Between the highways.
Odd and even numbers.
Yep.
You get it? What's crazy is 94, it still goes through Detroit, right?
Yep.
But it still goes north from Chicago, right?
Yeah.
But it's still east to west. But it still stops in every city.
Right. Well, I go up to Milwaukee.
It goes to Detroit.
And then it goes to Detroit. Yep.
It goes to Detroit, Chicago, Milwaukee, and then still goes west, and then still goes east.
Yep.
My shit. I'm Route 30, right? So that's where I came up with crew, right?
Yeah.
So I'm 30 crew, right?
Okay.
That's what my rapper, like everybody I rap with, we're the 30 crew, right? Route 30 crew.
Mm-hmm.
That shit goes from Astoria, Oregon, to Atlantic City, New Jersey, coast to coast. Route 30. All even numbers go east to west. All odd numbers go north to south. So 65 goes south.
Yep. Just like
So I'll take 80 to 65 and I get to Atlanta. Because 65 goes south.
No, you got to get to 75.
I gotta get this. Look, from where I'm at, I take 80,
Yep.
94, 80, and then I take it to 65 in Indiana. 65 in Indiana goes south.
Yeah.
It'll take me to Tennessee, Kentucky, and Atlanta.
Yeah. Well, not 65 would take you to Atlanta. I thought 75 would take you to Atlanta.
Hold on, let me see.
No, 65 would take you to Birmingham. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, 65 would take you to Birmingham. You have to get on 75 to get to Atlanta.
Yeah, it ain't gonna get me to Atlanta.
You have to get on 75. So you have to go to Naptown.
Yeah, it'll get me. Yeah, it'll get me to Louisville. And yeah, you're correct. You're very correct.
I know, nigga. I used to study maps.
Oh, I-74.
I used to.
Oh yeah, that'll get me to Atlanta. I'll take 65 to 74. I-74.
Yeah, you can do it like that too.
So, but all right, which way?
I helped my mom get from Saginaw, Michigan, back to Denver when I was 8 years old. We broke up, crew. I can't hear you now. All right, I'm gonna move on to red state crime. Democrats claim that red state crime is out of control.
Republicans say Democrats are responsible for the explosion in crime.
From coast to coast, crime is exploding in Democrat-run cities.
Lawlessness in blue cities continues.
Portland and Seattle and Chicago, there's all hell is breaking loose in New York,
where people are regularly shot, beaten, and robbed in public.
Every city, it is out of control.
Chicago has become a sanctuary for violent, depraved criminals.
San Francisco devolved into a hellhole. LA County, this is a lawless hellhole.
Dangerous, filthy hellhole.
I am getting out of this hellhole.
Your safety is in peril with Democrats in power.
Now, Democrats say it's Republican states where all the crime is, not Democratic cities.
Republicans love to blame crime on Democrats and liberal policies. But here's the thing. Among the 10 states with the highest murder rates in 2020, 8. Yeah, 8. You see them on the map. 8 voted for Trump. That's according to a new report by the centrist group Third Way.
I want people to be safe. That's not the Republicans' argument, because, of course, if you look at real crime statistics, which they're not interested in examining, the states with the highest crime levels are states run by Republicans. That's just a fact.
So which side is lying? Are the Republicans lying or the Democrats lying? Let's break it down. Where something's off. Your eye's swollen, your neck got a weird pain, or you have a cold that just won't quit. And instead of calling a doctor, you scroll TikTok and YouTube like that's going to fix it. Okay, so the president of the United States, Donald Trump, wants to attack crime in big liberal cities like Chicago, New York, and Washington, D.C.
President Trump is ramping up his rhetoric about federal intervention in several Democrat-run cities as a result of crime. Yesterday on Truth Social, he called Chicago the murder capital of the world. But recently released FBI data shows the Windy City isn't even one of the top 10 major cities in the U.S. for violent crime. Many of the cities with the highest
And
violent
London
crime rates
doesn't
are in
even
fact
have
found in
guns.
red states. Run
Them must got Mercedes. What's cracking, cuz? We're going over red state versus blue state. Whose crime is the worst? So Memphis, M-Town.
Yeah, Memphis, and that's a red state.
Oakland,
That's over with.
that's a Detroit, that's a red state.
No,
Little
Michigan,
Rock.
no. Detroit, Michigan is a blue state.
No, the state of Michigan is red.
Michigan is no.
No, it's a blue state. You're right. Little Rock, Arkansas, red state. Baltimore, Maryland, a blue state. Cleveland, Ohio, red state. Kansas City, Missouri, red state. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, red state. Colorado is a purple state, but right now it's blue.
Colorado is a red state, and Denver, like Colorado is like Illinois. Colorado is a red state, and they got that fucking blue city that fucks everything up for everybody else.
Yeah, pretty much. So we got Pueblo. Pueblo's pretty bad. I've been down there. It's pretty bad down there. St. Louis, I've been to St. Louis. It's pretty bad in St. Louis.
Hey, Jesse, it's like we got so much of a population up here by Chicago.
Yeah.
Like it throws off like the rest of what the rest of the state is.
Yep, it sure does.
You know what I mean? Like it's Southern Illinois, like even where Shorty and rest of so like where Shorty got popped by the police next to a stove.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even Southern Illinois. That's Middle Illinois. That's not even Southern Illinois.
Nope.
Like that's Middle Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, like if you imagine if you was there during slavery or during Jim Crow or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You got Kentucky, you got Missouri.
Yep.
You know what I mean? All that right there by the river.
Yep. Well, Missouri.
Man, a motherfucker snatch you up right there and just carry you across the river.
Yeah, well, Missouri, that was a fugitive slave state.
That's what I'm saying. But Illinois wasn't. But you were there at the river with two more slave states.
Yeah. Yep. And then you had Anna. No niggas allowed.
And guess what? All right, so Colorado, you know, that's the headquarters of the Klan, right?
Sure is.
But you know, Indiana was they retreat.
Yep.
Indiana, oh man, you don't want to get caught in Indiana.
You don't want to get caught in Idaho either.
No, Indiana is damn near as bad as Colorado.
Yeah. That's true.
Indiana is terrible.
Yeah, Little Rock ain't that big because you said Little Rock ain't that big, and in the top 4 reminds me of Little East Palo Alto. Yep. Shout out to Twisted Insane. Yep. East Palo Alto in the Bay. That was the murder capital during the 90s at one point. Yep. It sure was. Oh, we lost crew. He'll be back. Yep. All right, welcome back, crew.
Hey, my bro asking me. Hold on, shoot it to me. Hey, look, he telling me about all these motherfucker cars they found in the Chicago River.
Oh.
Shoot them, like text it to me, and then I'll play. Hold on. Text it to me. Like, damn, what?
I got you.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
I'll text you right now. Here you go.
How do I'm gonna share my screen then?
Yeah, I gotta stop sharing. Yeah, you have to share your screen. Let me stop sharing. All right, go ahead.
What? That's it?
Hit the plus at the bottom. Are you on the computer or are you on your phone? Oh, damn. He hit the wrong button. All right, well, while we're waiting on him to get that together, I'm going to go back to sharing what I was sharing. Okay, he's back.
On my screen.
All right,
Hey, Jesse.
yeah.
How do I share my screen?
Where the plus is at the bottom. You see the plus with the TV? With the... Damn it. I keep hitting the wrong button.
Run by Republicans.
Now, that's CBS.
All right, try it again. Let me stop sharing. All right, share your screen.
How do I share my screen?
So you see where the plus is at the very bottom?
I don't see a plus. I see
You
this.
don't see a computer. At the very bottom where the mic and the video is at.
It's not giving me, bro. It's not giving me the shit.
Just post the link in the private chat and I'll pull it up.
Okay.
Probably because it ain't updated.
Because he's on his
Oh, wait, I
phone.
thought you was on this phone.
What the hell is this shit? What the fuck was it?
You're on your phone, huh, crew? All right, well, he's getting that together.
Yes, and they're supposed to be neutral. But if you didn't notice, they did what I call the dishonest shift. See, Trump was talking crime in cities, and notice how they switched it to crimes in states. And then they put up this list, which is a very interesting list. Let's look at Memphis, Tennessee. In 2024, they had 2,501 violent crimes. Tennessee is a ruby red state. That's also true. And if you look at the list, it's a mix of both red and blue states. But I'm going to tell you something that CBS is not going to tell you. Only one of these cities is run by a Republican mayor. All the rest of them are run by Democrats. Let's go over it. Current mayor of Memphis,
So,
Tennessee,
but they did the
is
same
Paul
thing in
Democrat.
North Carolina.
Jubilee, she's a Democrat. Detroit, Michigan is Mike Dugan. He's a Democrat. Little Rock, Arkansas. Surprise, Frank Scott Jr., he's also a Democrat. Baltimore, Maryland Mayor Brandon Scott is a Democrat too. Justin
They did the
Bibb,
same
another
thing in North
Democrat.
Carolina.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin has Censor, who's also a Democrat. Colorado, their mayor is Heather Graham, a Republican. Interesting, the first Republican on the list. But the state government there is Democrat controlled. And we'll end with St. Louis, Missouri, where Kara Spencer is the Democrat mayor of that town. And it gets worse because when you look at the top 20 cities in America and organize them by highest murder rate to least murder rate, only 2 of those cities are run by Republicans and the rest are run by Democrats. So think about this. The worst cities in America are all run by Democrats. And they're found in Democrat-run states and Republican-run states. Least murder rate, only 2 of those cities.
Look, Memphis, Tennessee, red state. Missouri, red state. Baltimore is in a blue state. DC is ran by Democrats. Alabama's in a red state. Is a red state. Virginia, blue state. Philadelphia, blue city. St. Louis, red. Kansas City, red.
Are you telling me St. Louis, Missouri is red? You telling me that? You telling me it's not a Democrat city? St. Louis, Missouri is not in. It's not a Democrat city.
St. Louis is a Democratic city, but the state is a red state.
All right, so now let's keep it correct then. St. Louis is a blue city.
Yeah, St. Louis is a blue city, but it's in a red state.
Right. Just like Chicago is a blue city in a red state.
Even though Illinois usually goes blue.
That's because all the population's in Chicago. And they be lying. That's why Pritzker is on his Ozempic.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to the feds just like all the other former governors of Illinois.
Yep. Yep, that's typical.
And he just took his Ozempic so he can try to fit through the bars. Man, you ain't seen Pritzker?
Are run by Republicans, and the rest are run by Democrats.
Hey, Queso Cheese said, oh, Pritzker is skinny now? I said, no, he's not skinny, but he ain't big. Look, he took his Ozempic. He's still a fat boy, but he
been Ozempic like Fat Joe?
Right.
Fat Joe got fat again, though, ain't he?
No, he ain't even talking about the same Fat Joe. Yeah, but no, Fat Joe.
Let me see if I can pull this up.
Oh, yeah, that's Joey Essex. What is his name?
Let me try to pull this up.
Wait, when somebody presented to me, everybody, man, they found out I was like, I had to like it, but that ain't what the story said. I just watched it. It's kind of sucks.
About the
That's
cars.
because all the cars they found was all whack.
Let me see if I can pull this up.
That was Che and Queso driving them weak ass cars.
You stupid.
Talking about, I gotta hit the shifter.
You stupid crew.
Motherfucker, it's an automatic. Y'all trying to shift and it's an automatic. I'm like, oh man. I don't know what to do. Talking about, where's the clutch? Nigga, ain't no clutch.
For about 6 or 7 years. They went missing on May 15th of 1970.
Chaos searching parts of the Chicago River because of the direction the couple was headed after leaving a dinner party on the night they disappeared.
We travel all over the country. We search for missing persons who are lost with their vehicle, potentially.
Divers discovered nearly 100 cars that somehow ended up in the Chicago River.
Every time we've gone out to clear more vehicles through our diving, we have located more vehicles on sonar, and getting back to that one car, we'll find another one on the way. So right now we're up to 97. I have a feeling we'll probably reach over the 100 car mark.
Chaos Divers, which does this free of charge for the families they help, and they raise money through donations, is still on the hunt for that yellow 1969 Oldsmobile 442 that the couple was driving in. They'll search until Monday, move on to another cold case.
So
Oldsmobile 442, are you serious? Are people still
And
driving
no,
those?
and then they said they're gonna stop. They said they're gonna stop searching on Monday.
Yeah, no. Okay, so my boy I was telling you about who is heavy in the wrestling game, he's on right now. Jay Militant.
Yo, what down? Salute. Salute Jay Milton. What up, everybody in the chat? Yeah, up late. Demonstrating. That's what's happening.
Casey think he knows something about boxing. And
He called me.
oh, I'm sorry, Queso. He said I called him Casey instead of Queso. Hey Jesse, I'm sorry, Jesso.
My damn name, crew. That's like it's
I
calling
mean,
you Rayo.
I mean, Tay. So Tay. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, let me get back to the original clip playing.
So think about this. The worst cities in America are all run by Democrats. And they're found in Democrat-run
not.
states.
We
What's the bottom
proved that
line? Look,
wrong.
if times out of 10, it's going to be run by Democrats. Now, here's the spin. First, let's start with YouTuber David Pacman. He's going
to... Jay Millicent said, are you in the ICC too?
Huh?
Okay, so are you in the IWC?
No,
I guess that's for wrestling.
No, I ain't know I do. No, like I said, I like wrestling. I don't watch wrestling, bro. I said I like wrestling, but I don't. You know, I like old school, like you know, like I said, Stone Cold, and like back then, like when we was kids, you know, like. Other than that, you know, I look at it. I wanna, you know, I got interest in it, but bro, it's not too much stuff that'll gain my attention. Like I know some of the man. Terry used to scare you, didn't he? Oh, Terry, you talking about Terry? Nah, Terry. He used to rip his shirt off. Terry, that was my boy, man. Like, come on, look. That racist. No, I'm just saying, bro. Like, if you Hulkamania, bro, you know Hulkamania was real, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, that boy had so much influence, and if he didn't, you know, like I said, it's a character or whatever. His true color showed out, or if it hadn't, you know, he could. He was the most popular man. He was more popular. Are you serious, bro? My girlfriend. My girlfriend's dad pull up in the van. He was the most popular athlete in the world before Michael Jordan, bro. Like, come on, bro. My girlfriend's dad. It was Hulk Hogan. Said, like, what you talking about, fool? He was worldwide, man. That man, like, if he, man, he had so much potential, bro. I'm just saying, like, I'm just talking like perspective, like, hey, what you talking about, fool? No, what you talking about, brother? But I like the Macho Man. You know, the Macho Man. That's my boy. But
yeah,
you know,
Macho Man. He said Hulkamania cost a black man a world title run.
Which black man? Which black man? Who had the world title run? Yeah, dog. We heard what Mr. T gave some shit up to Hulk, right?
Yeah.
Over some white supremacy shit.
Yeah. I think you're talking about Mr. T.
Yeah, Mr. T gave some shit up to Hulk over some white supremacy shit. Right. Ain't that what you're talking about? Brown. Oh man, see, no. See, yeah. White supremacy. Hey, I was born in '84, man. So JYD, I was, you know, I was on the tail end of that, you know, and yeah, I didn't even know Bad News Brown.
Oh, you
I'm gonna go ahead and do some research though. You know, Jay Millicent, you know, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead.
On the wrestling.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little YouTube, you know. Put a little YouTube search in. Go ahead and give me
Two, Queso called What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. You should definitely sub up. He be talking about wrestling, old school wrestling on his channel.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, case like all that shit. Yeah, Mid South. You look. I'll be watching. What's the name? My boy Cornette. He funny as hell, man. You know, and I like WCW. I used to love WCW, man. Like, oh man, when they had I like different wrestling other than the WWF. So yeah, I definitely check that out. I definitely check it out, Jay Milton. What's cracking, people?
Link is in the description to this show too.
Yeah. You see how they play Blacc. You see how they spell Blacc. You see how they spell Blacc.
With
two C's. Yeah, that's a squad right there. That's what's happening. I would definitely check you out. But I don't mean to get impede on the No, you with me. He got his video going. Right, so whatever he's doing. I just chimed in, dog.
He said he said he just did the Great American Bash 89 watch along.
Oh man. I wonder who was on that boy. God damn. Probably some Dusty Rhodes, American Dream, and man, who was in WCW back then, man? Hold on. We got good actors called Dusty Rhodes. And they still ain't dusty Nigerians. Hey, these motherfuckers still use toilets and still don't be musty, even though they be resting it all day. Dusty Rose, I bet you Dusty Rose still ain't musty.
He said Terry Funk and Ric Flair and Sting versus
Ric Flair ain't musty. Hey, motherfuckers be loving Ric Flair. Bro, Ric Flair is that motherfucker. What you mean? He done slap the shit out you. Ric Flair, let's slap the shit out you. Bow, 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 bow. And he ain't musty. And he ain't musty. He don't smell like a trotro in Africa. Hey, you know what? You know who I like? I like Jay Lethal, man. Jay Lethal so cold, man. Hey, and you know, he said, what's cracking TV? He said he do we do MMA or something too? Or like what about Mike Tyson, Jake? Man, I like boxing, bro. I mess with boxing heavy. I want to start me a little Mike Tyson finna fight Floyd. I know, bro. Tank finna fight Jake Paul, and Tyson finna fight Floyd Mayweather. It's finna be an exhibition next year in 2026.
What?
Yeah. And look, I think because Floyd been going at it with Roy Jones Jr. Because because Floyd said he better than Ali, and Roy took it. It's gonna be the Grinch versus Green Eggs and Ham. But Roy already fought Mike Tyson, and they fought to a draw in the exhibition. The only reason you gonna win. Floyd late. I just think Floyd late because Floyd he should have fought. He should have fought. What he's late because Jake Paul already fought Mike Tyson, and Jake Paul finna fight Tank. Like he should have fought Tank. Hey, it should have been Floyd versus Tank. Hey, watch this. Hey. But he late. He's getting Tyson. He getting Jake Paul's leftover. Hey, watch this. Hey, Jesse.
What?
The only reason I can talk shit to you because I got a girl that live in the top floor, and that's as high as your altitude.
Shit, you a mile high.
Right, so I gotta take the elevator. It takes 3 minutes for the elevator to get upstairs, and my ears pop 3 times.
Did you get sick at the same time? If you come out here, you're gonna get mountain sickness.
I don't look out the window. Hey, I'm just talking shit, lying. But no, that's what I'm saying. Like the downtown shit.
Yeah.
Them buildings.
Yeah.
You get me? Like them down that shit, yeah, that's about as high as what you'll be on a regular floor.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
He said Floyd needs the money too.
They all need the money.
Well,
I mean, I don't know what.
I don't think any of them need the money.
Look, I don't know what they. I know. Look, when it comes to them characters, like I said,
They present whenever they're presented to us. It's on a media outlet now. Social media is popular. Before it was in magazines. Period. You know, newspaper. Like however they got new TV. Like this is how we get information about these people, bro. So, like, unless you know them personally, I mean, I know they living more comfortable than we are. How? How are they living more comfortable on a?
Floyd Mayweather don't have to go to work. Like he don't have to.
Wait, because he got a rocket ship. Because he can fly to the moon, right?
He may have his own business, but like
he can fly to the moon, right?
Like he
well.
He was a good boxer though. Like Floyd, like don't get me wrong, but how it is now.
I'm trying to get you to. So Floyd can't fly to the moon, right?
What are you talking about?
Because he got a bunch of money, he can't fly to the moon.
Cuz came out here last year, got that mountain sickness. He said fast.
Because the moon ain't where.
Huh? The moon is it's probably out right now.
Oh, but why? Is it what the sky?
Yeah, it's in the sky right there.
Why? Where is?
That's where the moon is.
So where? How do we get to the moon? Take Elon Musk. A good question. You get to that light out there. He said that light out there.
Yeah. Man, that light is an anomaly, boy. It'd be 3 of them sometimes. And then it don't be, it don't supposed to be up at the same time as the sun. Then it be up at the same time as the sun. It'd be up in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, man. Like, man, it's crazy.
You know, and then they tell you, like, you know, you go to school and they tell you, you know, they program you to believe, like, hey, man, believe what you want, bro. I just, when it comes to what, I just know the stuff that they tell us, they don't tell us the whole truth about nothing. They don't tell, you know, so, hey, when it comes to truth, that's not what's being told. It may have some of it, but if it ain't all truth, what is it? Hey, look, I'm finna collect some pork and it's gonna turn to some giraffe and zebra.
Oh my God, bro, you stupid. We don't need no bush meat.
Oh, I don't fly through Detroit.
Here we go. Let's go to another news headline. A meaningful news headline. Wow.
We gotta finish this clip up.
Go ahead, bro. I told them to
spin this like a top and tell us why it's really Republicans' fault that Democrat cities and Republican states are nightmares.
We might be better served understanding that and also looking at areas rather than just cities. What Republicans do is they shift the focus to cities rather than areas. And that allows them to play on these bigoted racist ideas that the city is filled with these scary minorities who are going to rob you and sexually assault you, and sort of like the Willie Horton ad type of attention away from
to remember Willie Horton.
That Republican-dominated areas have violent crime that on a per capita basis is just as bad as a lot of the cities. Cities have more people and have more population density.
So we're not talking about cities, we're talking about areas. Now, to be fair, that was in 2020 when he said that. But people actually buy that as an argument. A city is an area. So I don't know what he's
all this time.
I'm wondering, has anybody ever been stabbed by a meth head?
Like to talk about cities, which are areas, but we really need to talk about really, so it's highly important. As you heard, he touched on racism. They're only saying this because of racism, not because the stats absolutely say it. You can't deny the stats. Matter of fact, let's move forward. Here is MSNBC continuing on with the only reason why they're saying this is because they're really racist. See, even though the stats say crime is crazy, but it's racist to actually point out crime.
It's even better when you have your very own propaganda cable channel running stuff like this all day, every day. Dystopian, nakedly racist video, preferably grainy, security cam footage featuring
Have any of you ever been stabbed
exclusively
by
Black people
a
committing
meth-headed
crime in big cities? It is like a escape on an apple. The entire Portland, Oregon has been to the ground. It's gone. Nothing left. And that every other big city in this country is a post-apocalyptic inferno.
Now, obviously, you guys have been watching the news. Trump's send the National Guard into D.C. Murder rate plummeted, crime plummeted, and now he's saying we want to do that to other cities. We want the murder rate in these Black areas where the murder rate is insane. We want it to plummet, especially like after Chicago. Chicago had a weekend where something like 50 people got shot.
A deadly Labor Day weekend in Chicago as President Trump continues to set his eye on the city, threatening to send in the National
homicide
Guard
is not
as
murder.
early as this
They're
week.
lying.
At least 52 people have been shot in
fuckboy is
Chicago
lying.
over the Labor Day weekend.
Happened at Haddon in California, in Chicago's Humboldt Park neighborhood, and two in Chicago's
You can
Bronzeville neighborhood, 35th and State and 36th rather, and Cottage Grove. ABC 7's Jasmine Miner talked to people in Bronzeville about concerns about two mass shootings happening within 48 hours.
53 people shot over Labor Day weekend, 7 killed, 2 mass shootings. And we're supposed to believe Chicago is some type of utopia? It's Brandon Johnson. When he was asked, hey, if they sent you 5,000 more police to keep the city safe, would that help? Listen to this clown's answer.
I'm curious. Would you also like to get federal funding to help put 5,000 more cops on the street in Chicago? Would that help drive down crime?
Well, look, policing by itself
cities are engaging in and having success with.
Well, look, here's the best way I can put it, Joe, is that in high school, we had 3,000 more police officers and we had 900 people being murdered every single year in Chicago. It's just not policing alone. Of course, we want more detectives.
I know it's not policing alone, but do you believe that the streets of Chicago would be safer if there were more uniformed police officers on the streets of Chicago?
I believe the city of Chicago and cities across America would be safer if we actually had, affordable housing.
That's not the question I asked.
I don't believe that we should narrow it down to just police officers, Joe, is what I'm saying. That is an antiquated approach. I'm saying we've invested in detectives.
Mr. Mayor, are you hearing what I'm saying? Would an additional 5,000 cops on the streets in Chicago help complement those programs to make Chicago safer?
Look, we are working hard to make sure that our police department is fully supported.
53 people, 2 mass shootings, and 5,000 more cops. Would that just help? Not even drop. Would that just be helpful? There's not people in the streets in places like New Orleans, Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., Oakland, California, Memphis, Tennessee. And now that someone actually stands up and says, we want to actually put people on the street to save Black people's lives. It is the Black people like Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Democrats like David Packman, who don't want it to happen. They want to keep those Black people problem localized in Democrat-run Over 90% of the crime is happening in places run by Democrats who defunded the police, who went light on crime, and now they're trying to pretend that none of that has an effect. The local leadership, it's the mayor, it's the police commissioner in that city who controls how to respond to crime. It's the district attorneys in those cities, the ones that say, we're not going to prosecute crimes anymore, that control the crimes in those cities. So if you think I'm wrong, let me know in the comment section, because I'm going to tell you every stat you look at, from the FBI to the local crime reports, are saying the same thing. The worst crime
The
in the nation.
FBI stats are bogus.
Period.
And this nigga should know
My name
that. He's a lying fucking. Oh, God. Oh, fuck this nigga.
Yeah, he lying. He lying because they didn't defund the police. That's a damn show. I'm in Blue City. They ain't defund the police. These motherfuckers just voted to get these motherfuckers erased earlier tonight. All right. So I'm gonna move on because yeah, that was some bullshit. All right, so next is busted. ICE vehicle stolen by a tow truck driver. Now he's facing prison.
Hey, Jay, you knew that was gonna happen. He did some bogus shit. He knew what was going on. He thought he was the guy.
Come on, computer. Yeah. So TD Media Group out of LA.
Dangerous. And he was totally out of control.
Sheriff broke up 38-year-old Josue Castroneda Castro after the Mexican national was driving drunk, got stuck in the path of an oncoming CSX train, and then tried to fight the conductor.
He's already right. The engineers on the train. He fought with the
leading deputies on a half-a-mile chase before he was arrested.
When backup arrived, the drone arrived, the helicopter arrived, the canine arrived. You can go to jail tired, or you can just...
With 4 previous DUI convictions, Sheriff Judd says he's the poster child for why Polk County is one of ICE's biggest allies. Castroneda Castro is now being held on a slew of felony charges, including assaulting law enforcement and canines and interfering with a train.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TV Media Group.
Tired or this,
social media
that, that. Run that back. Run that back like 40 seconds.
Today, we have to head on. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly,
ICE's biggest allies. Castroneda Castro.
The helicopter arrived, the canine arrived. You can go to jail tired, or you can just go to jail, but you're going to jail.
This man is an illegal immigrant with 4 previous DUI convictions. Sheriff Judd says he's the poster child for why Polk County is one of ICE's biggest allies. Castroneda Castro is now being held on a slew of felony charges, including assaulting law enforcement and canines and interfering with a train.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TV Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship. Introduction out of the way. Let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to Los Angeles, where I am. Why is that? Because F around and find out is in full effect. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what I voted for. I love seeing consequences when people engage in ignorant actions. And there is a tow truck driver here in LA who thought it was a hilarious idea to tow the vehicle away of ICE agents who are engaging in arrests. A lot of her fame from being doxing them and just talking all type of crazy while having the audacity to be an illegal immigrant on top of that. Many of you remember this clip at first because this is the clip of the illegal immigrant female who was live at the time as well. Let's check this out very quickly. Why these folks think that these folks think resisting arrest is going to help them? It's not. You're just making things worse for you, man. They got you. You know they got you. Stop playing games like you don't know who they are and why they're coming after you. You know, once you got you, caught red-handed, you're under arrest. You're better off just going peacefully, okay, than getting dragged out of a car, just completely humiliated publicly, right? But let's rewind back a little bit because we don't need to discuss her. She's whatever. This part right here is what's important. You see here when this ICE agent, let me mute this, goes on the run. Look at this. You're gonna see he says, "Hey," and then he takes off. That's because the vehicle is getting towed. The ICE vehicle is getting towed. But ladies and gentlemen, justice has been served because the douchebag that thought it was hilarious to tow this ICE vehicle has been arrested. And if I'm not mistaken, he is looking at 10 years in prison, fed time. Now, before we get into the actual article breaking that down, what I want to do next is for us to take a moment to actually watch the video of his perp walk because he was so mad. Oh, he was pissed off. But I don't know what you were mad about because the chickens just came home to roost. You effed around and found out. Let's check this video out next.
Come on, man. Why are you playing games?
What? Let me make it full screen so you guys can see it better. He had a lot of nerve. He said, "Come on, man. Why are you playing games? Why were you playing games? Why were you playing games? And what made you think that it was a good idea to tow an ICE vehicle in the middle of an arrest? Why were you playing games?" Let me make it full screen so you can see it better. This is completely ridiculous. It is amazing how these folks believe that they shouldn't have to suffer any consequences for their ignorant actions. This is the entitlement that DNC lunacy produces. Once again, let me replay it again, full screen.
Why are you playing?
The audacity of sitting there saying, "Come on, man, why are you playing games?" No, you're playing games. And he's not the only one. This has kind of been a little bit of a thing. It hasn't been a huge issue, but it is a thing out here. At least on a handful of occasions. I've seen other videos where you have tow truck drivers that are waiting around lurking. They get the word of an ICE raid that's going down, and then they'll pull up to where the ICE raid is happening. And because most times, really every time when law enforcement is engaged in some sort of an operation, the police show up, a firefighter show up, they never park perfectly, right? They're double parked, the cars or vehicle is diagonal in the middle of the street. These law enforcement vehicles, because they're, obviously it's an emergency and they're trying to get to wherever they're trying to get to help someone who's in distress, make an arrest, to stop a bad guy. They don't have time to change in the meter before they carry on with whatever operation or whatever arrest or situation that they're handling, right? They typically park however they park, they get out of the car and they do what they have to do. If you're not towing police vehicles if you're not towing firefighter trucks, if you're not towing ambulances when they're in the middle of their operations, why are you towing ICE vehicles? Just an obstruction of justice because you're stupid. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Stop letting Democrats pump your head up with nonsense, thinking that you can carry on without consequences following behind it, because Trump is in office now and there will be consequences. And I want to get into what the consequences are here. Give me a moment to pull this video down, and I want to get into an article that quickly breaks down his situation. Okay, so check this out here. Tow truck driver
There were
slapped with federal charge
consequences.
after hauling away ICE vehicle. He can laugh behind bars. A tow truck driver in Los Angeles is facing a federal charge of towing an immigration and customs enforcement vehicle on August 15th, and he could be behind bars for a decade if found guilty. Bobby Nunez was allegedly laughing and filming as he towed a vehicle belonging to ICE agents. So once again, come on, man, were you playing games? No, it was fun and games when you were laughing while towing the vehicle. So don't cry now. Isn't it amazing how everybody loves to cry and shed tears and want to beg for mercy and say, please stop playing games or don't deport me? You know, once they've been caught, you shouldn't have been playing games to begin. We're in the middle of an operation to arrest an illegal immigrant and had their emergency lights flashing as they boxed in the target's vehicle with their own to prevent her escape. And I quote, apparently, he thought it would be funny to interfere with our immigration enforcement operations. But now he can laugh behind bars while he faces justice. Nunez is looking at up to 10 years in federal prison if convicted. Acting United States Attorney Bill Asaley posted to X on Tuesday. And as we round this article out and bring it to a close, it reads, ICE agents are currently facing a 1,000% uptick in assault since this time last year, the Department of Homeland Security said in August. And obviously this is all DNC fueled. But you got to think to yourself, once again, just concerning what's DNC fueled as it pertains to nonsense. You know, who are you actually protecting, right? Is this about the American people or some sort of a foolish pride, right, that you have? Thinking that you're doing right by, quote, your people as far as units go, because obviously this individual is Latino. The woman that was being arrested was Latino. But when you look at the ICE agents in California here in Los Angeles, honestly, I would say the majority of them are Latino as well. And, you know, they face a lot of criticism. Hispanic ICE agents, they're told by their people. But when you do a situation like this, look at this here. Let me zoom in just a little bit. This guy right here, who we're going to get into as we bring this video to a close, and killed a woman. And he killed a woman who just happened to be Hispanic. But he's not the sellout. This guy right here, he's not a sellout. Not this guy here. I want to. So the X post from Bill Mulligan reads, new. DHS confirms that a suspected DUI driver who veered his Maserati into oncoming traffic and crashed head-on into a car in Nashville, who, get this, had his temporary protection status revoked a decade ago. His TPS status was revoked over 10 years. T and TPS stands for temporary, not permanent. He should have been gone. But when you say that, somehow you're now a bigot, you're xenophobic. No. TPS, your TPS status revoked. Then masked men are going to take you home for you. Okay, so that should have happened already, but because it didn't, Now a woman lost her life, and that is very tragic. DHS tells Fox that Julio Cesar Herrera Gonzalez, a Honduran national, was granted in 2015. He also has a vandalism conviction. So now he's here committing crime. His TPS was revoked and he's committing crime while here. That's great, but still allowed to roam the streets. As a result of the crash, he has now been charged with vehicular homicide, vehicular assault, DUI, and driving without a license. And he's driving without a license. He's driving dirty. Okay. ICE has played online jail records. He is being and is not eligible for release, which is good. But unfortunately, too little, too late. Too little, too late. Let's get into a video clip, or I should say a news clip concerning this guy's situation and the life that he took. Shut this video down.
An illegal immigrant is accused of killing a woman and injuring her fiance during a drunk drive in Nashville. Tonight, we are hearing from the victim's family as this case adds debate. An update conditions.
Scott, tonight here at victim is fighting for his life. It's never acceptable.
Sarabia Barahile would light up any room. David Sarabia tells me pick on words.
Very difficult,
Sarabia tells me Lorena had just moved with her fiance, Marco Antonio Baez del Angel, to Nashville when Metro Police say driver Julio Cesar Herrera Gonzalez crashed into them, killing.
He's really fighting like really, really bad.
Officers say the crash happened at the intersection of Bell Road and Harris.
I'm upset.
Department of Homeland Security officials reveal Gonzalez is an undocumented immigrant from Honduras. The agency says his temporary protected status was revoked in 2015, and he has a
should be punished, but because he took a bad decision, he was responsible.
Williams is a GOP strategist.
A prime example of why President
critics who say anybody can commit this type of crime regardless of the immigration status.
The point is that would have never happened.
The point, he should have never been with. TPS was revoked. He should have been deported, eventually taken a life. And look at the people that were involved. Life. Meanwhile, the guy that took the life, this man here, he's not a sellout. No, he should have just been allowed to, and people like him just be allowed to roam, right? He's not to sell out for a life of his own that he took, but he's not to sell out. The Hispanic ICE agent is a sellout, not this guy here. You want to talk about backwards and twisted logic? There you have it. There you have it. But going back to this guy here, who apparently he's not a sellout either. This guy right here. Let's listen to that one more time in closing.
Come on, man. Why are you playing games?
Either, right? The guys that are actually trying to take the bad guys and the worst of the worst off the street. They're the sellouts that are wrong. Logic. I surely don't. and it's completely ridiculous. At least in this situation here, justice is coming around. So with all that being said, that does it for today's news. I want to thank you guys for sharing this video.
And do the same for Frontline Black News. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I don't have no pity for this illegal. You're going to steal an ICE goddamn vehicle. You're going to tow an ICE vehicle. And think you're going to get away with that shit. Then you get caught talking about why you playing. No, you played, you fucked around, and you found out. What's your thoughts, crew?
Hey, I ain't got
Crew,
no
are you
thoughts,
still there?
man. I'll be like, man, try that around here.
Right.
Like basically, so basically, like they can't do that around here. Everybody be flexing, everybody be doing everything. They can't really do that around here. They can't do that in Chicagoland. Now I'll come out there in the mountains, and I can't even do that out there in the mountains.
Nope. The mountains are to the west of us.
No, I'm saying, like, even though I'm tough out here in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
It's a whole different thing in the mountains.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Like, my gangster will work out here, but it ain't gonna work out in the mountains.
Right.
Your mountain gangster ain't gonna work in Cali, and it ain't gonna work in the middle. You know what I mean? Your mountain gangster works in the mountains.
Yeah.
But it ain't gonna work in Chicago.
Right.
You get me? Like, LA gangster ain't gonna work in the mountains.
Right.
Like, people better understand where they at. It
Right.
ain't where you from, is where you at. But like, people better understand where they at. What you think, Case?
What's your thoughts, Case?
I ain't got no thoughts on it.
Okay. All right, so moving along, it's probably gonna be the last topic before I pass the hell out, and that's that goddamn tether, Zurich or Frankic. What is his damn name? Frankic, Zanu, being
Hey, Jesse, I told you, man, I used to like Africans. They told me I used to have an African accent, right?
Yeah.
I really cannot stand their accents. Like, I think they be lying. Every time I hear an African accent, I think somebody's lying.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be like, somebody's lying.
Hey, so look, I just got a question. So when you hear crew, do you hear an accent?
I hear a slight accent, but it's an American accent. It's not an African accent.
It's an American accent. Wow. Dang. Okay. Well, look, so first impression, like, if you could go back and remember it, man, like because man, it just it's not fair because his name is B1 down, so you kind of know like you have to really just randomly come.
Queso is trying to make me a damn African.
Random encounter in person to see, like 'cause people that know him.
Yeah.
People that know crew in real life, they talk about his African accent. They say you want to be an African, bro. Like they get down on him because and that's the opposite. That's how ironic it is because he's just so B1.
Yeah.
And and he's so aware and he's so trying to let people know the difference between all of that, because there's a lot of confusion when it comes to that stuff.
We gotta go pick up Jesse and Lady Tay.
Yeah.
And he definitely be on that straightening.
You know, I don't know too much about her. Lady Tail like
we listen to.
Lady Tail like Lady Jane.
Huh?
Lady Tail like Lady Jane.
Okay.
But we gotta bring the 3500 though. If we gonna ride them all in the car.
3500 for the club?
No, we gonna ride the F-3500.
Oh, okay.
If we go, if all of them gonna be in the car.
3500 for the club?
You know what I mean?
Hey,
I ain't talking shit.
Got me a dually truck. That's what
No, I ain't gonna look. You the one said we need a dually. Hey, Jesse.
What?
I was trying to be nice, right?
Yeah.
I said, look, if we bring all our girls, Queso Chizo said, oh, now we need a dually. I said, that was because of your girl? He said, now we got to get a damn dually.
I'm talking about my goddamn self. And you applying it to it. You applying it.
Said, dang, Queso, that's the girl.
Crew in rare form, boy. He in rare form, boy. I'm telling you. This boy is he on display, boy. Hey,
I want to get us a boat.
This is a spectacle, man. It needs to be seen, bro.
Where are my spectacles?
Where the ladies at in the chat, goddammit. That's what's going on.
Everybody is married.
Yeah, I know his name. Like,
everybody's married.
That's why I really rock. That's why I really rock with YouTube, man. YouTube, you kind of it's
maybe
too
you're
much,
doing
too much
okay,
time
but when it
in my back. Oh, he going back. He going back.
Yeah, they're probably sleep. Everybody probably got their. What is it? It's 4 o'clock in the morning there. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here.
And it's plenty of people up though. I'm just saying, it's all dependent upon the, you got to catch the right network and the right.
Wait till he get out here. We're gonna take him to the
right encounter. Like,
wait till we take Jesse to the copper. We're gonna take. We're gonna take Tay and Lady Tay to the copper steel. They're gonna have to figure out which books to pull out so they can go downstairs into the runaway where they got jazz playing, blues playing, and all that shit right here in Homewood, Illinois.
Real quick, I just because when I stream, like I go on a dating app or something because you interact with more people. I'm not trying to date, but like if you go live, you can get people. Well, you get people. It all depends on who click in your stream. So if you got a better profile, like you can have a better strategy on trying to get people to come in. But like with YouTube, I would say it's a lot more shot in the dark. Like it's a lot harder. The audience is way bigger. It's not focused in, So,
but I'm a YouTuber, and
it's just tough if you ain't got no followers. If I wanted to go in the stream right now and get some interaction, I'm not gonna get none, bro.
Why?
Because I don't. Come on, bro.
Okay, you be my co-host when I go. All right, why don't you be my co-host? All right, you be my co-host when I go live.
How you?
All right. All right, so
the best smoking time. What you going?
Hey,
you ain't got no life.
How about this?
Sitting there with a whole lot of good smoke.
How about this? All right, so now I'll play the game, and then you just talk this shit and like, all right. How about that? If I play the game, if I play Borderlands, but you
got good content, like.
So if I can play the game good, and shoot, and you can talk the shit and get the crowd over there, then what's wrong? You just get everybody to say, "Hey, what's up, girl?"
Let's go.
All right. So what's up? God damn it, hell. Huh? Hey Jesse.
Yeah.
Get back to the screen. So if I go do my Borderlands, right, or if I'm whatever game, Assassin's Creed or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then Casey can be my like he's calling the plays. Oh yeah, there goes gun. Oh yeah, he's shooting him. Headshot, headshot, headshot. Boom. Oh, he morphed into his new. You know what I mean? If Casey can do that while I'm playing the game, then what? We all getting money, right?
Yep.
You hear me?
That's what Ari be doing.
Ain't that what you would do if you would you do that, Jesse?
Yep. If I had the game, yep.
Oh no! Even if you didn't have the game, I'm playing baseball. Oh yeah, strike. Oh yeah, he ran the bases. This that. Oh yeah, that's true. You get me? And then after you do it for a couple of days, nigga, now I can buy you the game.
Yep.
You get me? Like, man.
Yeah, but let's get to this tether before I pass the hell out.
Yeah, man.
Zanu
Wake up.
Being divisive and claiming Black Americans have no culture while he's in our country, crew.
What?
This tether said we ain't got no culture, but he's in our country.
Wait a second. What? Do you see this? Like this in my like
this tether from where the hell said we are being
say we ain't got no culture.
Had covered the slab. Yep, that's what he said.
That's nuts.
All right. We're here. Let me get this up on the screen here real quick. And hope y'all weekend went very well. We are here. All right. Make sure I turn that down. All right. So today is September 1. A great
fast forward because he's just talking.
Let's get back to work, right? All right. I just want to say that up front. All right. And hold on. I'm trying to read something you said. Yeah, we have high respect outside of America. All right, let's get to Mr. Franck Zanu here. And I know some of y'all be coming in here and kind of catch up. So y'all catch up later. Before we play this, let's get a little background on him before we even watch the video.
Right. So we time
wrong. Well, we was gonna start the video. Hold on. That's not what I wanted to go first. All right. This is from his actual website. Because before we talk, we like to get some information. And in class, that's what we do. We put everything on the board. All right. So this is from his website on the section that says Meet Franck, right? All right. So a thought-provoking, inspirational speaker. All right. Franck Zanu. Let's see. Hold on. What's how you say it? Adjusegbe, I guess how you say his last name is different. He's intense, explosive, analytical, and deeply thought-provoking. He is a life coach, inspirational speaker, and a human development consultant. He does not motivate. He inspires you to have and motivate to act. All right. Zanu's approach to working with people is unique, while he is empathetic, intuitive, and objective. The most distinctive thing about his approach is the way he challenges you to see the issue in a completely different way. He is successful at turning the issue upside down and turning your perspective inside out. So you see things from a brand new perspective, energizing you to action and instant results. Okay, I get great pats on the back for yourself. His path is painted with many colors, professionally and culturally. He is a U.S. citizen born in the Republic of Benin, West Africa. I need you to remember that into your memory. You know, different. I tell the different AIs I use. I say, hey, remember this, what I'm about to tell you. Put that in your database. And like, okay, got it. Okay, so remember, he is a naturalized U.S. citizen, and he was born in the Republic of Benin, West Africa, Benin in particular. Just kind of think about that a little bit, all right? Before we get to start playing what he said. It's he has worked as a reporter for the New York Tribune and a photojournalist for the Washington Times, stationed in South Korea, Japan, Malaysia, Bulgaria, and other African countries. He has served on many boards in the U.S., including as vice chair of the International Institute of Connecticut. And not too many of us is up there in Connecticut, so I can see him being up there. Chair of the Mayor's Youth Initiative Project and commissioner of the City of Bridgeport Fair Rent Commission. Okay, but just remember in your database, he's a naturalized citizen, but he is from Benin, West Africa. And if you know your history of the transatlantic slave trade, even if you watch the movie, the Woman King. So let's go it on and get to the video in question. And we're going to get this video up so y'all can see this. And like I say, just remember what we said earlier. Okay, so let's cue this up.
Right. So with time, it became Ebonics. Nobody has anything. They are now still using two English. They can remember their history, culture, traditions, customs. So you have no foundation, is what I'm trying to say. African Americans in this country are the only groups. They have no culture. It depends on who you meet, where you meet them.
But currently, there's not an African American culture.
No.
Yes, there is.
What is it? Name two value systems in the African American.
Values.
I swear to God,
Name
boy,
two taboos in the African
he
American
wouldn't make it out here. If he said
Name
that
two
shit out
traditions,
here in
by the way, in the
Chicago, he
African
wouldn't
American
make
culture
it.
system. Okay, forget it. Name two customs in the African American culture. Look, I'm being serious.
No, but I mean, I'm thinking about it.
Yes, there is no value for freedom if you don't understand what it is. The concept of free. You have to have a foundation.
The only reason this nigga can wear his bullshit ass socks
they give it to you.
is because
no culture.
FBA did that
Nancy,
shit.
You've been here, born here.
Who is this fuck boy?
Why would you be surprised if I say African Americans don't have a culture? Or twerking?
My uncles would have beat his ass.
But I feel like African American culture has definitely
culture. What is it? Okay, fine.
Like hip hop, not
Jesus
hip hop. I mean, I don't want to.
My uncles would have beat my ass if I didn't beat his ass.
Don't make things up.
I'm not making it up.
Okay,
I feel like
then educate me. You feel?
Oh God, he'd have ran out of town.
You should know
because he running this girl like this. They would have.
African American. That's correct. Do you see why you were being specific with that? Because anybody who encounters you already knows you before. If they know you are Haitian, at least two things come to their mind.
What is that?
If they've been to Haiti, they can look at work ethics and they say, yes, Haitians, I know them. Service industry, they Creole.
Right.
And they can say, oh, I love Haitians. Because they saw the culture in abstract before they encountered you. So people go over the bridge of your culture, your tradition, your customs, and that helps them to know how to
address it.
Exactly.
I see.
No, you will soon know too, in addition to seeing. So I'm saying to you, any people who ask for these things, which are abstract, freedom, for example, independence, for example, and civil right, for example, voting right, for example, you must have a foundation on which these things are going to be. Census. This is our way of life. The do's and the don'ts involved in our culture. Even if you have to create an artificial culture.
Is that why why the civil rights movement is considered dead?
It's dead and useless. Japanese suffered in this country. 435,000 Japanese were kept in internment camps. Not a single one killed each other for the 3 years they were there. During the Second World War.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Not a single one became a daddy. They were focused on their culture. It has self-determination, customs, traditions. Something guided them to survive. Anything they ask for in this country will be balanced on a children.
Well, they say Haitian people have resilience.
Oh, please. Every human being has a resilience in some way or the other.
Resilience to survive, to stay
That's
alive.
correct. That is why you can see the things people ask in this country, the Irish, the Italians, the Jews. It took a while before the Jews got recognized. Exactly. But as soon as they got it, they balanced it on a foundation, culture, some tradition. These things are what do's and don'ts. Everybody has to recognize it. To the point, if you violate it, I'll call you out. If we can afford, we kick you out of the community because we don't want you to destroy it. But they all went different roles. There's Malcolm X asking for something different. Martin asked
Malcolm X didn't ask for anything. What did he ask for?
Segregation. He was talking to his people.
Oh, to segregate themselves.
Yes. So you can see one group of people who suffer the same experience, yet they don't have a doctrine. And that without a doctrine, which is always balanced on a tradition, on a foundation of culture, without it, anything you ask for is going to be useless. So African Americans are going to complain until the cows come home as to why they're not getting what they're not getting in America. It's simple. You don't have a foundation.
Oh man, this.
And here, now remember I said in the beginning he was born in Benin. Okay, now I'm not saying everybody in Benin has any kind of anti-Black American sentiment. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Because there could be some brothers and sisters that's watching from Benin. Say, hey, man, I love your show. I don't feel that way. So no, I'm not saying that. But I'm talking about him in particular. But there were slave traders in Benin. They were. Okay. And that's a historical fact. Some people do have lineage tied to slave traders. They do. I'm not saying he do, but I'm just saying it's a reality. It happened, right? It's history. But when the young lady, and the young lady's Haitian American, let's start there. She's Haitian American. You can't put her on the spot about Black American culture. She has her Haitian culture. You can ask about Haitian culture, but you can't ask about Black American culture. And then also what I noticed about him, he says that he's so smart, but yet I notice he keeps bringing up young people. And he's grilling these young people who don't even have the knowledge that he has, even halfway of it. It's nothing against them. They don't have that knowledge yet. Okay. Why would you say, sir, Black American culture in particular, sir? Why don't you bring up somebody who's versed in Black American culture, Black American history, and also versed in world history and know about African history as well? Why don't you bring somebody up like that? But see, I don't think you want to do that because you don't want to be made to look silly. Because it wouldn't take but 2 seconds really to have you backtracking. You understand? Because when you mention about, well, what is your culture? What is it? Should show something in your culture. First thing I'll be like, you see me? What culture is revolutionary fighting and breaking free from oppression. That's part of my culture, literally. That's part of my culture. The whole world mimic my culture when they want to get something done. Feminists mimic my culture, right? LGBTQ mimic my culture. Other communities like the Nigerians, the young Nigerians, when they was trying to fight against the SARS police force, right? They was doing them wrong out there. What did they say? Oh, we took our inspiration from the Black Lives Matter movement. All these different groups that ever fought Okay, they look at us constantly. Hey, what did Black Americans do? What did Black Americans do during George Floyd? What do they do here? That's why they beg us to come out and fight for them. That's part of my culture. And you would not be sitting there with a pompous attitude about Black American culture. You're naturalized in this country because of Black Americans, because white people did not want no African here. Here, no Africans, no Black Caribbean. They didn't want you here. It was our culture of fighting, our culture of defeating white supremacy in the door to be sitting in the United States of America, sir, having a life you would not have had where you was at, obviously. And then usually people like you don't want to go home. You probably just go visit, but you're not going to go back to your homeland. You want to stay here with us. Then the young lady said hip hop, right? He dismissed that. Well, if he was so smart and he understood the definition of culture, part of culture is what? Your achievements, the arts, different value systems, your lifestyle, your history, all that thing relates to culture. So music is part of the arts. Culture is part of the art. For instance, our culture is a progressive culture. It constantly evolves. And some of the biggest problems with people like Franck is in a lot of countries that come here, the main reason, I'm gonna tell y'all the main reason why they say we don't have a culture. I'm gonna tell you why. The main reason why they say we don't have a culture is because you got to think about what they define as culture. That's the thing. And so when we hear you don't have a culture, we get feel defective. We know we do. We say, man, matter of fact, now we have a culture, we are the culture. What the hell are you talking about? So from Frank's point of view and most Africans' point of view, most of them, they view culture as a tradition that's not changed. Let's go deep into it. Whether they village or they move to the cities over there, they have the same culture, the same thing. They've been doing the same thing for thousands of years, right? They've been eating the same kind of traditional food, has not changed. They've been wearing the same traditional clothes, has not changed. In the village, you were talking about go. It has no anything. It is the village. You know, have changed. They have the same clothes, the same hairstyle, the same, no adaptation. There's no modernizing of it. Is none of that. True culture that they're talking about is that traditional culture that they've been doing for, like the old people say, they come over here to the United States of America and then they see us. They see us. Yeah, Dr. Randy Short would be a great guy for him to talk to. Yeah, definitely. He eat his lunch. People who have a culture that's constantly the same. Give example. If you look at the era of the 1970s, let's say he arrived, let's say you come in the 1970s. In the 1970s, black people wearing afros, turkey, you know, black X movie, you know, the bell bottom, everything that black people were doing, that was black culture in the 70s. Then remember, they are traditional Africans that stay in the same culture. Their culture isn't progressive. Then we mmoved to the 1980s. Black thing for 3,000 years. they don't understand how you go from the 1970s to the 1980s, and now lingo has changed. Now the hairstyles have changed. The clothes has changed. Now hip hop is starting to take off, a new genre of music for us, right? We not even fooling with disco no more, right? We put that. How is it even a culture? Now our culture is into something else. Now we're wearing. Now we're rocking Adidas suits and whatever, big chains and Kango hats and all that in the 80s, right? Then you go from the 80s era, all of that, you know, the Jerry curl and all that, and then you move to the 90s, total different era for Black America. The lingo changed, the clothes changed, the music changed, everything starts changing with Black America. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have a culture because they don't understand progressive cultures. Now for us, as a progressive culture that always move and always change, look, we can look at their culture and say, well, your culture's boring. Y'all still doing the same thing? Like we change constantly, bro. Like listen, our culture is so progressive from year to year. What people said a year ago, they're not saying today. What they talked about a year ago, they're not talking about today. Styles change like this. And this is a killing part. You say we don't have a culture, but I literally see my culture in everybody's country. Mine. Black America is my culture. I see my culture. And some of that, I'm going to be real with y'all. With some of them, people that got the attitude like Frank. Because, you know, when he talks, he got a little spirit, but you can tell he didn't really like Black Americans. Because it's a spirit behind how he talks. When he said twerking, okay, if the sisters want to twerk, that's their business. Nobody's saying nothing about y'all traditional dances here. What y'all do is we do. Why you down the sisters twerking? That's their business. Some sisters twerk, some don't. Some like line dancing. Some like, you know, traditional hip hop dance. Some like ballet. Some like all kind of dancing. You know what I'm saying? Like Black folks could dance, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some people like to swing out. So, you know, people that are cold that change people on feet with and keep them all figuring us out. That's why white folks study us so much. See, they don't have to study y'all because they already figured you out a long time ago. You're not gonna do nothing different. That's why it was. Let's keep it real, sir. That's why it was so easy to colonize and neo-colonize the African continent, even after the fact, because you're too predictable. You're too predictable. You're gonna do this, that, this, that, this, that. And they already got you figured out. Versus Black America, why we monitor so much is constantly changing on them. They leave us alone. You ever thought about that? That sir, they can't leave us alone because if they don't stay in our mix, if they don't listen to what we see, the lingo, the whatever the case may be, and they fear that when we communicating and they did, are we moving to do something? They don't understand it. They're afraid of that. The Black folk gonna rise up. So we got to monitor them heavily. Notice we are the only group that's monitored like that. We're the only group in America who has a progressive culture like that, change like this. We could on a culture can cut you off. Brief example. So at one point in time, a lot of people going back and forth with people on TikTok, especially a lot of the UK blacks, and some of the Africans. They were just kind of rage baiting content to try to get Black Americans to respond so they can get their page up. So then a couple of brothers and sisters say, you know what? All right, we're done with that. We block partying them. So if you can do that, and everybody start blocking, and then I can't block people like that because I have to be in the know. One in particular that they were talking about. Oh, she was crying about that. She made a whole live stream. I was kind of laughing about it. She was crying about, I don't see Black voice. Why don't we just have a debate or whatever? Like, why are you crying? I mean, you would be disrespectful. Black Americans, I call it paying. She was crying that Black people Black Americans in particular were blocking her, and at the same time howling at the Black Scottish people. And those Black Scottish people so happy. They were so happy, Black Americans, because howling at them. So you can't say that, oh, well, Black Americans are Black people in the diaspora. Well, how is that true? How is that the case when Black Americans are literally going over to Scotland to go find their cousins? Black Americans don't hate nobody in the diaspora, but we have seen in certain countries, we've seen some problem child. Some problem some, in for what I see, some in West Africa, not East Africa, maybe a couple there, and I say it's small here and there. I think the Zulu parade thing kind of started some stuff with South Africa, but that didn't really last long. And then this is the thing. Some people disrespectful about like, oh, two just kept saying, I'm like, it ain't no more because it's corny. They will say, oh, well, I wasn't a slave. Like, do you know your history? You were enslaved in your own homeland. Do you think the white man, you thought the African continent, the way it got built up before he left it to you, he paid? Do you not know the history of forced labor on the African continent? Y'all were enslaved too, but he was running you. What do you think colonization is? Y'all wasn't partners. Y'all were working for free. How do you not know that slavery existed on the African continent too? They got to a point like, well, we don't have to ship no more to America. We just colonized this right here. Got the resources. We make them work right here. Shoot, we ain't got to ship them over there. We can do our thing right here. We shipped off anyway. So like y'all slaves too? Because it's quite shocking that you don't know that. Like you didn't know about Leopold in the Congo? How they was enslaved? And if they didn't meet their quota, he would chop their hands off. You didn't know from Belgium? You didn't know that? Y'all was enslaved too. It wasn't just us. The pictures are still out there. Like, don't come here or don't say only country that can open their mouth and say they were not slaves or anything is Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the only country in the African continent that could square their shoulders back and say we were never colonized and we wasn't nobody's slave. That's the only country. And they are proud to tell you that too. We were never colonized. Yeah, the Italians tried to attack us and all of that, but we got through it with the help of some Black Americans, right? They went over there to help them fight. Because that's all. We don't see people by the white supremacists. We had Black people in this country. Juan Gale even covered it, and I'm glad she did because she's Ethiopian. Black people in Harlem was lining up to go help Ethiopia fight against the Italians. Because Black people did not want to see them get colonized by them folks. But if your country was colonization, you were a slave. You were not a business partner. And y'all talking about Ethiopia, man. Look, every time I go to Ethiopia, man, I love it. I love Ethiopia, man. That's a great country, man. And I was so happy when I went back because I was so happy how they upgraded the Bole International Airport. It's like they really did a bit nice upgrade on that. And the city, the Addis Ababa, is so clean. It is so clean. Like I'm like, wow. And it looked like every day they out there cleaning. I didn't see not a piece of trash nowhere. That's why I said, man, I say shout out to the prime minister, because he doing his thing in Addis Ababa. I can say give him that. But yeah, like slavery happened on the African continent just like it happened in the Caribbean. Like, come here, we're a slave. But see, and I know this because I've had Africans tell me on the continent they didn't teach them that. They didn't teach them anything about slavery, the transatlantic. They didn't teach them anything. They had a sanitized history given them by the white man. Some of them are just learning their history and the information there. Namibia's another one. Namibians was like, when I went to Robben Island, and I didn't even know all that the stuff that happened in Namibia and how they were starving them. They was enslaved too in Namibia. Anywhere them people went, they were doing black people bad. So please don't try to say, y'all. Then the next thing they will be saying on TikTok, some of them about the police. Oh, the police, this and the third. Okay, here's the deal. The police don't shoot black people down every day. They don't. They really don't. And when they were doing that, happened in America when they kept doing it. What happened? What happened in America when they kept doing it? Do you know the reason why police in this country wear body cameras? Do you know that? Do you know why? Let me tell you about our culture. Remember, we all have a revolutionary fighting spirit. We fight against oppression. That's our culture. The reason why police to this day wearing body cameras is standard operator is because my culture said that these police are doing foul things and we want body cams on them so we can see exactly what they're doing. And we're not stopping until they get on body cams. And because of our fight in this country, that's the reason why police is running around here with body cams. Have it on. Come up one day, you know what? We want to put on body cameras because we want to be transparent. And what happens when we engage people is because what happened to black people and black people's fight. That's what made them wear body cameras. Black people's fight, Frank, is what got your behind over here from Benin. See, when we fight, we get results. Then you want to say the civil rights movement is failed. It didn't fail because you're here. It didn't fail. Ever since the civil rights movement, black Americans problems. We still have came up more than what we did. It's more black folks that's not in poverty today than it would have been prior to the civil rights movement. No, it didn't fail. It didn't fail. We just have to finish the job. The job isn't done. What a civil rights operation to finish the rest of the job. Now, you can say black folks start partying and BSing in the 70s and 80s. You can say that. But it hasn't failed because you're here. Any immigrant that's here proves the civil rights movement worked. You're benefiting off our fight, our culture, our struggle. Now, let's continue. All that complaining about DEI. We didn't ask for DEI. But you know why that happened? That happened because of our response to George Floyd. White corporations were so afraid when black folks were having an uprising and black folks was tearing down corporate America in this country. Literally said, oh, we're going to get equity and inclusion. And let's just start black folks in these positions than police from. We didn't ask for it though, but that's where it came from. Listen, turned up, people get scared. And they start coming up with a program. Nobody's scared of you. You let the Chinese and everybody else come in your homeland and don't do them. They'll go in your homeland. Listen, we covered it. They go in your homeland and slap you up in your country. They'll hire you, slap you up. There's another time, I think the lady covered it. You got Chinese literally kicking and punching y'all. Oh, but what video have you seen in America of a Chinese slapping a Black American, punching or kicking a Black American because she didn't do something right on the job? Show me that video. You know why you won't see them videos in America? Because part of our culture is, I wish you would. Please make my day. Please touch me. Go ahead, because I don't want to go to jail for assault, but so you got to hit me first, or at least attempt to hit me so I can do self-defense. Well, I wish you would. Oh, please try to kick me. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Because I'm in a jaw-breaking mood today. So please hit me. Oh, I want to break your jaw today. That's our culture. I wish you would. This is why these folks, because they know who we are, that's why they approach us 1,000 of them to one. All them cops for one person, there's fear. You got to work on Batman utility bill. To me, it takes 5 of y'all, 10 of y'all for one of us. That's fear. That's not police work. Nobody you, sir. So I'm just giving a master class to Frank about our culture because he don't know nothing about it. He don't know nothing about it. That's why he talked the way he talked. Now, I think he mentioned baby mamas. Okay, baby mamas is worldwide, bro. Baby mamas is in everybody's community. There's no community throughout the earth that don't have baby mamas running around and deadbeat dads. Trust me, that's in every community. So I don't know why you would even mention baby mamas or twerking or notice try to talk down to our lowest 10% of the community. Notice they never compared himself. He don't ever compare himself to somebody equal to him or above. He never do it. Or people like him, they never do that. You notice that? They always got to look down. And let's call it what it is. I'm just keeping it 100, Frank. Our bottom 10% lives in luxury compared to your bottom 10% in your homeland. I'm not being mean when I say it. You can go and see what the bottom 10% live like there and see what the bottom 10% live like here. Trust me, our bottom 10% live in mansions compared to, so, and there's no reason for him to be doing that. I wouldn't dare go to Benin and just start talking down on those brothers and sisters like that. That's stupid. If I'm not going to help those brothers and sisters, then I hell up. I'm not going to help the sisters work babies. A lot of that stuff they do, a lot of that stuff is some of that stuff is poverty. With crime is poverty. This country has always sabotaged Black Americans, got them in a position. If you're not going to help them, be quiet. You don't live near them. You're in freaking Connecticut, so you're surely not near Black people like that. You're a folk. So why are you talking about Black Americans for? You don't live around them. Yeah, there you go, Mary. Mary says that she work around a lot of single white mothers. I know a lot of single white mothers. Yeah, because, once you go Black, you become a single mother. Most of the single mothers I've ever seen in my life have been single mothers with a white father on our job too. And they'll complain about their white fathers, complaining they don't pay child support. white women complain that white men don't pay child support either. If you don't believe the last time, this is 2016, when me and my son's mom was having a custody battle, and they had a white guy coming to court. He was in Harris County. The white woman go up there. He was in Harris County, not because he was fighting or whatever, for child support. The white guy comes out. I'm sitting in court. Court thing, 214, 216, one of them courts out there at Harris County. They brought him out there in county jumpsuit in front of the judge. And the judge say, well, sir, you was arrested, for try to get this caught up. I mean, I need to know. I mean, because we can figure this out, to get you released or if you're not going to do nothing, then you're going to have to sit in the county. You owe $100,000 in back child support. My face was like, $100,000 in back child. Get out. $100,000. You know what that white man said? Young white guy? I'll go do 6 months. He said, so you don't want to pay, you want to go do 6 months? The judge said. The judge said, this white judge, he said, he like, really? Yeah, go do 6 months. He said, okay, 6 months jail. And he was white. He wasn't black. If you don't believe, go sit in child support court. You will see everybody come through there. Okay? There's a lot of white single mothers out here, a lot. And it's Hispanic, it's black, it's Asian, all kind of white here. But if you actually take time to do research, you'll find that out. See, unlike maybe people I take my time to research things like that to find out about human psychology, because I'm really big into human psychology now. It's like I just have to know what makes people tick. I see patterns of people. I just have to understand. Racism, that word racism lets you individualize it. No. They have an anti-black racism culture. It's a culture. The same language of 1619. It's the same language of 2025. That's culture. You're ripping their culture from them. That's why they get so angry and say, why can't I say it? Why can't I say it? Well, you say it. Why can't I culture from them? Make sense? But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I can go all day talking about Frank. So what we can say is this: Frank, don't get into that culture talk, because I ain't really get deep into the culture with you, because if your culture is so much better than mine, why are you not in Benin? Why aren't you over there? The culture's better. Are here. If your culture is better, because cultures according to you, make you superior. So can you show me your superior culture in your homeland? I'm directing it at him, not the Benin, not them, because they didn't say anything. I'm cool with them in Benin. I ain't got no issue with them. I'm talking about him. Okay? But yeah, don't do that culture talk, man. You'll never win that. You'll never win that. That young girl, that's why you bring them little young kids on that show, because you know good and well they can't even go there with you. They know that. Man, it's kind of like, that don't even make sense. It's like a person that's supposed to be a experienced fighter fighting a kid that just got started. Of course you keep him up. You ain't got no experience in the ring. All right, y'all. All right. Well, thank y'all for joining us on the stream tonight. We really appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. That's also very important. Check LaSherica AI here, and we have a new report, that we created. Well, at least I created, and I think Layla would be that one's name, and people liking the new one over there too. I've been trying to create another, not LaSherica. I think this was it. I think because you got to have at least two, because I was noticing in the background, LaSherica dominates over there. I said she got to have somebody dominate with her. So I'm slowly trying to figure all that out. But like I said, the AfroWire stuff is very fun for me. I'll be honest, it's very fun. It's like possibilities. I always say that. There's so much stuff I want to do with that down the line. But make sure you check that out. Make sure you check it out. And thank y'all for listening. We catch y'all on the next.
About this, and shout out to everybody. I'm not here to diss nobody, but that's the main question that we should be asking. Why did she get in this car willingly? This man's car at 2:00 in the morning. You don't know him, and he's a border hopper, an illegal immigrant. That's what I'm asking right there. Hit the like button. It ain't nothing. I got you, Virgil. I've been meaning to hit you, man, but hey, man, we're going to chop it up today, man. Shout out to my loved ones out there. Now, she hopped in this dude's car at 2 a.m. in the morning. At the wee hours in the morning. He was an Uber driver. Nah, I don't think he was an Uber driver. He looks like a construction worker. He looks like a warehouse or some type of construction worker. I don't think he was no Uber driver. And then he took the woman back to his house and unalived her. Took her life. So that's the question that we should be asking. Now let's get down to business. Brandon 85 said people have been talking about this in the DMV when she disappeared. Yes. Shout out to Brandon 85, man. Shout out to all my DMV people out there. You know, hit that like button, man, and support the show. And I've been talking about a lot of these stories, right? I've covered a lot of these stories, man, with these illegals unaliving women here in America. You got Lincoln Riley. What's her name? It's a long list of victims, man, just like her, man. And she ain't the only one, man. Y'all remember that stripper who got unalived by that Uber driver in Indiana? She got off of work like 2 or 3 in the morning. He unalived her and dumped her body in the woods. So this right here is a common thing with these illegals who just entered this country. This is a common thing. Now, some people listen, Virgil. You else would you hop in a vehicle why else would you hop in the vehicle with this illegal immigrant if you're not selling cat? Then you got to think about the time. It was 2 a.m. in the morning. Why would a 19-year-old hop in a ride with this illegal? Make sense. But anyway, man, let's get into the story, man. Red Supreme.
DACARA Thompson will remain behind bars after appearing before a judge in Upper murdering 19-year-old. The man accused of murdering 19-year-old DACARA Thompson will remain behind bars after appearing before a judge in Upper Marlboro today.
Our Katie Barlow was in the court and has the latest. Katie?
Hey guys, it was an absolutely packed courtroom this afternoon when Judge Katina Stewart took the bench. I was behind the victim's mother, Carmen, and it was mostly family members and supporters of the victim, 19-year-old DACARA Thompson, who police say was murdered and then thrown over a bridge off Route 50 in Annapolis. Now, 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez, who is the suspect in this case, ICE says is in the country illegally and living in Bowie, Maryland. He appeared remotely in a prison jumpsuit from jail, and that's where he's going to remain for now. Now, During court today, Hernandez Mendez's lawyer waived the bond hearing. That means they agree not to challenge his detention. But Judge Stewart went out of her way to emphasize that she would not order his release anyway, based on the current allegations. And that's because there's no set of conditions that would be reasonable or assure the safety of the community. Thompson's mother, Carmen, spoke out after the brief court hearing alongside Prince George's state's attorney, Tara Jackson. We asked her daughter's murder as the case continues for what could be months or years.
That's a tough question. That's a tough question because we know it's going to be extremely hard.
Police say DACARA Thompson could be seen on surveillance footage entering the suspect's vehicle at the Family Dollar store on University Boulevard around 3 in the morning on August 23rd. Those were her last known whereabouts before her body was discovered.
Now, she got into his car willingly. Now, come on, FBA people. I know some of our people have a hard time holding us accountable. What was she doing hopping in this man's car at 3 a.m.? This dude is an illegal immigrant. Seems like there was something transactional to me, because you ain't just hopping in no stranger's car at 3 a.m. in the morning. Nah, that's not what you do, unless there's some type of transaction, unless there was some type of, well, as we would say, a date. Because I'm gonna ask all you ladies in the chat, would you hop in somebody's car at 3 o'clock in the morning and you don't know that person? I mean, even in the daytime, you're not going to hop in somebody's car that you don't know, but you're definitely not going to hop in somebody's car that you don't know at 3 a.m. He didn't force her to get in a car. She got in his car willingly. She wasn't forced to do it. So
now, police identified consistent with one that Thompson wore.
Question. That's a tough question because we know it's going to be extremely hard. We just ask that everybody pray for our strength through the process.
Police say DACARA Thompson could be seen on surveillance footage entering the 3 in the morning on August 23rd. Those were her last known whereabouts before her body was discovered around 50. Now, police identified what appeared to be blood stains, women's lingerie, hair from a wig consistent in his hand when searching Hernandez Mendez's residence. Now, the state's attorney says that there will be next in this case, Hernandez Mendez again back in court on October 8th for his preliminary hearing.
Katie, what did the state's attorney say about his status as someone in the country illegally?
Well, we asked about that. She said that's not her primary concern right now, and that her focus is on justice for the victim and for the victim.
Now, he does, listen, he deserves to be in jail, so we're not excusing his behavior. I hope that he rots in hell. I hope that he spends the rest of his life in jail. That's a fact. But let's talk about prevention, ladies. See, I'm about solutions, right? Now, how do we prevent this from happening? Ladies person. If she would have never hopped in this dude's car, she would still be alive. She made a critical mistake, but then again, why was she hopping in his car? Was it prostitution? Did he spend some change? Did she sell her body for a piece of change? Now, it'd be one thing if he forced her in a vehicle, but it doesn't appear that he forced her in a vehicle. We have to consider that. Right? This crime was terrible and it was horrible. But at the same time, we have to cover things from every angle.
Extremely limited in any information that I can provide today. But I'll say this, the goal of this office is to achieve justice.
So all you foundational Black American brothers, man, we can say lock this immigrant up. Yes, we can say that, and he deserves to be locked up. But at the same time, we got to be real about this woman. Why did she hop in his car at 3 a.m. in the morning and he didn't force her to do it? Nobody wants to ignore that fact right there. But yes, he does. He deserves to be locked up for the rest of his life. True indeed.
For DACARA Thompson and for her family. And that goal requires that my office have the ability to fully investigate and to thoroughly review any and all evidence in this case in order to make a determination regarding the appropriate charges for indictment. In addition, this is not the legal status of the defendant, or frankly, of any other defendant. My concern.
You're right about that. Women on Figueroa hop in strange men's cars every day, every night. That's a fact. So it makes me believe that he was paying for some kitty cat. And that's why she hopped in his ride. You know, some people, oh, you romance, shut your simp ass up, fool. You got enough common sense to know why women hop in strange men night. Let's use common sense. But I guess you're so, I ain't even gonna say that. You're so pro-black that you don't want to look at what's real. You don't want to face the facts. Anytime a woman hops in a strange man's car at 3 a.m. in the morning, we already know what that is, homie. Use your imagination. I don't even have to say what it is. Those of us with common sense understand what that looks like. Let's be real. Now, that doesn't give him the excuse to unalive her or to sexually assault her. No, it doesn't give him that excuse. Not at all.
Is to hold accountable people who commit crimes against the residents of Prince George's County. My job is to hold accountable anyone who commits a crime in Prince George's County against, again, our residents. At this point, more than I can say, other than the state's attorney, it is my job to ensure that the process is fair, that it is transparent and in full accordance with the law. And we will remain steadfast in our commitment to achieving justice. Thank you.
Are there any other suspects or any other people possibly involved in this?
Again, this case is under investigation, and so I cannot further comment as to the nature of any other suspects or any part of the investigation. Again, there were two. I can't comment on that at this particular point. In terms of what's next, our office again has to thoroughly review not only the charges that were lodged against the defendant, but the case and continue to investigate where necessary, along with all of our law enforcement partners, and we'll make a determination in short order as to the appropriateness of any charges and what those charges will be. And then we would present the grand jury for indictment. Speak to that, but we will. I can't speak to anything else that was not revealed within the statement of charges.
Any other questions? Anyone from the family?
Would you get your name, please?
Carmen Thompson.
Carmen Thompson?
Yes.
And you are a...
I'm Thompson being at the hearing today, and our hearts go out to you for your loss, first off. What do you want to say now that this justice process is moving forward?
I thank the PG County State's Attorney's Office for the great service that they've been providing. I just want justice served for murder. His family could be under these circumstances, so not so good. You know, we're trying to maintain.
Tell us a little bit about your daughter. She was 19, just getting started, a young lady out of high school.
This is the mother right here. It's a like button, y'all.
Yes, my daughter, she had just 19 years prior to this unfortunate circumstance. She was working under Westmore's He had just completed a year-long internship in which she was very successful. She did a great job. She was a kind of an outgoing, soft-spoken, kind young lady. She was a good bridge in her character on social media and things and such. Please don't believe everything you see. Don't believe everything you hear. Out of respect for the family and us grieving, please, approach everything with grace. We would appreciate that.
Ma'am, do you have any thoughts about this notion that this guy was arrested by Park Police and released back in April?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This man, Mr. Hernandez-Mendez,
Yes.
was arrested by the drug in April 25th, subsequently released. There was no check of his immigration status or anything like that. There were no warrants at the time, no detainers. But he was in federal custody, and then he was released, and he is in the country without
right.
Now there's violence.
I'm very disappointed to put that out now, because we may not be here today if they did what they were.
Indicating that the victim may have known this person or crossed paths with him ever in her life.
Let me again say that I just want to be clear, and out of respect for the family as well, anything, any questions regarding the nature of the investigation would be harmful to our investigation at this particular, to make sure that we don't delve into. You asked a question earlier. As always, there'll be an autopsy that's performed as a part.
The family often has to have a long journey after a crime like this happens.
Yes.
The trauma as the case moves forward and the victims have to outlive the crime itself. The family prepared for what's about to happen in the coming months. The grueling work of retelling the story, working with investigators, everything that's to come.
That's a tough question. That's a tough question because we know it's going to be extremely hard. We just ask that everybody pray for our strength through the process.
And Madam State's Attorney, the DC U.S. Attorney has blamed Maryland for crime in the district and for guns coming into the county. Recently, just across the border in Maryland or anything different.
Thank you all for coming.
So this is what we're gonna do. Let's talk.
6-3 ruling that clears the way for the Trump administration to restart sweeping ICE raids across Los Angeles. Paul Perez is here now to react. National Border Patrol Council President Paul, your reaction first to this ruling.
Yeah, this is great for our agents, but it's even better for the.
Hold on, let's go. Let's go.
Now, the News 4i team has been digging into details about Hernandez-Mendez's prior arrest by federal authorities, who has also learned about questions here about Prince George's County's police's sort of initial handling of the case and her report of as a missing person.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions in this case. Let's start with what we know about Hugo Hernandez-Mendez and his past interactions with the law. And
let's get into some of his past interactions with the law. Hit that like button, bless the show. I will drop the link. Let me see how many let me see how we looking like on those likes, man. How we looking on the likes? Let's get a few more people to press that like button and support the show.
Now, the News 4i team has been digging into details about Hernandez-Mendez's prior arrest by federal authorities and why he was let go. We're going to bring in investigative reporter Tracy Wilkins, who has also Lewis County's police's sort of initial handling of the case and her report as a missing person.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions in this case. Let's start with what we know about Hugo Hernandez Mendez and his past interactions with the law. An ICE official tells us he is from Guatemala and entered the country at an unknown date. But we know when he crossed the radar, federal officials, just as recently as this past spring, he was not kept in custody. Today at the press conference announcing murder charges, state and county officials said he had been arrested by the U.S. Park Police last April and charged with a DUI, but was.
And listen, bro, she didn't deserve to die, man. Shout out to DMV Nation for pointing that out. Listen, I got love for her as a sister, but what I'm thinking about right now, we're dealing with prevention. How do we stop this from happening to other women? Not just Black women. First and foremost, we're gonna speak for our people. We want to prevent this from happening to Black women and women in general. But let's check this out. She didn't deserve to die just because she was selling box. You know what I mean? That doesn't give him the excuse to unalive her because of whatever interaction they had or whatever she did. And my thoughts, to be honest, looks like she was selling some of that cat, because the only women, and listen, the only time you get in a strange man's car late at night is if she's selling cat, or he was an Uber driver or a Lyft driver. And I don't think that he did Lyft. I don't think that he did Uber. And that makes sense why she would hop in his car. But man, let's get back into the content. She had no reason. The only reason she should have hopped in his car is if he was an Uber or a Lyft driver. Outside of that, fuck no. But it doesn't appear, it don't look like he was no Lyft driver to me. You know, it just, nah.
Mendez. And his past interactions with the law. An ICE official tells us he is from Guatemala and entered the country at an unknown date. But we know when he crossed the charges, state and county officials said he had been arrested by the U.S. Park Police last April and charged with a DUI, but was released. We looked for those records, but could not find them in the court system. We asked Park Police for charging documents, but sources close to this investigation say Hernandez Mendez was arrested on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway in Prince George's County on April 25th by the U.S. Park Police, who patrol the BW Parkway. Now, that's a federal agency. Given the federal push to detain undocumented people in the country, there are questions now as to why he released a DUI charge. Here's about that arrest.
Went to jail, arrested for a DUI charge. It's always the same story. You notice these immigrants always go to jail for something, and when they get out, they unalive somebody. They should have deported this fool. But instead of deporting him, they released him back to the community. It's the same story with all these illegals. They go to jail for something unrelated to an unaliving. They get out of jail, then they unalive somebody. That immigrant.
By the U.S. Park Police, who patrol the BW Parkway. Now, that's a federal agency. Given the federal push to detain undocumented people in this country, there are questions. Now, here's what County Executive Aisha Braveboy said about that arrest earlier today.
Well, I think that the U.S. Government has made status of individuals relevant. This was someone who was in their custody. And should be asked of the Justice Department.
Now, we reached out to the DOJ and also Maryland U.S. Attorney's Office for clarification on why Hernandez was not held, since ICE tells us he was undocumented. But they told us they have no comment on this case. ICE issued a detainer for him, how it all started. Prince George's County Police have said that once they were notified about the case, they began investigating areas where Thompson was last seen. They produced a flyer that was distributed, but initially the department did not reach out to news outlets or publish Thompson to police about why. And it was explained to me that because Thompson was a healthy adult, her case was not considered critical. When we asked the chief about that today, here's what's his response.
We looked for video. We did all of these things as a practice, critical missings. But the family did a lot of hard work, and they distributed information, and you all covered that. So the information was out, and the community had it.
Blacc and Missing Foundation partners with law enforcement to help find people whose cases are sometimes mishandled or ignored. And their work has had a great impact on how cases of missing Black people are handled by police. They describe their work as changed how DC's police department example other jurisdictions.
See what makes this case, she volunteered today. Now, it doesn't give him the excuse to want to alive her, but when you volunteer to get it, looks like prostitution. That looks like somebody was selling some cat, right? A lot of people don't want to hear that, but then again, like I said, everybody gets pissed off with the truth. Black people get pissed off when you tell them the truth. White people get pissed off with the truth. These immigrants, they get pissed off when you tell the truth about their community. Nobody wants to hear the fucking truth. The truth of the matter is that Mexican didn't force her in his vehicle. She volunteered to get in his vehicle. So it leaves it to your imagination. And if you have common sense, you can connect the dots. We know why women hop in strange men's cars at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. We know why.
Regardless of the situation of that person being missing, everyone gets a flyer. And that right there, that public notification.
How do we know that? What do you mean, how do we know that? There's a video showing that she volunteered to get in his car. He didn't force this woman to get in his car. It's on video. He didn't kidnap her. He didn't force. But at the same time, that doesn't give him the excuse to unalive her. He deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison. See, I call a spade, and I'm going to kick the facts all across the board from every angle. I'm not one of these people who going to make it seem like Black women can do no wrong. I'm not one of these guys who going to make it seem like Black women can just do no wrong. I'm not that guy. If you want to hear somebody say that, go to one of those channels that's going to pander to you. I'm not going to pander to you. I'm going to give you the truth.
It's so important. Soon as that missing persons case is filed, it gets a flyer, and
I've showed the video already. It's not my fault that you haven't done your research and homework when it comes to this story. It is a known fact that she hopped in his car willingly. That is a known fact. There's a video out there that'll prove everything that I'm saying.
Becomes disseminated all over the media, social media platforms, sharing it with the general public. And that right there is the first step, because the community can't help you in finding someone if the community is not aware that someone is missing. And so just those.
Again, Prince George's County Police say they did distribute flyers and investigate, although in terms of social media and media outreach, to learn a little bit more about how these decisions are made. You heard what Blacc and Missing had to say about it. They want every case to be treated like it's critical because of those initial hours. But, you know, as you heard from the chief there are a lot of questions in terms of timing on whether that would have made a difference with when she was reported missing.
Hours
exactly. You know, but it's just a very heartbreaking case. And then there were a number of African American women who came up missing. We had 3 at the same time from around the same area. And there was a lot on social media of people making assumptions about what had happened and what was going on in this case.
So we're making assumptions, right? Did you see that Mexican force her in the car, or did you see her get in his car? It was at a gas station, man. It was at a gas station. It was at a gas station.
One of those women found, another one is still critically missing. But what is important is that the more information we're able to get from law enforcement, the better people are able to deal with all of this information. Just a very unfortunate ending to this case. The entire community was praying for her safe return. So this is most.
All right, let's show it again, because some people are confused about what really happened. People with copyright. So check this out right here. Check it out.
The man accused of murdering 19-year-old DACARA Thompson will remain behind bars after appearing before a judge in Upper Marlboro today.
Our Katie Barlow was in the court and has the latest. Katie?
Hey guys, it was an absolutely packed courtroom this afternoon when Judge Katina Stewart took the bench. I was sitting right behind the victim's mother, Carmen, and it was mostly family members and supporters of the victim, 19-year-old DACARA Thompson, who police say was murdered and then thrown over a bridge off Route 50 in Annapolis. Now, 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez, who is the suspect in this case, says,
I didn't know he threw off for a bridge. So damn,
who police say was murdered and then thrown over a bridge off Route 50 in Annapolis. Now, 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez, who is the suspect in this case, ICE says is in the country illegally and living in Bowie, Maryland. He appeared remotely in a prison jumpsuit from jail, and that's where he's going to remain for now. Now, during court today, Hernandez Mendez's lawyer waived the bond hearing. That means they agree not to challenge his detention. But Judge Stewart went out of her way to emphasize that she would not order his release anyway, based on the current allegations. And that's because there's no set of conditions that would be reasonable or assure the safety of the community. Thompson's mother, Carmen, spoke out after the brief court hearing alongside Prince George's state's attorney, Tara Jackson. We asked Carmen if her family is prepared to relive the horrific details of her daughter's murder as the case continues for what could be months or years.
That's a tough question. That's a tough question because we know it's going to be extremely hard. We just ask that everybody pray for our strength through the process.
Police say DACARA Thompson could be seen on surveillance footage entering the suspect's vehicle at the Family Dollar store on University Boulevard around 3 in the morning on August 23rd. Those were her last known whereabouts before her body was discovered off Route 50. Now, police identified what appeared to be bloodstains, women's lingerie, hair from a wig consistent with one that Thompson wore, and a fingernail that matches one missing from Thompson's hand when searching her
car. We just ask that everybody pray for our strength through the process.
Police say DACARA Dollar store on University Boulevard around 3 in the morning on August 23rd. Those were her last known whereabouts before her body.
See, she entered the man's car, man, and he didn't force her into that car. He didn't force her into that car. Now, if you can show me a video of him forcing her into the car, I'll retract my statement. But as of now, the camera footage has proven that she volunteered to hop in this man's vehicle. He didn't force her.
Body was discovered off Route 50. Now, police identified what appeared to be bloodstains, women's lingerie, hair from a wig consistent with one that Thompson wore, and a fingernail that matches one missing from Thompson's hand when searching Hernandez Mendez's residence. Now, the state's attorney says that there will be next steps in this case. It is very much an ongoing investigation. As to the court process, Hernandez Mendez is due again back in court on October 8th for his preliminary hearing.
Katie, what did the state's attorney say about his status as someone in the country illegally?
Well, we asked about that. She said that's not her primary concern right now and that her focus is on justice for the victim and for the victim's family.
Now, I'm act like you love the content, or we bring reality and facts.
may be linked to missing Prince George's County woman DACARA Thompson.
That is a big story tonight at 10 o'clock. Shamari in Waldorf with the latest. Shamari.
Well, Jim and Angie, moments ago, we tried to speak with DACARA Thompson's mother, and DACARA Thompson's mother and father. They don't want to discuss this latest development at this point. Meanwhile, this investigation is continuing. Tonight, Sky Fox hovering near a grassy area off of Route 50 in and out after Maryland State Police discovered the 5 o'clock evening. Now, Prince George's counties cannot confirm the body found is 19-year-old DACARA Thompson, but say it does look like her. Investigators are waiting on an autopsy result to confirm. Last week, they told us the last time they saw DACARA
abandoned. And and we found, so I don't know, the only thing she had, the location we found her car.
A second that was parked in the wrong direction on the street and walking away around 1:30 in the morning, 9 miles from her house.
At that time, we continued to do video work in the area. We worked with the family to try to work through cell phone information to attempt to locate her. Further investigation and video was conducted. We really searched hard for DACARA.
And on Sunday, Maryland State Police say they were initially called out for a broken down vehicle and troopers discovered the body when they went out there. Tonight, they say it does not seem that the disabled car is connected to the case.
19 years old. DACARA is 19 years old. And so even though technically she's an adult, she's someone's child, someone's baby. And so our heart goes out to her entire family.
And call Prince George's County Police if you have any information about the DACARA Thompson disappearance. I'm Shamari Stone here.
All right, man. So all you people that was in the comments saying this and saying that, yes, he deserved to spend the rest of his life in prison. They need to throw away the key. Shout out to the UBO. Shout out to the UBO. You know, shout out to Vernon 85. It is what it is. Hit the like button. It ain't nothing. Hit the like button. Yeah. Hit the like button. It ain't nothing. Where y'all at, man? So if you guys want to, if you feel like you want to add something to the show, add something to the show. Don't hesitate. Don't wait. Get up in here.
That we're at this point where the search is over and justice begins. I want to thank our superintendent. I want to thank also Chief Preston, the men and women of the Prince George's County Police Department and its homicide unit. As I have repeated numerous, I want to thank for closing this case quickly. And now we will hand this case over to our state's attorney, Tara Jackson, to seek justice. But I did want to reflect on DACARA Thompson, young 19-year-old graduate of St.
Shout out to Tracy for the Cash App. How come we only got 3 people supporting the show? How long we been talking? We've been speaking for 40 minutes and we only got 3 supporters. Now, out of 400 something people, we should have way more than 3 supporters. Now, I'm ready to drop the link. I want to hear from y'all, but we got to do better with that support. 3 people out of 400, 3 people out of 400. That ain't even 5% of the audience. That ain't even 5% of the audience.
Charles High School in Charles County. She was living with her father. And part of the reason she lived here is because she was working for nonprofit Prince George's. As part of her service year option that she decided to participate in, and that this activity dedicated part of her young life to serving others, And I want that to bring home to all of you that this is a good woman who, for her community, will stand behind her family as we seek justice for her. I will now turn the mic over to our Superintendent Butler.
Good morning. On behalf of Governor Westmore and the entire Maryland Department of State Police family, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Ms. DACARA Thompson, a young life that was taken far too soon. Shortly before 5 p.m. on August 31st, troopers from the Maryland State Police Annapolis Barrack were dispatched to the area of U.S. Route 50 between Maryland Route 424 and Interstate 97 in Anne Arundel County for the report of a disabled vehicle. Upon arrival, troopers observed a female lying unresponsive in a grassy area off the highway. Information obtained indicated that the disabled vehicle was unrelated. Criminal Enforcement Division South Region responded to the scene along with state police crime scene technicians from our Forensic Services Division. They processed the scene. Shortly after, they contacted the Prince George's County Police. The Maryland State Police and the Prince George's County Police have been conducting a joint investigation into the death of Ms. DACARA Jackson. As additional information becomes available, I am sure the Prince George's County and the Maryland State Police will share that information with you. The circumstances surrounding her death still remain under investigation, so we will continue to answer those questions that we think the community and the family want those answers. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Chief Dwayne Preston from the city of Bowie.
Good morning. On behalf of I want to express my condolences to the family of DACARA Thompson. Members of the Bowie Police Department have worked in great collaboration with Prince George's County Police Department and the Maryland State Police. And unfortunately, the evidence led to this incident culminating in the city of Bowie. We continue to work in partnership without that as this case matriculates through the justice system, that justice will be served for the family. Thank you.
Good morning. I too would like to first express my condolences to the family of DACARA Thompson. I cannot imagine the pain that the family is feeling right now. And I agree with the county executive when she says that the community is grieving with the family. I also want to thank the county executive and her leadership team, police partners. We need a team in bringing justice and protecting our community. I know that the public has been following this case closely, and oftentimes our community does not understand the legal process and roles of each member of our legal team, of our law enforcement team. So as State's Attorney for Prince George's, I'm here this morning to explain the legal process and next steps. The police have charged Mr. Hernandez-Mendez, as you've heard, with murder and related charges.
He has appeared before a commissioner, a judicial officer, and that support the charges, and he was held without bond. Mr. Hernandez Mendez will now appear at a bond hearing. We're not sure whether that bond hearing will be today or Monday. And that will tell whether or not he shall remain held. And in making that decision, look at the nature of the charges that are lodged, as well as the.
Yeah, man, black women, I can be real with y'all. That Mexican didn't force her to get in his vehicle. She volunteered to get in his vehicle. Anytime a woman gets in a man's vehicle, what it is. Now, if you say this man was an Uber driver and that's why she hopped in his vehicle, instead of him being an Uber driver, which I don't think he was, well, then we already know what it is because we have common sense. We're from the streets. We know what it is. You're not talking to a square. You're talking to a certified player, a certified game spitter. Anyway, man, let's get back to the content, though. Hell no, you ain't supposed to be hopping in those strange man's car at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. He ain't no Uber driver. He ain't no Lyft driver.
The police have charged Mr. Hernandez Mendez, as you've heard, with murder and related charges. He has appeared before a commissioner, a judicial officer, and that commissioner has determined that there is probable cause to support the charges, and he will bond. Mr. Hernandez Mendez will now appear at bond hearing. We're not sure whether that bond hearing will be today or on Monday. And during that hearing, we'll determine whether or not he should remain held, and that look at the nature of the charge lodged against him, as well as the safety of the community. Says occur on day and not to. At this point, there really is not much more that I can offer other than to say in the weeks to come, my office will do a thorough review of the evidence, and we will determine whether or not Mr. Hernandez should be indicted, and if so, what he should be indicted for. It is important to remind our residents, and it's always entitled to due process, and it's my job as the state's attorney to ensure that the justice occurs, but that the processes are transparent and fair and in full accordance with the law. And finally, I just want to add that my office remains steadfast in working with our partners daily to make sure that our community is safe. Thank you.
So the deepest gratitude for the men and women.
See, I got to be real with FBA. This is why I got fed up with some of these people in the FBA movement. Not all of them, man, but we're not being honest, man. You know, I listen to a lot of people, these FBA people say, why did she get in his car in the first place? He didn't force her to get in. Why did she get in? How we gonna save black women from making the same mistake if we ain't gonna be honest about what she did? How could we stop this from happening to other black women if we're not going to be honest about it? Had no business unaliving her. And had no business harm in prison. But can't get into strange men's cars at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, even if it's in broad daylight. When you volunteer to get in a strange man's car, you put yourself at risk for bullshit to happen, for shit like this to happen. So to all you FBA niggas is making content, y'all got to start being honest with black women. So all you con niggas, y'all got to start being honest with black women if you really want to help them. You can't sugarcoat this shit if you're trying to help the women. You need to tell them, do not make the same mistake as this lady did. Do not hop in a strange man's vehicle at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't hop in a strange man at any time. Yes, we're going to hold him accountable. Yes, he deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison. He deserves to rot in hell, 100%. But at the same time, we got to think about prevention. How do we stop this from happening to other black women? Okay, well, it's simple. Don't hop in a man's car if you don't know him. Even if you do know him, you just can't be hopping in people's cars. It's all about prevention. But if you're not going to be honest with black women, then you could never help them.
The Prince George's County Police Department that worked this case literally around the clock since she was reported missing. I deeply of their efforts, and I appreciate the journalism that has covered this case to this point. Now we'll open it up for a few questions. Yeah.
Nah, I'm sick of a lot of these niggas in the conscious community who are not honest with black women. They're just pandering to them. They're not being honest with black women about the mistakes they're making. If you niggas really care about black women, the first thing you should have said was, ladies, we love this sister. Rest in peace to her. We hope the man serves life in prison. We hope that he rots in hell. But at the same time, ladies, when you hop in a man's car at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, it looks like prostitution.
We don't believe she was moving around the home. We believe everything transpired in the bedroom. So what is surrounding the two coming, that's what we're still investigating. Not aware of that States Park Police in April.
If it wasn't for that disabled car, would that area have been searched? Was that on your radar?
That area is probably about 7 miles away from the murder location, but a good distance away from where she went missing. So we are thankful that the Maryland State Police had the ability to locate that body based on that call for service.
Chief, was this suspect subject to an ICE detainer from that spring arrest?
He was not at that. He was not subject to an ICE detainer based on that spring arrest.
Any other?
We believe the one was issued yesterday.
County executive, or whoever wants to handle this, that's going to be an aspect of this case given our time today.
Yes, in April of this year on a DUI charge. He was then released pending his trial. I don't believe his trial date has come up yet.
And listen, since we're talking about prevention, another way that we can prevent shit like this from happening, you got to deport these people, get rid of these damn illegals. We've seen way too many illegal immigrants sexually assault women. So women, stop hopping in cars with guys that you don't know. But then again, a prostitute will hop in a strange man's car because she's trying to get fast money. But ultimately, you must listen to this. They should have deported this dude when he went to jail for DUI. He should have been deported. There was no reason for him to be in this country illegally. They should have deported him immediately. That's prevention. Another form of prevention is this. Black women, stop hopping in strange men's cars that you don't know. If she had that mentality, that would have saved her life. The moment that she hopped in this man's car, it was all she wrote. It was a wrap from there. Listen, man, I'm gonna drop the link, man. I want to see who want to pull up to speak. Let me drop this link. You don't hop in strange man's vehicles that you don't know. You don't do that. Especially if you love your life and you want to live to see another day. Listen, people. I want to get some people to hit that link. Make sure that you guys bless that Cash App. Make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Pull on up and show that love. I just dropped pull up up and show some love. I just dropped the link in the chat. Let's get some who really love this game. It's beautiful, man.
What we know.
What are your thoughts about that?
So, as was indicated, he was arrested by the federal government. So the federal government on a DUI charge. He was then released pending his trial. I don't believe his trial date has come up yet. So what we know is that he did not, according to our records, have any contact at the state level, but he was arrested by federal authorities.
Imagine that arrest, you know.
He's arrested and they arrested by federal authorities and he's arrested by federal authorities, but yet and still he was allowed to stay in his country. That's crazy.
Records had any contact at the state level, but he was arrested by federal authorities in April.
I imagine that there's got to be some.
That he did not, according to our records, have any contact at the state level, but he was arrested by federal authorities in April.
I imagine that there's got to be some reaction to this man's arrest now in the news nationally. What are your thoughts?
Let me bring up Dre first, man. Dre, what's good, bro?
Hey, what's good, Red, man? I'm just chilling, man. And like I said, right about now, because moments ago, they was really crashing out, acting a fit over these illegal immigrants. But now this incident happened. Ain't they one of them said nothing. The governor of Maryland, he fighting tooth and nail with Donald Trump about the National Guard, but he ain't made a press conference. He ain't said a word about this yet. None of them black Democrats in Maryland ain't said a word, man. That's just really, it's just really, at this point, man, they are so disgusting and despicable right now, man. It's sad and it's a shame, bro. And then they want to talk about Dr. Martin Luther King and all. No, Dr. Martin Luther King and these people turn over in their grave right now because y'all a disgrace to us. And at the end of the day, we got to hold ourselves accountable too, because we vote for these people and we put these people in office.
Yeah.
They do this with our permission. They play off our emotions.
Right.
They play the race card and they use the fear. That's how they keep us in. That's how they stay in power and that's how they keep us in check. But I mean, like I said, I don't have nothing personal against them. It's their political behavior.
Yeah.
Is their political behavior and our political behavior as the masses as well. We have to do better than that.
Hey, bro, I'm glad you mentioned that because I put that in the title, man. You don't see Democrats saying anything now. They've been fighting to keep these people here. They're hardworking and this and that. You notice they never cover the stories when these women get unalived by these illegals. You never hear these Democrats say nothing. You can hear a rat piss on cotton. It's so damn quiet. They ain't said nothing about this black woman. Now they claim to care about women's rights and the safety of women, but when women get unalived by these illegal immigrants, the Democrats never say nothing.
Yup, exactly. And you covered another incident about this like in May, what happened in South Carolina. They ain't said a word. Ain't no black
Ain't said a word.
Creator. None of them didn't. Probably you, the TV. I think y'all probably the only three that really covered about this. Nobody else said nothing or spoken about this. That is sad, man.
Yeah.
It's like what has we have come to?
Shout out to my boy Street Media TV, man.
Yeah,
Street
he
Media
made
TV.
I'm right here.
I'm right here.
Oh, what's up, bro?
Y'all?
Go ahead, Street Media. You got it, bro. Go ahead, Street Media.
Hey, I was just telling my wife, man. Listen, turn it down. I don't condone what happened to her, but come on, man. We from the streets, man. When I just don't understand when pointing out simple logic is like victim blaming, and they got her on video getting out of her car, voluntarily walking behind what's it called again? The what I say it was called? Not the Family Dollar at 3 o'clock in the morning, and having a conversation, then getting in this man's car. And I'm a father, man. I'm a husband. I'm an uncle. I'm all these things to Black women. I'm all these things. I'm an uncle, a father, a mentor, a little bit of everything. Like, so I gotta call for what, a protector? I'm confused. Like, we gotta, like, I understand it's sad, but can we be in the prevention business? Because this ain't the first time something like this, bro. Let's just take it back to the streets for a minute. Growing up, when I was in my 20s and stuff like that, you know how many times I met a girl at the club and took her home and banged her out or something? I could have been a crazy staunch killer or something. Women take chances all the time, man. Going home with me, the guy, and go on a date with him.
Yeah.
Right? Women take chances all the time. I mean, I was raised by women, so I'm not trying to hurt no women. But I know women that got unalived by going in cars with men, right? So now we established that part. This woman was 3 o'clock getting in the car with a goddamn Mexican, Guatemalan, or whatever. Who y'all think y'all talking to? I was born tonight, but it wasn't last night. She didn't get dragged from my home or from the car. She walked behind the thing to his car. So I'm just saying to a lot of you young girls, please, man, please. I don't even care if you don't like what I'm saying. Just listen to what the big homie's telling you. Man, it's many a day, man. We was in the strip clubs back in the day and took women home. We could have did anything. She in the house with 5, 6 niggas. Anything back in the day. That was the norm. That's how it was before cell phones and computers. It's what it is. And we got to get to this place online where we can be honest and just tell the truth about shit. Stop shit. Outside in the real world, women take a lot of chances, man. And she took a chance and she lost her life, man. I'm fucked up about it, Red. I don't like to see something like this. I don't even care if she was selling coochie. She still should be dead.
Right. It didn't give him the right. Like, see, we're thinking about prevention. We're telling Black women, stop selling cats, stop hopping in strange cars. Come on, sister, make a better life for yourself. But it doesn't excuse the fact that he unalived her. He deserved to spend the rest of his life in prison. He deserves to rot in hell. But we're trying to teach sisters prevention because, like you said, street media, they take chances all the time dealing with strange guys that they don't know. But go ahead, my brother.
Look, Red, just think about it, man. Just on the block. Before we was on social media, we outside. Mercy of you. It happens all the time.
Yep.
So I see a brother in the chat said, well, let's be real, it's just her fault. Listen, we know that, but we ain't, see, this is what I'm saying. I ain't dealing in the gender shit that y'all do online. And what I'm saying is I love my people. Y'all want to deal in that white supremacist gender war shit where you can't tell the woman nothing and then you can't tell the man nothing. And when something bad happens, I told you so. Nah, man, listen, man. We have to be more caring. If we say we FBA, and we have to be stern and tell the truth. But this ain't the time where we just want to just beat up on each other and say, I told you so shit. This ain't the time for that. This is actually the time when we can actually do more teaching. Because it happens every day. It's happening right now. There's a young girl getting in a man's car somewhere. And it may be your niece. It could be your daughter. It could be your aunt. It could be your mother getting in somebody's car right now as we speak. Shit, they getting Ubers. They don't know. We was always told don't get in strangers' cars. Nowadays, an Uber could just pull up and your sister jump in the damn Uber's car. So women take risks all the time and this kind of shit. So to see her doing that 3 o'clock in the morning like that, it's not nothing strange to me because I've seen this shit all the time. Unfortunately, she lost her life. Words can reach somebody, maybe reach one young girl where she'll say, you know what?
Yeah, man. Out of love, man. I say this out of love. I really do. I'm thinking about prevention. Listen, I don't like when I see black women in my city on Fig selling a box. You know who? A street media. You know who buys the most box from black women on Figueroa? That host row. It be Mexicans.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're the main customers, and it be 15 and no guidance, just some money.
Yeah, it's the same thing over here when you see the black girls out there selling boxes on out there in the strips. It be the Puerto Rican men. It's the same. It's the same thing. And like I said, man, but the thing is, do you know how many women that's out there selling boxes a year get killed, man, in this country, across these cities across America? Man, it's something. It happens a lot, bro, a lot. I mean, but this ain't a I told you so moment. We actually say we FBA and we care about our people. We know. We know we got challenges, man. We got issues. But at what point, just as black people, do we let everybody else deal in that wild, dumb shit? Like, we grown-ups, man. We grown-ups, because like I said, to young women, where if 99 of them said, fuck George, I ain't listening to him. But one did, I did my job. So I got to be careful in the way I disseminate the information. Because I want to get through to the sister. I don't want her to reject what I'm saying. I want her to hear me. So I landed there.
Man, shout out to my boy Street, man. He's definitely a real one, man. Let me bring up Black Samurai. What's up, my brother?
Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody on the panel. You know, to me, this situation, I actually was in the wrong, but you know, I can't be tender-hearted, man. We you know, we got to be tough love on the FBA side, man. If you know right, you do right. At the end of the day, it's government agencies out there that's 4 months. Give them jobs. So I'm not having no remorse. There's a lot of black men out there that need help. Them these black women out here. Ready here. We in the winter phase 2. It's about to be winter phase 3. And with Trump and these policies cutting Section 8 and these food stamps, what y'all think y'all gonna be doing in the next few years, man? I mean, seriously, these women out here, like, what are you gonna do? Because if you ain't had no contingency plans, you're gonna be, you know, it's gonna be harsh for these women, man. To me, I recall that immigrant that killed that white student, feeling going for herself. You know, she did everything right. Yeah, we'll fight hard for it. Matter of fact, we'll be get all that maximum years in prison, and he ain't gonna last in prison. I don't know if y'all. So you know,
yeah. That Lincoln Riley, it was in Georgia where she was jogging. She went on a jog early morning before her class, and when she was on her jogging, an immigrant sexually assaulted her, and the female was a stripper, and she called up an Uber, and the Uber driver was an illegal immigrant, and instead of taking her home, he sexually assaulted her and unalived her and left her body in the woods. Now, in this case, they said that he shot her, threw her body off of the bridge. Man, that was cold-blooded. Now, listen, I don't condone that, right? But we can prevent this. You guys can prevent these things from happening. When you out there selling box and you hopping in strange men's cars, you don't know who this dude is or what he's capable of. But go ahead,
right. You know, because you know we know what they hopped in that car for that dinero, man, for that money. You know what I'm saying? The money that can say in the Bible. Money is you ain't gonna last too long on this planet, man. I mean, you know, it's traps everywhere. But that's the even though that's the oldest profession, nowadays with men out here and then they ain't got easy access, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna fall to the right one. And you know, I'm a mad. I mean, to them when most of them don't even last years out there in them streets, man. Like, so either you wake up or do better. You know what I'm saying? Positive. There's a lot
Yeah,
FBA's doing out there. There's a lot of FBA scientists out there inventing stuff right now. They ain't getting no airplay. It's a lot of FBA entertainers out there. They ain't getting no shine because of the media.
right.
So I'm not hearing none of that. I'm not hearing none of that because I read the statistics every day, crime statistics, and even though okay, that be my one. World is gonna show certain people. Either you better do something to pay those bills, or you might see some.
Black Samurai for pulling up, man. Big E gonna drop some game on y'all real quick. You got it, Big E.
Hey, yo, what it do, y'all? Hey, man, it really is up there. But ladies, real talk. Y'all need to stop thinking that y'all belong in the streets. A man with sense ain't gonna be in the streets at no 2, 3 in the morning. So what you out there do, and you selling box? It's a damn shame that it seems like these young girls can't think of nothing else to do but sell box. You know what I'm saying? It's like selling box is to women what selling dope. You know what I'm saying? It was lucrative. You couldn't tell us nothing. Okay. So it's the same thing today with the OnlyFans and the this to that. It's like y'all think that's the means to an end, and it's not. You know what I'm saying? Now again, with that being said, that don't give old boy the right to do that. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that we trying to clown, it's like this go back to what Red be saying. People be getting tired of Red doing these stories, but hell, they keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, real talk, but see, Red elected that had a whole criminal network that worked against y'all. All of them people y'all elected, let these people get fake IDs, jobs, and all this stuff. You see how they fought for Kilmore Abrego. Y'all see how they fought for all these illegals. They out there attacking ICE, et cetera, et cetera. But then when it comes to our black ass, they all quiet. Where's Jasmine? That was flying to El Salvador to try to free a woman beaten human trafficking. See, y'all let y'all hatred politically now. Y'all let y'all hatred or the media give y'all so much hatred of one man that y'all still refuse to see the criminality that was working against y'all. That is that Democratic Party. Babies, we'll take care of them. And y'all know it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see it. These are the people that y'all think is your handle with kid gloves. Red, you did a story in him with kid gloves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They wasn't treating him like he was a straight killer. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we still have to. Nah. Literally smile in your face and was bringing all kind of other people over here to take your place. They put him in your neighborhood. They was even trying to let them vote, probably was voting in elections. they were putting in people that were working against you. But see, they had y'all fighting with us. See, these are the vices, man. The devil has many vices to keep us fighting with each other. And then when you got people that's trying to point this out to you, you rather fight with us instead of looking at the obvious. That Cassandra Bland in our face didn't get in trouble. The people that did that to Breonna Taylor did not get in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, these people are protected, whether they cops or whether they're illegals. That's who they wanted over here. That's who they want, slaves, so to speak. And these are the people that you keep putting in office. Barack Obama, even a couple weeks ago, had the nerve to say that black boys need. You know, y'all voted for y'all voted for Biden, right? And Robert Byrd is his mentor. Okay, he's pretty much an honorary Klansman.
Hey, Big E. Hey, Big E.
Yeah.
Big E. Let me ask you real quick. If let's reverse the roles, right? Let's just say that was a black man that killed the Mexican and Guatemalan girl. What would the West Coast be saying right now? And all the
Man, that nigga would be hung. That nigga would be in jail, and everybody would be on his him. Cared about none of that. If he was black, see, this what I'm saying, bro. We know this already.
That's what I'm trying to say. We point. The point is somebody from another group kills somebody that belongs to us, whether we like it or not. Women been selling box. Ain't nothing new, whether you a hooker or not, or you bought us something. They don't understand how the streets work. So I don't like what she was doing, but she did. But I'll let you finish, because I know damn well if somebody from another group, we'd have killed somebody from another group, if she was a Jew, Italian, something like that, they wouldn't be having Asian, they wouldn't be having it. So why can't we take the same stance?
Man, and then look, I'm gonna just say this, bro. Again, all of them politicians is janky, so I'm gonna just say this: if Trump wasn't in office, you know how many more immigrants would be here. So I'm gonna just leave it. I'm gonna put it like that. But just to, you know what I'm saying, just to keep it in perspective, once again, these people are protected. You see, they are. You know, they get to throw stuff at feds and all that old stuff. Then they have to go find them. You know what I'm saying? If there was black people throwing chunks of concrete and all that, what they was doing, it'd have been bodies out there. We all know this. So again, I'm not making none of this stuff up. They are going above and beyond for these illegals while they pretty much slapping black displaced, even though they're illegal. She called them displaced and said that she was going to be giving them $50,000 for all displaced families.
Meanwhile,
This is
Hold on real quick,
did.
Biggie. I want to show you guys this. I'm gonna show you guys this real quick. This happened in Indianapolis. This was another black woman unalived by an illegal, and this is only a 2-minute clip. And I want y'all to watch this. And like Biggie said, if Trump wasn't been wide open, and look at the heinous crimes they commit against women and children. I've covered so many stories where these illegals have sexually assaulted women and children. Come on, y'all, man. Check this out. Earlier this year. Go ahead,
What was
Street
the
Media.
Mexicans saying online right now? That was a black dude that killed the Mexican girl. What would all the Mexicans say?
Oh my God.
Hey, man,
what would they be doing right now?
They wouldn't care if she was a hooker. They wouldn't care if she was a hooker, right?
So we should
media. We should do the same to ours. Now I want you guys to watch. Now I don't know how this illegal immigrant became a Lyft or an Uber driver, and he was illegal. But check out this story. I covered this earlier this year.
We are learning more tonight about a murder investigation here in Indianapolis. A rideshare driver admits to detectives he shot and killed a female customer.
That woman's body was discovered on the near southeast side yesterday. CBS 4's Jesse Wells spoke to the woman's family and to police at the IMPD chief of this case.
The victim family tells me they tracked her phone down to the found the suspect in custody and are now preaching a message of prevention. Just after 1 o'clock Monday afternoon, in these woods on Indy's near southeast side, a woman who had been reported missing hours earlier was found naked with a shirt pulled over her head and shot to death.
This is just disgusting all around, and it did not have to happen.
Police claim a 29-year-old Uber driver, Francisco Valadez, picked up the victim from work early Sunday morning and drove Dixon to her home at this apartment complex just a few feet from the woods where she was murdered. According to this affidavit, Valadez gave conflicting stories, but eventually admitted to shooting the victim while trying to have sex with her. After dumping Dixon's body, the suspect confessed he tried to have sex with her again.
These allegations.
Police quickly used rideshare information from Uber to help track down the accused killer.
Ride shares continue to be an excellent and a safe option to use when you're out in a community.
While they insist the murder in these woods is an isolated incident, IMPD says rideshare users can always share their location with their family and should trust their instincts if things feel dangerous.
Women, you have a right to exist in this community safely, and you have a right to use these ride shares. Trust yourself.
This disgusting, it's disturbing. Ms. Dixon, especially her family, no one deserves to be treated this way in our community.
Finally, formal charges by the prosecutor's office in this case are still pending. I'm to ask anyone who may have had a suspicious encounter with the suspect in recent statement. Jeff Wells, CBS 4 News.
Now I got one more thing to show y'all before, and then I'm gonna let everybody just dialogue, man. I'm gonna let everybody speak at the same time. Just as long as we ain't talking over each other, I'm gonna bring everybody up to dialogue on this. Check this out.
Also developing tonight, we're hearing from the family of a young mother who police say was shot and killed by her Uber driver.
Police believe the shooting happened on Indy Southeast side as she was speaking with her family.
And they told you they knew something was up when they didn't hear from her.
Yeah, Dustin, Felicia, Shanty's Dixon mom says she always checked in with her. So when she couldn't get a hold of her, she filed a police report with IMPD that next day, never thinking her daughter would end up dead. As Risa Dixon lights her cigarette, she begins to
walk through the door, say, "Hey, Mama, what y'all doing?" That's what my heart say, but I know she not gonna physically walk through the door. She always say, "Mom, you know you my best friend," and I'm like, "Girl, yeah, I know you my best friend."
Yeah, that's her. She had children, man. This woman was like in her early 30s. She had children, but I'm gonna let the clip play. And right after this, I'm gonna let everybody pull up.
Shanty was also a mother, an aunt, and the oldest of her. Shanty was also a mother, an aunt, and the oldest of her siblings.
You could not miss her presence because she was gonna let you know when she come through the door. And when I say, "Hey y'all, hey y'all," and she made sure her nieces, her nephews, her sisters, her brother, they knew that she loved them.
Dixon says Shanty not only left an imprint on those she met, but also left them feeling loved.
She was so selfless, so selfless. She would put herself in dumb positions just to help. Remember how y'all get a heart and show the love, because that's what she would have wanted and that's what she would have did.
Now, I was talking to Dixon off camera, and she told me Shanty was her oldest. And so I asked her, I'm like, what was it like when she was born? And she was
So, you know, and that was an illegal immigrant. I covered that story, man, earlier this year. But listen, I'm gonna let Black Samurai and Big E, Street Media, and DW, everybody. Listen, I'm gonna let everybody just dialogue, man. As long as we just, you know, not talking over each other. But hey, man, go ahead first, Black Samurai, and then as you speaking, anybody who wants to chime in, y'all got it. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. To me, you know, these are one stories too much, man. And when is the FDA gonna wake up? You know what I'm saying? What individually, collectively, and you know, to me, it's like you see these stories every day, and you know, at some pockets it's good, and some pockets is bad. But in the bad pockets, you know what I'm saying, they got outreach programs for certain things. But to me, it's like with this immigrant thing, you know, Trump is doing what he can. Agenda, man. They brought him these people here to make you a fifth-class citizen. Okay, if y'all don't have it read, Claude Anderson, I think y'all should go ahead and get that book, Palmonomics, because he predicted this. And, you know, FDA didn't want to listen. Y'all want to keep partying. Y'all want to, you know what I'm saying? And y'all just didn't care. Y'all getting y'all money. Get to the bag. But bags for you. You gonna have to invest. You got to invest in your own bag. Then
Well,
what?
I say this. Yeah, I say this.
I just want to one more chime in one more point, because we predicted this on last show, read a few shows ago. I told y'all it was after I think one of them young FBA women got alive by one of the white supremacists. When y'all gonna come together and try and do something and create? We got FBA towns already.
Oh, you talking about that black woman in Connecticut who tried to hook up with that white man on a date and he unliked
and
her.
it was
He said, you know what me? He said, he's such a great guy. I'm like, what? He's a great guy. So you don't want to. So he's not a suspect. You believe she died from a overdose, but he's such a great guy, and she hooked up with him on the date. Something. He met her at a hotel. When he left in the morning, they came to the hotel and found her dead body.
Crazy.
And this is another black woman, and that was a white supremacist who unalived
Hey,
it.
but Red, real quick, let me just say this: when them white dudes be unaliving them black women, the question that I have is, okay, y'all called yourself divesting. Where are all of the white men to come to your aid? See, to me, we divested from black men, and then when those same white guys unalive y'all at the rate they have over the last few years, then you come say, well, that's because black men. No. You can't have that both ways. If you divested, you need to be over there, and you need to have them white men come speak out against their own, since you, like Kayla Nicole, you see how she all heartbroken about, okay, stay over there with that shit.
Yeah, right.
Divested, and they get to doing that to y'all. You cannot come back to us. It's our fault that you divested in the first place. No. See, this is what we need to start doing, Red. We have to purge this ourselves. Like, you remember how I think it was you that did a video or that was speaking on when they was talking about peace in LA, and you had certain dudes that was hollering, ain't no peace. See,
or create certain taste that's admirable, that's positive toward FBA, and make that fashionable. Because
you can't be so peace and you out here letting them blowers go though.
Right.
See, these was LA cats. These was LA cats when they was talking about, man, we need to cut this out. We need to stop this and that. And you know what I'm saying? There was a few dudes that was like, nigga, it ain't finna be no peace. But them niggas that's out in the street with them blowers, bro.
Well, y'all.
Hey, Street Media. Remember, hold on one second, Samurai. Hold on one second, Samurai. When Street Media pulled up there today, and I spoke, and Street Media had reminded me of that, because he was saying when you try to create peace, they want to harm you for creating a peace. Like, hold on, nigga, it was niggas in LA. Oh no, it ain't gonna be no F you niggas just creating, but you niggas ain't there. Like, damn, now I'm a target for one piece.
But you gotta remember, like we dealing with our dysfunction. We got years and years and years of social engineering and dysfunction. So we got to look at this thing from a practical perspective. Out in California, when the black boy gets up and he puts on his clothes, from the time he gets up in the morning and puts on his clothes, go outside to his job or his block, where do he see anything that's essential to his growth and development? That has anything to do with capitalism? Nothing. So he doesn't see the relevance of his brother because his lifestyle ain't predicated on his brother. He got to go outside and see the relevance in ourselves. So then you transpose that into the way we operate and deal with each other, right? So this thing is a psychological warfare. You'd be less likely to tear it up. You'd be less likely to want to kill your brother because you'll see the relevance in them. And these are the things that they did to us. So when you transpose it to now in the way that we operate and the way that we think, like I'm saying, if when we outside and we talking to these kids, we go into the youth prisons, you go into these places, the biggest challenge you got, Big E, is getting these kids to believe that they're not niggas. That's the first challenge. I got to get you to believe that you.
Hey, my bro.
Hey, what have I been saying though? What have I been saying? We got to catch these kids before they become YNs, right? Everybody on your channel know that.
You got to catch them pre-adolescence, and on second of that, I tell you a good reason how to get away from them dudes. You either tell them to get down or lay down, because we gonna fight for peace, and you got people that will fight for it. You know what I'm saying? You want to be with that ignorant all you want to, then go have a war then, because we don't have to stay. We gonna have to save our future and our. You know what I'm saying? Our DNA on the rest of this. Or do you know we fight? They ain't got to deal with the stuff we doing. Okay, if you want to steal with that ignorance, die in it. We got to keep it moving.
Hey, Rick. Hey, let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna pass it to y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna pass it to y'all. Now, King Yella, I'm pretty sure you guys heard of King Yella from Chicago, right? He a GD. He did a peace walk, right? He had a peace thing in Chicago, and it was a real peace. Do you know that niggas shot him and shot up the peace rally?
No,
and he was trying to bring GDs and BDs together. Yeah, this was like 5 years ago, because he a GD, because GDs and BDs used to be one at one point in time, but they fell out, and then they had war. King Yella did a peace because it was kids getting. You see Chicago 6 and 7 year old kids getting died. A 66-year-old man was watering his lawn. YNs drove by and blew him down. So King Yella did a video shoot for Peace for Chicago to save lives. Do you know them niggas shot that video shoot up, and King Yella got shot 2 times at a peace video shoot?
He was 4/5 in from New York, from the Bronx. He did the thing telling his thing was for all the OGs. He said, I need all the shot callers to drop your flags across the country. He said he got the drop your flag challenge. And did you see what Adam 22 did, right? He started mocking him. He said he won LA, Memphis, right? He said like at some point he said, and like he said, you know it's not gonna happen overnight, but we gotta start it. You gotta start now. And he said, drop your flags. Fucking Adam 22 went and started mocking him, saying, well, we don't really drop flags out here in LA.
You'll lose his bag. You'll lose his bag.
Styles P checked him and said something. Styles P said, whack 100 and all you Bloods and Crips out there that go to this show, y'all on the clock now. Because you heard the brother make the call, right? And it's on TikTokers everywhere now. And then the dude that y'all support is coming on here mocking him. You know how many? And so I said in my video, Bloods and Crips, GDs, BDs, Stones, Vice Lords, the blocks and hoods here in Philly since let's just go back to 1990 to today. How many black men, black bodies, black blood has roamed the streets of LA from AC to KC, Nebraska to Alaska? How much of the bloods of black men have roamed the streets because of gangs? So how can fucking Adam 22 even mock that when the brother got on there and he's asking the brothers to drop their flag? How is something like that funny?
Right. I know. That's crazy, man. And Adam is from New Hampshire, but he moved to LA and he's taking full advantage of the gang culture. So, like he said, like Big E said, if niggas came for peace, Adam wouldn't have no more content because all he do is bring up gangbangers and talk about death and destruction on his channel. His channel started off as a hip hop channel, but he said, "Nah, you know what? I'm a interview gangbangers so they can talk about all this dysfunction, and I'm gonna monetize that shit and get
And
paid."
George, hey, what I like, he said the most important. He basically called LA niggas out, like, man, and if y'all stand with that nigga, you niggas is cowards.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, bro, Hulk is probably he really need to be shouted out more than what he did, because that shouldn't just be a New York thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, nigga, put them damn rags down, bruh.
Yeah, he said he wanted countrywide. He made a call for all the shot callers of the gangs countrywide. Well, everybody, he's gonna get it. He want to get it. That TikTok, you know how they do all them channels. He want to drop your movement. That's why. But that's why the feds probably said, Adam, go get out in front of that. Get out in front of that right away.
He got the memo. He got the memo. He got that on. He got on it real quick.
Hey, but look, this nigga said he's an atheist. He don't believe in God, et cetera, right? So this is the question. Where's his moral compass at? Like, where do you get your morality from? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I like about with Munchie B. I don't like a lot of some of the stuff he promote, but when he say morals over money, you know, bro, I like that people today have no morals. Like how we talking about DACARA. I'm not trying to sour her, but no stranger at no 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, these is just facts. I'm not trying to down her, but men, ain't no men. Men in the chat, are you gonna get in the car with somebody you don't know at some 2, 3 o'clock in the morning? Men ain't finna do that. So come on, man. Like, man, I'm just saying, bro, we have to make better decisions, bro, and that's fighting for survival. Everybody else seem to have government help. We ain't never had it.
Right. I don't think we never, well, I ain't gonna say we never will. You got black women out there, they getting all type of support. You know what I'm saying? She could have stopped walking the streets, walking to one of them centers, and they would have paid her rent for like 6 months and gave her a monthly stipend for food just to get off the street. So I'm not really. You ask me, bro. Game come with choices, and it's choice you make. It could be it could be your last one.
Support don't mean nothing when your mind ain't. Support don't mean nothing when your mind ain't right. So
that's a fact.
Most of our people minds ain't right because black women got support, but ain't nothing stopping black men from supporting each other. We don't have a right mind. Our minds are not right. So all that stuff, like I'm on the ground. I know the support systems, but those places be empty because you got a lot of people who got a problem. Black dysfunction is profitable. We got to understand how this thing operates, man, and it's not a gender thing. Because they create the gender thing to keep us arguing amongst each other and seeing things from their perspective and not from a more practical perspective. When you're dealing with groups of people who've been psychologically damaged for so long, right? So those of us that start to wake up, you can't expect the masses to think like you. Just think of the metaphor of the Bible. The metaphor of the Bible. They killed Christ for trying. You got to love your people more than they hate themselves. So they can have all kinds of support services for women. That don't mean that they're going to take advantage of them in the manner in which they should when they're not in their right state of mind. We got to get our minds back, bro. And ain't nothing
to me, bro, that's that help.
Yeah.
You got to let that help. See, me, I'm scientific with it, bro. It's called natural selection. You know what I'm saying? You know, when that meteor hit, all the dinosaurs was dead, but the smart ones, the mammals, they survived. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about survival, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but look, big dog. I saw a video the other day. This is where it could start. did y'all see that video where this big dude, you know, I guess the baby mama got multiple kids and he bought some shoes or either some food only for, and
saw that.
I get he's only responsible for his, but it's like, but as a man, you don't think you sowing dissent amongst his siblings because it's kind of messed up for watching him eat and his brothers and sisters just watching him eat. So what I'm saying is, if we don't want future YNs, bro, go to Little Caesar and spend $10 on 2 hot and ready's, bro. Feed all them kids, bro. That ain't taking care of them. That's just a kind gesture, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would have bought 2 pieces, Biggie. Like either feed your kid before you drop them off, but you know you can't feed somebody in front of a bunch of stars. What's the word I'm looking for?
But Red, you know why
you know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be confusing. I can't eat in front of your face and you starving. So guess what? His brothers and sisters is gonna hate him. Oh, you think you all that because your daddy bought you some clothes and feed you. Now, if they daddies ain't shit and you feeding your kid in front of them and they starving and eating, that's gonna cause confusion and conflict between him and his siblings. So
let me play devil's advocate, man. What if
hold on. Let Street Media go. I'm gonna let Street Media go and then Black Samurai go.
Street Media. That way, Red? We was raised in a different era, and different time. See, I get a lot of flack from guys that they call me a simp, but I know that they not men. In the time I was raised in, I'm a half a century. All kids in the community belong to me. I was raised by Big Mom and Big Daddy and them. I take care of everything. I take care of everybody that I can. That's where my blessings and my submission come from. So I see the world differently, right? I don't got to go out of my. I'm not doing something for a woman in order to get boxed. It's doing something in order to each one teach one, to teach young boys that we got to take care of each other. We came from a different time where a homie on the block, when I got it, we all got it. That's the mentality we had. If I can't get, if I'm the only one can get in, then we ain't coming. Then it was I am because we all are. We had a togetherness vibe. Everything down was selfish and it's about the me, and that nigga ain't with. We didn't have that mentality. Back in the day, grandma took care of the whole block, all the grandmas. So I was raised under that thought process. That's FBA culture. That's real.
Now you know, and you look and listen. You know how I feel about a lot of these women who bring this shit in themselves. But one thing I'm not gonna do, like if I feed my son and his friends are with him, I'm not gonna feed my son and not offer food to the kids who are with him. I don't do that. You know what I mean? That's just the right thing to do. It's not that I'm trying to save everybody and make the single mothers unaccountable. But if I feed my kid and there's other kids there, I'm gonna feed all the kids, man. That's just how. That's just, you know, my parents are old school.
It's like, once again, them black kids, them black kids that them single mothers got, they're gonna grow up and be black adults. Okay, if we don't put nothing into them, then how are we gonna turn around and have all the expectations in the world out of them? When we didn't put that, like I said, we didn't even want to spend $5 on the pizza. You know what I'm saying? We didn't even want to do, like, especially, and I'm not talking about nobody you don't know, but it's dudes that got kids by women who got, you know, multiple kids by dudes.
We call them brother husbands.
Right. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, if your child is in the house with other siblings that ain't yours, man, show them kids how to stand up too. Like, even if they daddies ain't nothing, you could be some kind of example of some kind of manhood for them. Like, when they get older, they can tell your son, nah, your daddy was always, he looked out. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. So they might have some respect for your daddy. They might even listen to him. But nah, them little niggas ain't my responsibility. Then the niggas that them women laid up with, nah, them little niggas ain't my responsibility. Then once the streets get a hold to them, well, then that's it.
They're gonna be the ones shooting your son.
That's what I'm saying.
Those are the future YNs right
but
there.
That's the future of our race, though. We not gonna be here forever. Like, we on this chat and we talking and we know the problems. We're not immortal. Right now, at the way they doing, bruh, 50 years from now, is it gonna be enough of us to do anything?
Probably not. Probably not. That's their game plan, Big E. And I think people that smart FBAs are doing it, because I see some FBAs buying up land, developing that land. You know, if you live in a city setting, you could buy land, wall it up. You know what I'm saying? Any way you got to do to get away from these people, because, you know, let them savages, like, to me, I'm not going to dehumanize these people, but if that's the way you think, go ahead and be separated, because we got to raise this future generation up, and we ain't going to be raising them up in that. You
Hey,
got
I hope
people.
that's Akiel. I'm not trying to butcher your name, Akiel. If that's your name, I hope I said it right. Bro, that's not simping, bro. Look, you be done so much dissension amongst him and his siblings, or her and her siblings, bro. Your siblings be done took, Nick, be the reason that your child is no longer here, bro, because they hate you. They hate him.
Right.
They hate him because you didn't want to look out for them. Not saying that it's your job, but a kid don't know that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's not a simp, bro. Looking out for your future, I don't think is being a simp. Now, if that's not you, I get it. I have never told no man
Biggie
that he can do that.
Hey, Big E.
Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna pass you the Black Samurai. A
Simp
is a man. Hold on, let me say this, but I'm gonna pass you the sound. A simp who don't hold the women accountable. We're not talking about the women. We know some of them are trifling. We're just looking out for our future generation. Like, if I got my kid with me and I'm feeding him, and there's a bunch of kids out there, hey man, I'll spend $15, $20 and feed all the kids for a pizza. That ain't nothing. Now, it's not my responsibility, but I'm not gonna feed my kid in front of. Now, if anything, I feed him before I bring him, but I'm not gonna feed him in front of a bunch of people that's not eating. I'm gonna show love to the kids, because they are the future generation. So it's,
you gotta understand.
But listen, when it comes to food,
hold on. A simp is not somebody who looks out for kids because he genuinely cares about the future of young Black boys. A simp is somebody who allows a woman to get away with shit who don't hold them accountable. If you have genuine love for Black boys and kids, even if you're not their father, when you feed your kids and it's a community kids out there, you're gonna look out for the kids because you care about their well-being. So that ain't got nothing to do with being no simp.
Boyce is a simp. Boyce is a simp. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me say this real quick. Listen, on my block is probably 35 houses going this way, 35 houses going the next way. There's only 3 fathers on this block, and I'm one of them. Right. And it's 3 married couples. Me, I'm one of them. Right. With my wife for 25 years. Right. I found myself in the community because a lot of times my son would have like all the latest stuff. He's spoiled. He would have everything, but a lot of boys on the block didn't have. They don't have no father in the house. When my son would be outside, guess where all the kids would be? On my porch, over here with me. I took my son to the movies. It started with me and my son. Next thing you know, I'm taking 4 or 5 other kids. It's not. That's not a simp. It's just that I'm looking around as a father. Here I am working my program in the community, and these boys don't have no type of structure or nothing. They call me Mr. Joy. They gravitate towards me. I'm honored to do that.
That's because
you're the only. Let me say something real quick. Let me ask Akiel a question. Hey, Akiel, let me ask you something. Real question. Let's say your son on the baseball team, right? And the coach by everybody, you know, I say y'all won the game, and he took the team out for pizza. And he said, "No, little nigga, you ain't my responsibility." Wouldn't you feel some kind of way about that? The coach did that out the kindness of his heart. Wouldn't you feel some kind of way about that?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying, we only talking about a gesture, bro. It's just, we talking about for the kids, we talking about the kids, bro.
Right. No. See, once again, you got a bunch of weak men out there who think like that, man. They don't think it as a real man out there. Like, they don't understand that. Come on, man. You see a kid hungry, you got resources. You know what I mean? That ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? To me, I don't allow kids.
I know, child. If you was at the ice cream truck with your son, and 3, 4 kids walked up, they ain't got no money, you wouldn't look out for them. They ain't got nothing to do with their mama.
Right. You got people. They just trolling, Biggie. They just trolling.
Yeah. Hey, you dude, listen, I'm saying, you trolling, man. If we don't show love to the Black boys, who else gonna show them love if we don't show them love, my nigga? That ain't got nothing to do. That ain't got nothing to do with us not holding the women accountable. But if I go to an ice cream truck and my you know, there's 2 other kids, my son that's out there, it ain't gonna harm me to spend $10 to treat these kids, my nigga. $10 ain't nothing,
But guess
man.
what?
Come on
But
now.
guess what, Red? 58% of current single man, black men in America is childless. So, to me, this is a creation that these black women are creating. And let me tell you another statistic. Almost like, let me see, they said almost 60% of the children that these women are making are with non-black men. So they're making the actual children, not the black men that's out here. So that's why I said most of these young kids or these YNs need to see that role model, to see something like, hey, maybe I could grow up and do something with my life, rather than looking at the gangbanger over here that's out here sending them on dummy missions.
Bro, how was Red sounding like Dubs? Come on, man. What did Red say that sound like Dubs? Come on, Scalper. Come on, man.
I told you he's trolling, bro.
But watch this. Even listen, as black men, this is our community. When I was growing up, even the big time dope boys, when they told you, yo, get up off the corner, man, they would get us all in a circle and give us money to go skate. At times, like, listen. All I'm saying is because I got my program and I work with these inner city kids. They acting up, but they need masculine energy around them. They start to get older. They want to be around men. Like, so, I get like a lot of the kids, man. I'm taking my son skating. I end up taking 3 or 4 other kids, man. They don't have dads. Like, we got my best friend. His father passed away about 3 years ago, but he didn't always have like the latest stuff. Like, his sneaks would be dogged, his hair don't be cut. His father didn't have a good job. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have certain things. Me and his father was cool. But him and my son, he spent the night at our house every weekend. And like, my son would have so many clothes, man. My wife would give him stuff. And when we go to the barbershop, it might be like 2 months, he didn't get his hair cut. You know what I'm saying? I get his hair cut for him. Why not? Like, if we gotta teach black boys that I want for my brother what I want for myself. They have to learn that young. We have to take care of each other, because you don't know the seeds that you plant in these young men. Like, today, we in a society where if you look at a motherfucker too long, you can die. Like, everybody care about is themselves. When I was growing up, it wasn't like that. Like, listen, it sounds messed up, but when I was in the street, I ran here. I remember being in the street, and I was hustling, but one of my main road dogs, he wasn't a good dope boy. He wasn't into none of that, right? But we would travel. I got a whole bunch of money. He ain't got none. But I would go around the corner, put some money in his pocket. When I got a car, I got him a car. That's my dog. That's my day one. Where I go, he go. Right? We just had that mentality, Red. Like, it's so a whole thing. So now when I was doing wrong, I thought that way. But when I'm doing good, I still think that way, doing good. So if I got something, I want the community to have something, because I want them to see that it's possible that we can do these things. That's not simp. Get out of here with this internet jargon shit that y'all use. This simp as a man, you a leader in your community, man. These young boys is watching you.
Hey, let me ask Lon.
They got the terminology wrong, because we didn't explain him what I mean is, and they still don't want to. They just trolling, bro. At the end of the day.
But let me ask Lon the question though. Like, Lon, you should hit the link though, bro. Like, okay, to the men, you notice we ain't said nothing about the men that don't want to do it. That's their choice, bro. Ain't nobody saying that. You know what I'm saying? You got to do it. If it's not in you, it's not in you. But if we don't look out for our little black kids, what's supposed to happen to them? Like, they can't go back. We can't bring them back through the womb. They here.
Yeah.
So now what? Them is little boys that's gonna grow up to be black men that look like us. So what do? Just let them be out like in the ocean with no rudder, no direction, just wherever the tide takes them, or what?
Old heads that they Big E. That's why this generation, like our generation, we respected the OGs because they was real OGs. The way these niggas talk, that's why the YNs don't respect y'all. Because y'all don't got no love.
Listen, I was once one of them YNs too, man. I was at that age, like, at that rebellious stage, but I was lucky to have that support system. But mainly my family on my mom's side, man, they full of gangsters. So they told you if they really love you in the street, they will tell you the truth. And then once the truth, they'll tell you that you don't want to be out here, bro. You don't want to be
No,
doing
come on, Lala, answer the question, bro. You come on, man. You don't answer the question with a question.
He ain't doing it, man. He
If
ain't
you're not doing it, if you ain't with it, that's cool. We get it. But I'm saying once them same young dudes get 14, 15, 16, 17 and got switches, right? And we gonna be like, oh man, them niggas. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, we can't keep having that both ways, man.
And they see your whip and they decide they want to take a joyride. I bet you better make a decision there. I bet you would have wished you would have helped them lions then.
Hey, Big E. Hey, Big E. Look, we around the same age. Am I wrong, Big E? When we was growing up back in the early 90s in the street, didn't we take care of each other?
Yeah, but see, we had money though. You know the way we got it. I was 17 years old with a 79 Monte Carlo on Dayton's.
And what you remember day one that wasn't hustling like you, but that was your day one. You know he died for you. What he had?
Now, nigga, like it used to be easy. Dudes come home, you put them down, you looked out for people. Look, a lot of that money for as illegal as what it was, it paid a lot of rents.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It paid a lot of car notes.
We took care of each other. We love each other.
Hey, Biggie, listen to this. About Street Media. Hey, Biggie, you know, man, we from the city, man. So, you get out. You remember your homie, he on, and you trying to get on, he gonna give you a 50 double up, or he gonna give you that quarter piece. You remember them 50 double
all
ups,
that.
quarter piece?
So it was a lot more love today. I mean, and again, I'm not even roasting on the dudes that don't want to do it. I get it. I mean, look, you are not obligated and you are not responsible for no woman's choices, bro. So don't think. I mean, you must be new to Red Channel. I ain't never told no man that he had to, especially a man that ain't got no kids with his shit together. Nah, bro, I ain't never told him he had to take on another man's responsibility. Ever, ever, ever. That man worked to get where he got. And if he don't want to do that, that is absolutely his prerogative.
Yep.
You get what I'm
And
saying?
look, we're just talking about looking out for the youth. Now, take the drug dealers back in the community. Yeah, they sold dope, but when the ice cream truck came, they fed all the kids because they said, no, I'm not gonna feed one. You got kids tonight, they all the kids. So it's not about you being a simp. Now we understand it's not your responsibility. It ain't a full-time responsibility, but if I'm out there and my son is with me and there's some other kids that's out there, it ain't gonna hurt me to spend $10 to buy all these kids an ice cream cone. Come on,
Come on, man. Come on, OP, man. It's time to get rise up, bro. Come on, bro. Stop with this foolishness, man.
But see, Red, if we say we FBA ain't just a lineage. It's a culture. It's a lifestyle. And we got to get
Hey,
back.
you heard me, Red? He say he in the back. Lon say he in the back.
Yeah, we got to
Hey,
back to those old values, because those of us that's older, we grew up in different values. So I think, like I said, because you know what's funny, Big E? A lot of these niggas that talk simps, they born and raised in houses that their stepfathers bought for them. The stepfathers bought that for your mom. He the one bought your school clothes and came pick your report cards up. Because if that's the case, all the men in the 80s was simps then, because they all had a wife and a side chick that raised you. And we're gonna keep it all the way tall, we're gonna keep it 100, right? Growing up back in the day, a lot of niggas on here talking that simp shit. Nigga, your step-pop was married, nigga.
Look, Paw had a whole nother family. Like when Paw passed away, that nigga had kids from a whole other woman. You be like, God damn,
right.
Paw was getting it.
He had a wife, but he loved your mama, and he loved your ass too. But you turn around calling niggas like that a simp. You fake niggas. Man, get out of here. Because I keep it all the way 100, man.
Hey, didn't Jerry Springer do that? Didn't he leave all his money to the black kids that he had with the black women?
Yeah. All I'm saying is we a little older, Big E. Back in the day.
Now, come on, Akiel. Ain't nobody say that, champ. You know that. You know it. You know damn well George did not say you starving the kids. He did not say that.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I think you'd be a little too much rash, boy. Come on, man.
He trolling, but we know back in the day, because when a man finally got some money and got some up under him, he had a wife and he had another woman that he loved that woman too, and he loved them kids. And he and that's the way it was. So all I'm saying is the way I was raised on them old school values, where, in my opinion, I'm not even dealing with the out of control women. All children in my community belong to me. That's my mentality. That's just the way I was raised. That's the way I think. That's the way the OGs moved back in the day. That's just my mentality. You call me what you want. But in order, if you want to change the trajectory as a man, you have to be an example for these boys, especially if they don't got one.
Yeah. Let me bring up Virgil Berry, man. Virgil, you got it, my dog.
Yeah, what's up with y'all, man? How y'all brothers doing, man? Big E,
All right.
man.
What it do,
George
George?
is good with y'all, man. The other brother, man. Listen, man. Shout out to my brother Red, man. And this is why we gotta have these conversations, man. So you little niggas in the comment sections being funny and shit, trolling and all that little goofy ass shit. We already talk about some real shit, you corny ass niggas trolling and shit. But anyway, we come from an era where, like George said, man, our OGs was actually OGs, man. So we actually respected our OGs. You know what I'm talking about? Even the niggas that was crack head dope things, we still respected them niggas too. You know what I'm saying?
You're right, that's a fact.
You know what I'm talking about?
And them crackheads will fix your bike when your tire went on flat.
You know what I'm talking about? OG
Don't...
run to the store for you, make sure shit good. The police coming around the corner, OG gonna hit your phone. Listen, man, hit the lawn. Listen, man, swap all that shit. We respected our OGs, whether they was getting the money, whether they was working, doing something in the community, had a business, or whether they was at the bottom dope thing, alcoholic nigga. You know what I'm talking about? But nowadays, you niggas is OGs to each other. You know what I'm saying? How about the stupid ass, dumb ass young niggas that don't know nothing? And we was there too, though. But just like Big E said, we gotta get to the youth though. By the time these niggas hit 12, 13, they YN'd out. You know what I'm saying? It's a wrap. Sad to say. So when I think, and I agree with Big E on this, we really gotta focus on the young one, talking about like prepubescent, pre-adolescent stage, like from like 6 to like 12, 10, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a fact, bro.
But yeah, man. When it comes, I just want to address this simping stuff though, for real. Just in relation to everything I just said. And this is what I noticed about a lot of you internet niggas, man. You internet niggas grew up online or living vicarious through online if you like niggas our age. You know what I'm saying? You know, them niggas corny ass niggas wasn't never like getting no money, never had no motion coming up, nothing to do with no bras, and was probably lame as hell or corny as hell back in the day. So they living vicariously through the internet anonymously. Assumingly anonymously. So they come on here and they come into where it's popping out with real ones talking about real shit, so they can be on some goofy shit. But when it comes to this word simp, I see a lot of y'all misuse that word terribly, right? And my thing is, when it comes to that word simp, it's thrown around loosely like friends and other words that will have come internet colloquialisms. We'll just say that, right? But when y'all be using this word simp, y'all be using it way out of context, man. You ain't no simp because you look out for some little homies in the hood, man. Matter of fact, just like I seen somebody say, that's showing leadership. And that's why I say I can tell a lot of you niggas on the internet, y'all ain't never had no real leadership. You know what I'm saying? Don't know what it means to lead. You know what I'm saying? Don't know what it means, you know what I'm saying, to actually be in the position of leadership and display that the right and correct way. You know what I'm saying? When I was coming up, you know what I'm saying, in the streets doing my thing, man, we took care of our block. We was selling drugs on, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, if they needed their grass cut, got their grass cut. Kids get ice cream every single day. We throwing barbecues for the whole thing. We had a sense of community, a sense of taking care of each other and you know what I'm saying, making sure it was good. Even though we was doing something very illegal. You feel me? Right? But that even extends to outside of that though. Even, you know what I'm saying, just like regular folks just like say going to work or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
All right, okay, that's dope. That's dope.
That sense of community that we used to have, man, I think that stuff is gone now. You know what I'm talking about? And it contributes to how we see a lot of us portraying ourselves online as well, because we get hit to these internet words like simp and everybody use these words and they use them out of context. And then it's kind of like to the point to where the word simp don't even have meaning anymore. You know, because it's just thrown around so loosely. And most of you niggas talking about this is simp and don't even know what a damn simp is. You ain't no simp if you sit up there and go out your baby mom and she happen to have kids by other dudes. You ain't no simp if you go take 2 or 3 hot and readies over there, man. You ain't no simp. Matter of fact, it's a good look if you is in the hood doing your thing and you buy all the little niggas on some buy them some shoes or something like that. That's a good look. That's how you can take your negative situation and, you know what I'm saying, and for yourself as well, you can turn that into some positive shit.
Hey,
You know what I'm
Virgil,
talking
let me
about?
ask you real quick, Virgil. Are you a simp if say you got a baby by a girl and your
Right.
son is like, let's just say your son is 6.
Right.
And she had another son that's 4. But the dad either locked up during a long stretch, got killed, or he not involved at all. And these 2 kids very close in age. And you come get your son all the time and take him to the movies and do things. And the other boy is crying. And you say, he say, Dad, could you bring my brother? And you bring him with you. You do stuff for him. That makes you a simp?
Nah, not at all. Oh, not at all.
Like,
Not at all. That makes you a leader. That makes you that's man shit. That's what men do.
Yes, because if
that's
that
not
brother,
simping.
yeah, if that brother is seeing his brother, if that brother seeing his dad in his life, but he don't have his dad in his life at all, and they always together, real close in age, he's gonna feel some type of way. He's gonna that's gonna be in his head. So if you took that boy up under your wing, he might not be your son, but he's like your son now because you got both of those boys. They ain't got nothing to do with the mom, especially especially if you got a mom that's cooperative, where y'all both co-raising a child, and she might have had another child where the dad just a bum or he locked up. That don't make you a simp to me.
It's not. See, this is what make you a simp in that situation. If just to get the pussy from the broad, you was willing to buy them little niggas some shoes.
Yeah.
Now that's some simp ass shit.
Right. That's
Right.
shit.
Now that's some simp shit. See, you niggas, you little niggas don't understand what these words mean. I can understand how they've been just like used to mean certain things. That don't even know what the fuck they talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just because I'm about to say, well, maybe I'm crazy because if I got a child and he got a brother or something and he ain't got no dad, that's just me. That's just how I think. I come from that. I had people, men that invested in me as their I had like second fathers that helped me change my life. If I didn't have them people in my life, I don't know where I would be.
It depends if you got the parents that abandon their children, then you don't know the next man stand up. But at the first things first, you got to be an example. Of course, this is psychology, man. Because at the end of the day, if they don't see that, they're going to be turning into degenerates out there doing all this stuff that you see YNs doing now. And it's not going to be a good, I will say, community for the NBA. It's going to be a horrible future for you if you don't start setting examples for these young bucks out here. But it starts like Sherzad Ali said with the women, man, because she harps on the women. If the women stop opening their legs so easy, you know what I'm saying, they won't have all these babies out here. If they take
But that's that, yeah. But that's you right. You 100% right. But that is highly unlikely.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it's certain things that can happen, but I'm not going to go. That's for another show. It's certain things they can do if they were submissive. They will only have one man to have one of them babies with rather than 10, 15 and all that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, man, come on, man. Y'all, they know what's up. If they do right, if they know right, they'll do right. You can't be
but D, we ain't saying. Hold, let me say this, George, because I got to bounce. Hey, D, nobody is saying that. That's all we saying. Like, if you as a man, especially if you're decent, ain't nothing wrong with you looking out under like the situations that George outlined. Like, I don't really see no harm in that. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know, to me, that's just being a man. So, I mean, again, it got to start somewhere, bro. Ain't nobody else gonna mentor these kids. Again, we ain't talking about once they get the YNs. So, Unless we take our future in our hands, and the youth really is the future, whether we want to, you can't take your money with you, you can't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying we got to get them when they're young, and hopefully it's enough people that'll, you know what I'm saying, you know, try to help better our future. And I'm gonna land with that. Hey, I gotta bounce, y'all. Y'all know what it is. Keep winning. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna land. I'm gonna let everybody land their plane, but I want to say this, man. You know, yeah, man, we do accountable because, ladies, you know, you can't expect for men who are not the fathers of your children to do things, so you can't expect that. But as men, when we see children out there and we have genuine love for young black boys, if we go into the ice cream truck or something like that, yeah, of course, man, we're gonna look out for the kids and do that. But ladies, y'all got to stop having these kids recklessly, because some of the accountability is on y'all, because when a man decides to do that, he's doing it out of the kindness of his heart. He don't have to do that. So my thing is this: at that point, when you have children, you can't provide up for them. Now you're at the mercy of the men, and a lot of men don't want to do that, but you have some men who will. So ladies, y'all got to stop having these babies recklessly and close your legs and choose better men. But if you want a better man, you must become a better woman, because why? Better men want better women. If you're not a better woman, then you don't deserve a better man. But we look out for these children because we just real niggas from the hood, and we have genuine love for young black boys. But I'm gonna let you guys finish it, and we're gonna close after everybody speak their piece.
Me looking at things the way it is, the way the system is set up in this capitalist system, and we are the burden bearers of it. We're the cannon fire for it. So I'll just say this to like the sisters: listen, man. A lot of women ain't gonna stop opening their legs because of social engineering and conditioning. The same way they got a school to prison pipeline, and they bank on black boys filling them prisons up by the time they're 16, 17. They bank on you getting pregnant and making children. So they welfare system and they military and they prisons and all that stuff could be filled up as a system set in place. Only thing you can do is look at the people before you, look at the mistakes they made, and try not to make those same mistakes going forward. Until we can actually eradicate the nigga in our mind and change certain things, it's not going to change. Listen, we got all these theories. Ain't none of these theories work to stop black boys from killing each other, or black men from harming each other, or black women from making babies. The system is set up, it's checkmated, is up and running. Only thing we can do is those of us that's woke go in circles and create things where we can be the example of what you should do as opposed to what's been given to you. That's the way we got to start moving now, because women ain't gonna stop bending over and spreading them cheeks. Men ain't gonna stop planting seeds everywhere without being there to be there for the children in our dysfunction. That's the way the system is set up. So what you got to do is look at the people and the mistakes they made, or if you made a mistake, correct yourself. Correct yourself, because the system is set up to benefit off of our dysfunction. So I don't look at it like it's the black woman or the black man's fault. It's a system that we're living in, and it's destroying both of us just in different ways. So in order for us to fix that, we got to recognize what male leadership is to a man and what a woman's role is for a woman. And until we get to that point, ain't nothing going to change. So I just landed there.
Man, shout out to Street Media. He right, man. The system affects black men and black women in different ways. So, you know, I have to agree with that 100%. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. I'm gonna let we got Virgil and we have Black Samurai. So anybody who wants to go, you guys are welcome.
I'll go take it up through. Listen, man. Like I said, man, somebody in the comment just said something to the effect of us older dudes. He said y'all OGs, something about used to do stuff that was honorable, but he said honorable is dead now. Nah, no, it ain't. Young nigga, little nigga. Honor ain't never going to die amongst men. See, that's another thing too. That's another reason why I notice a lot of dudes. You understand me? Okay, so a lot of guys, right? I know this is on the internet. A lot of you niggas, and I'll be seeing, and I know there's a lot of niggas have this sentiment up now, right? A lot of you niggas say the stuff y'all say because y'all don't have what it takes for one of these young wild niggas to actually listen to y'all. You want to know why? Because most of you niggas is cornball internet niggas. You niggas don't come from where I come from, Red come from, Big E come from, my man Black Samurai come from. Y'all don't come from where we come from. A lot of you niggas don't. So y'all don't even have the ability or what it takes to get a young wild nigga from the hood to pay attention to what you saying because you ain't been through nothing. And this is why I always say it's time for us real niggas to come up on this internet and take over this shit like how we supposed to. How long I've been saying that shit, Red? Because we come from where a lot of these young niggas come from. Niggas like us. They'll listen to us. I got a nice little group of young niggas who I mentor and talk to, right? So what I'm saying is you got to be the type of guy that a young nigga want to listen to. And a lot of you corny ass, really simp ass niggas ain't worth listening to. That's why so many wild niggas, right? Out here and just doing crazy stuff. But what I have noticed, and this is what the young homies tell me, Red City. You hear me? I do mentoring and everything, right? I got a couple of homies, little young niggas on my line that hit me up. You hear me? What I'm saying is, when I talk to the young homies, when I do go to the hood, when I go holler at my people, we hear the young niggas saying, these older niggas is corny, older niggas is lames. That's what these young niggas is telling me. So, and I look at social media, I look at comment sections on goddamn YouTube. I'm like, oh, this is what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? So on top of just being there to provide some type of leadership and mentorship, you can have the mentality like, I ain't raising no other. That's what I'm saying. You niggas be taking this internet shit too far, and y'all can't even differentiate and separate real from fake. Simping from being a damn man and a leader in your neighborhood or the turf, wherever you from. You ain't simping if you looking out for the homies and the little homies in the hood. That's not simping. If you got the mindset of you not raising or doing nothing for no kid, I mean, that's cool too. You can do that. But what does that say for the future of us? And like my man Big E said earlier, nigga, we so-called the minority, man. We keep going, we keep that mentality going up. We ain't gonna be around in the next 30, 40 years, man, with that mentality. And that's just some straight up real shit, man. And if you so interneted out that you like, I'm not raising no other man's kids, I'm not simping. I'm not simping. That shit sound lame as hell. Y'all niggas don't even know what that shit mean. But with that being said, Real, I'm just saying, man, hey man, the sins of the parents is gonna fall to the children, man. And if we raise the youth without wisdom, you know what I'm saying? If we feel like it ain't our job, if we feel like we ain't going to take care of, do this, and I'm not talking on a specific situation like you dealing with a broad. No, I'm not. We're not. See, we ain't even talking about that. We talking about real shit right now. We talking about our so-called community. We talking about the so-called black people and all of that shit. Now you can sit up there and keep that mentality that you ain't gonna do it. All right, I mean, and that's cool, and you got the right to do that. I'm not knocking you, but don't be y'all be the same niggas that saying that shit, the same niggas that be online complaining and bitching and shit about what's going on, though. And I think that's what my nigga Big E be really hitting on, why he say what he be saying. So with that being said, man, shout out to my brother Red, hit that cash up and all that, hit that like button. Shout out to my man right here, what's the Black Samurai, everybody else, and y'all enjoy y'all evening, man. Y'all already know what it is.
All right, Red. All right, I'm gonna land it right here with this one, man. I hear everybody talking about the streets and the situation what happened with old girl, and I'm gonna say rest in peace to old girl. You know what I'm saying? It was an unfortunate situation
Right.
that happened to her, but I was raised around tough love, man. I have family members; they'll tell you the truth. And if you keep like this, like I remember my mom and her cousin, and he kept drinking and drinking and drinking, ended up drinking himself to death. And she was like, rest in peace, but she wasn't crying for him because it was his choice to go out like that.
Yeah.
And to me, I took that as damn. If family acting like that with family, man, the streets is gonna be it ain't gonna have no love for you. But this is a shout out to all the men that's doing it right, that's not out in the street. Because I know it's 85% of the black man that's single, they in the middle class, they got jobs, they doing it. And most of them out there, they passport up. You know what I'm saying? And then we telling y'all broads to clean up your image. Y'all could do this is by choice. If there's programs out there for you to get help privately, get the professional help you can, get the economic help. But at the end of the day, man, the FBA, you got some FBAs that's on it. And you know, this is for the FBAs that's out there that's off. Now y'all just want to do what y'all want to do. Y'all not taking it serious. It's not gonna be a pretty look, I will say, because we almost in year 1 of Donald Trump, man. It's gonna be another 4 more years of this, man. And if your game ain't right, you might end up either in jail or unalive, bro. It's serious out here, and it's like the money ain't flowing the way it used to be. It ain't like it will be 2020, 2015, 2005. Y'all keep thinking that's coming back, man. Y'all need to get serious with yourselves and tell these YNs out there, if you're more educated, then you're more suitable to be successful in this. And I didn't see man could walk away from the game, like walk away from that. Then got they went and guys and doing good lives, and just because of that choice, they wanted to walk away. You got some of the ones that's out there that want to make that choice. Don't be afraid to make that choice, because that's the strongest choice, man. You listen. Just because you got a gun don't make you strong. You know what I'm saying? Just because you got them weapons don't make you stronger. You know what I mean? Sometimes the strongest way is to put it down and make the right choice. That's the strongest. That's the strongest way of handling your business. But then in red, you know what I'm saying? We gotta call it out, because that's one thing I like about your show. You call out the hypocrisy, the BS, and put it right front and center. Because I know the man like me that's part of the Passport Bro movement. We could take a flight and go to the spot and it'd be heaven on earth. I ain't got to move a finger for 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And we making enough money. We making enough money to take care of several households, not just one. You got men on there talking about one household. Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to spend too much business, because for some Passport Bros, they out there that want to keep their life. You know what I mean? So I understand, but this is a shout out to y'all young ones out there who want to make that choice, because I know some young ones watching your show, Red. Y'all, what you want to do is get your education, get your money right, and you be straight. And then if you ain't popping, don't be afraid to get one of these, travel the world, see how it is, then come back. If you want to come back, do what you got to do. But at the end of the day, don't be lacking like these trolls on here on there talking about this and that and the third, and they life all screwed up there in their mama's basement, eating cookies with crumbs all on their stomach. You know what I'm saying? All on a YouTube channel trying to troll. They ain't doing nothing with their lives, because real people who's successful don't talk like that. But I'm in it there, Red, man. Good show, man. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you, Black Samurai, for sure, my brother. Pull up next time, man. We're gonna have another dope conversation. Appreciate you. Listen, man. Shout out to the UBO for the Cash App. Shout out to Scoop for the Cash App. Shout out to Vernon85 for the Cash App. Shout out to Pretty Boy. Shout out to T-Fan1. Shout out to Tony Elliott. Shout out to Hologram EMC. Shout out to my man Earl. He said, "This is Ock. No disrespect. I didn't agree." Oh, no, it's all good, brother. You don't have to agree with everything, but I appreciate you for showing your love and support, man. Shout out to everybody for pulling up and showing their love and support. Make sure that you guys bless the like button, subscribe to the channel. We're going to wrap this thing up, man. We've been on for 2 hours and 25 minutes. It's time for me to check out. Peace to everybody. Hopefully everybody got some knowledge and information from this show, and I'm going.
Darling, radio, like and subscribe. like and subscribe.
Everybody, it's me, Crispy. Rolly the Bully Bird. Hey, what? All jokes aside, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing, fam? You good?
I'm doing all right, brother. I'm doing all right. First off, on my lineage, I'm half Kenyan, half FBA.
Okay.
So yeah, I saw you posted about the young lady that was she was killed by that illegal
Yeah.
in Prince George's County. Prince George's County once was the richest majority Black county, but it's not no more because of all the immigrants that have come in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so now it's neighboring Charles County, and yeah, man, a lot of the immigrants, a lot of them have been committing a lot of crime, despite a lot of the shit that people like Barrister and them talk and all that. Man, it's wild. I had a friend here who was an attorney, set up and killed by I think they were from like Sierra Leone and the Congo. And you know, these people, they were like college graduates and all that set him up and killed him. So yeah, man, a lot of that's going on here in PG County.
Wow, man. And thanks for reminding me of that story, brother. Yeah, for those who don't know, it was a 19-year-old Black girl, man. Her name was DACARA Thompson. And somehow this illegal immigrant, this dude, Hugo Hernandez Mendez, got her and killed her and dumped her somewhere. And a lot of people are feeling a certain way about that. You know, this dude shouldn't have even been over here, you know? And, you know, people are really looking at this immigration thing. That's why Black people ain't really on that no more. We ain't sitting up here letting the Democrats tell us that there's this big minority coalition. Because we keep seeing little stuff like this, these weird dudes coming over, killing sisters and all that shit. No, we're cool. We're cool in the gang on that, man. And you know what? Let's get deep. Can we get deep for a minute just to talk about safety in the community? You know, a lot of us talk about how back in the day we used to be outside back in the day. Back in the 70s and 80s, we were outside. Y'all know some of us who grew up in the 70s and 80s, we were outside heavy. We were majorly outside. Now, not so much. It's a whole different vibe now. When y'all remember when we were small kids, a lot of times we'd be at the crib by ourselves. Sometimes we'd be walking to school by ourselves. Me and the little homies, we'd be 8, 9 years old, walking to school. Yeah. This day and age, hell no. I don't let my kids go outside the front damn yard by themselves. It's a whole different vibe now. My oldest daughter, I'd never let her go out by herself. Yeah, it's a whole different vibe now. When we were growing up, you know, I'd be 7, 8 years old. I'd stay at the house by myself. I'd be at the crib making fucking pancakes and grits and cream of wheat by myself. And I'd be at the crib chilling. You know, we hang out all in the neighborhood. We walk over to somebody else's neighborhood. We were out damn side. And we got to understand, see, at that time, there was a lower awareness of the risk. See, a lot of those everybody knew each other to a certain degree. The community generally knew each other, and there was somewhat of a code. In those days, 70s, early 80s, we didn't have a lot of foreign entities. So everybody kind of knew each other, you know? So that's why there was a sense of safety to a certain degree. anybody came around, the first thing you said, "Hey man, where you from? Where your mama? Where your family from? Who's your mama?" Everybody would, like my mom today. My mom knew everybody in the damn neighborhood. Even now, my mom always hit me up talking about somebody grandma done died. Every week, my mom just keeps track of. She still keep track of all the people that we grew up with. But there was no concept of stranger danger yet because we knew everybody. Now, child independence was normalized also. See, back then they wanted to, the parents were a little tougher. They were like, yeah, you're gonna learn this shit the hard way. The parents, it was like hands-on. It wasn't, we're not gonna coddle you. Yeah. When I'm at work, I left some meat out, fry the meat, boil the chicken or whatever, and then cook this and cook that. And so we had to, we had to step the hell up. Yeah, I used to cook. Yes, I did, Lexi. My lady talking about I know how to cook. But yeah, y'all know girls. Y'all know back in the day, y'all girls grew up in the 70s and 80s. Your little 8-year-old ass was up there in the kitchen frying bacon and shit. You had to get in that kitchen and cook for your siblings at 9. You know? Your parents made you responsible. We were responsible as hell. You know? So it was a tough thing. If we had some beefs in the streets, no, don't run your ass in the house. Get out there and knuckle up with his ass. Get your ass out there and fight that nigga. He's too big. Get a stick and hit that nigga then if he's too big. But you're gonna get out here and handle yours. So yeah, those days it was about, hey, you better take responsibility. You're gonna grow up. You're gonna learn the hard way. It's really the culture emphasizes protection and oversight, which is fine, which is understandable because it's some different shit out here now. You understand? You got foreigners, people you don't know. I'm telling you, the foreign entity, these people you don't know, that has created a whole different thing. You don't know who these people are. You can't knuckle up with some of these folks. You don't know where the hell they're from. They pull out something and shoot up the whole neighborhood. It wasn't like that back in the day. Like one of my best friends growing up was a nigga I used to fight. We became best friends. You think? That's how it was back then. Y'all squabble and then shake hands and then y'all kicking and riding bikes and racing with each other the next day. So it was that type of thing. Now you don't know what tethered and slithered up in the damn neighborhood. You fight with this nigga and he pull out some Ebola bushmeat and throw it at your ass. He take this nigga, and you don't know what you got. It's different. Okay. And understand something. Do y'all know, like in the 70s, there was a lot of crime in the 70s still. There was still a lot of crime. The crime rates were kind of higher in a lot of urban areas during the 70s and 80s. It was really higher than today. But the thing is there wasn't 24-hour reporting on it. By the 90s, they started to just go overboard with showing crime stats and TV shows like Cops and all. They just went overboard with just showing crime. You had a bunch of real reality crime shows. So they just started to overemphasize the crimes in the media. So that changed a lot of people's disposition as far as letting kids out and walking around and letting kids be out and about. And also laws changed too, because now you had child protective services. So you leave kids at home by themselves. You got these neglect laws, and parents, they start facing consequences for leaving young kids alone, even briefly. Hell, you can't even leave kids in a car too damn long. And then that can be a crime. So yeah, a lot of stuff has changed as far as that. And another thing too, that whole stranger danger thing started popping up in the 80s. In the 80s, starting in the early 80s, there were situations where children were being targeted. You start having these serial killers run around. In the white community, you had that case with Adam Walsh, where this white kid, I think he was at a mall or something, and somebody kidnapped him, and then his severed head was found, and they never found his body. It was it was a horrible, horrible ass thing. And his dad, what's his dad's name? Is it Matt Walsh, something like that? He, started the whole Crime Stoppers thing, and so that was a thing that kind of shocked the nation. And in Black society, the thing that kind of made us a little cautious, made our parents say, hey, y'all got to start watching out for what's going on out here. What really kind of shifted our consciousness as far as just being out and about. Y'all remember the Atlanta child murders? Yeah, y'all remember that? How many of you guys old enough to remember that? That was a major thing in the Black community, early 80s. That was a major thing that had us on alert. Those Atlanta child murders, was like dozens of Black kids and Black youths were being killed in Atlanta. And the fall guy was that Williams dude, Willie Williams, whatever his name is. A lot of people believe he was the fall guy. Many people still believe that he wasn't really the one doing it. There were rumors, and even today there's still rumors about it was some white supremacist shit. The Klan were involved with the police. It's still rumors about that to this day. There's still a lot of rumors about those Atlanta child murders to this day, because even when the Willie Williams dude went to jail, some of the murders were still happening. A lot of folks don't know that. So yeah, they just picked the fall guy. So that kind of changed our consciousness to a certain degree. And what really changed the consciousness, where we couldn't really be outside like we used to, we started, the crack thing. When crack started to hit, we couldn't kick it like we used to, because then you got crackheads running around, and things changed. And then you had these people coming into the communities really in the mid 80s, going into the 90s, because we started getting a big influx of immigrants around the country rather. And you got these people that didn't nobody know. So you got somebody living the Yank mindset. You don't know his family. You don't know this kid. You don't know his family. So there started to be cultural disconnects going on. So there was a decline of these tight-knit communities. Whereas, when it was all FBAs, my homeboy's mom would say, hey, Flex, go to the crib. It's 6 o'clock, baby. Go to your house, because, it's about to get dark out here. It was that. We all look out for each other. Hey, baby, it's late. You need to go on home before it gets dark. It was that type of thing. Everybody looked out for each other. But then you get these weird foreign families that didn't nobody know. And you're like, get off my yard, nigga. Get off my lawn. You don't know them. You ain't clicked in with them. You don't know the kids. Whole disconnect thing. And it started to get more and more disconnected. And then we got, we started getting little bitch niggas like Revenue, people like him moving into the neighborhood, little old musty fuck niggas that, nobody wanted to kick it with. And then them niggas start stealing. So, you come home and then Revenue then snuck in your house and stole your VCR. So it was a whole different thing. It's a whole different vibe. All right. You come in the house and it smells like must and jerk chicken, and Revenue's fingerprints all on shit. So yeah, it was a whole different vibe. So yeah, the game changed. It was a game changer. All right. All right. Strangely, let's get strange here. Strange.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, Tariq. Going back to the sister that was killed in Maryland, the crazy thing about it, like, this has happened in Texas too. A 7-year-old got killed by an illegal. Some illegals on a jet ski killed a Black National Guardsman. And every time we get killed, you never see Crockett coming out explaining, and all these Democrats, they never talk. Because every time it's about Trump, even on your timeline with your comments, I did not see one anti-Trump Democrat in your comments. Like I said, they always silent when the FBA gets killed by an illegal. And I was
Right.
also, yeah, it's like they're like, oh, Democrats and Republicans are right, both trash if they are, but at least the Republican media has posted about the girl in Maryland. I've seen not one Democrat. Mhm.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, they get real silent about that stuff. And yeah, these illegal immigrants, have y'all seen all of these damn truck accidents these folks are having? You got these immigrants coming over here with these bogus ass trucking licenses. They don't know how to drive a damn truck to save their lives. And they're doing U-turns on the freeway, just killing people all willy damn nilly. There's a couple of situations like that where they clearly got some kind of scam ass permit or some kind of certificate, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're doing some stupid ass shit. You know? Yeah, it was a couple of situations where these dudes and killed a whole bunch of people in traffic. Trying to be selective with what they report on. JD Elliott, what's happening? JD? All right, JD ain't saying.
Hey, Tariq, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you
Okay. Hold on. Let me
get earphones out, please? Yes. Yes. So we can hear you a little bit better.
All right, can you hear me now? Okay. Man, my bad, Tariq. I'm right here working, man. Let me move this truck. I gotta I'll get back
Where have
on.
you come?
All right.
Where have you brother out here working? His supervisor yelling at him, hey, and then move that truck on back here, backing on up. We need to get all these Walmart product in there. Backing on up here, open that door and go by the dock. So yeah, y'all, you on the job. Chill out. JD, what's up,
Hey, how you doing, Tariq? I was just,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was just wondering, have you ever done a segment on the link between the psychotropic drugs and these men from Columbine up to today, going backwards? We never had these shootings before.
Yeah. Yeah, these mass shootings really started in the 70s. Yeah, that's Jay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Now, what were you saying?
Oh, I was from Andrea Yates, the mother that drowned her 5 kids. She was on psychotropic drugs. I mean, all of these people that going crazy. That is the solid link, and I haven't heard not one single person talk about the pharmaceutical industry, and the all the drugs that on the commercials. The side effect says suicidal tendencies. How is that not the link? Every last one of those psychotropic drugs that you see.
Yeah. In that trans dude who just shot up that school, was he on something?
Yes.
What was he on?
On psychotropic drugs.
Wow.
Every last one of those trans.
Oh yeah, he was on like some hormonal drugs or something, right?
Yes. We got the cross-sex hormones, the psychotropic drugs. These people that are the trans that are saying that we're gonna kill ourselves. They're actually doing it on society. They're taking it out on society if we don't give them their drugs.
Yeah, it's deep, man. Wait, let me touch on that because yeah, these mass shootings really started in major secession around 70. I want to say 79 and late 70s. Was a girl out here who shot up a school that was across the street from her house down in San Diego. This little white girl, she shot up a school, and they're like, "Why the hell you do that?" She was like, "Well, I did it because I hate Mondays." And then some white rock group made a song about I hate Mondays. and they took this white girl to Burger King. A lot of folks know that. Y'all look that up. Just like they did with Dylan Roof. Before they took her to jail, they took her to Burger King. There's some real weird shit going on with these white supremacists and law enforcement and coddling these killers. But yeah, a lot of it does have a lot to do with in the 70s. There were a lot of psychotropic drugs put out there that was coming out of the 60s, but the 70s, yeah, you had all of these new psychotropic drugs that were introduced to the public. And a lot of these folks realized they can get the media attention by doing this stuff. And yeah, but a lot of these drugs, that does have a lot to do with this stuff. That has a lot to do with it. Pro Man, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I wanted to touch on that real quick and how you're saying with the shooters with mental issues, and they've been doing shootings for a while. So they actually been testing on people since the 60s. So the CIA, if you look up Operation Midnight Climax, and what they did was the CIA would literally hire hookers, then create these safe houses all around the U.S. And then what happens is they'll coerce men into these safe houses, and then they drug them with LSD to see the effects of LSD.
Yeah.
So they did all kind of stuff like that for years. So we're seeing all these people now starting to flip out, in the 60s, 70s, 80s. These are a lot of the effects that, they've been testing on people for a long time. And another funny thing, too, with these mass shooters, don't you notice, besides them being trans, their hair colors are always some weird color?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I noticed that, too. So that could be a part of, like, whatever mental connection that is, too. Because, like, the guy who shot up, remember Batman Begins? I think that was in Colorado.
Yeah.
His hair was like orange and purple. This last shooter, same thing. I remember one kid shot up a school. I believe that was last year. His hair was a weird color. So I find that pretty odd how all these people are either trans and or have that hair color.
Yeah, it's deep, man. It's real deep, brother. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, a lot of these folks, man, they realize they can get a lot of attention doing this. They can be significant because they had these 24-hour news cycles that started in the 70s and 80s. And they realized that these news agencies will give nonstop coverage to these shootings. So they're like, well, shit, I can be significant if I go out here and blow somebody off. But it's some deep stuff, man. Let's get let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. Shout out to everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody in here. Let's get Political Hood. Political Hood. What's up, Political Hood in the building? Political Hood. What's up,
brother?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Now, my comment to the last person that called and the caller before that may be true with these drugs, yes, but I don't understand why is it just white men that's doing it. It's not like it ain't no women that's on these psychotic drugs. It's not like it's Hispanics on these psychotic drugs. It's not like it's Black Americans on these psychotic drugs. Why is it just them? See, that's just an excuse. The drug says called suicidal tendencies. They're not committing suicide. They killing people.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that whites got an excuse now to say, oh, look, it's the psychotic drugs. It was never me. It was never my upbringing. It was never how my father treated me. It was never none of that. It was the psychotic drugs. Absolutely not. Yeah, it might be a quote unquote link, but what about your upbringing as well?
Mm-hmm. You know what, brother? And that's some very good points right there. And a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up because look, we don't, Black people, if we shoot somebody, it's usually over some damn street beef. It's not, I'm about to pull up to a damn daycare center or a Christian school and just start busting on kids. We don't do that type of shit. So it's also, we can talk about the psychotropic drugs and all of that stuff, but also there's a cultural entitlement there. You see, the white supremacy, because usually, you notice another thing, because my brother Maverick brought up, they be having these weird hair colors, but one thing we almost always see with these shooters, the common denominator, and damn near all of them, they be having some type of white supremacist ideology. Just like this trans shooter, he was on some white supremacist shit. You understand? Every time they go shoot up something, they have a manifesto. It's all the Black people are hating the Blacks and the goddamn Jews. All weird white supremacist shit. And these white supremacist males, they've held this structural dominance in American society. And when that perceived entitlement feels threatened, if it's job loss, some type of social rejection, changing of demographics, they start reacting violently because there's like a perceived loss of power, loss of status. Yeah. They feel like they're owed respect, they're owed power, they're owed privilege. Then they start lashing out when they're denied. And also with the white supremacist males, there's a lone wolf mythology. See, the white supremacist males, they're culturally conditioned to see themselves as rugged individuals or anti-heroes. From the Western movies, from action films, they see themselves as the Joker. You're an anti-hero. You're like the Joker is damn near more positive than Batman, because the white males can relate to that. The evil, chaotic genius, so to speak, who's just wreaking havoc and coming up with creative ways to wreak havoc as a way to control the environment around them. And even other movies like the Charles Bronson's Death Wish movies, these anti-heroes, you're a vigilante. They got this, the white supremacist males, they got this idea of fighting back or going out with a bang. So that's heavily romanticized in a lot of the media they consume. So that's why they relate to some of these old characters like the Travis Bickle and Taxi Driver and the Joker and Rambo and all this stuff. The disaffected white male loner who resorts to violence. And also, let's be real, with the white supremacist male, they have unlimited access to firearms. That's the thing. These dudes be crazy as cat shit, crazy as a Bessie bug, as my grandmother used to say. But they can get access legally. They're not getting Black folks on the street. We got to get shit with the serial number scratched off, the whole shebang. They get legal access to firearms like it's candy. Yeah. These white males, the white supremacist suspects in these suburban areas, these rural areas, whatever, they have greater access to legal guns through family, gun culture, proximity to firearm retailers. So the white supremacist male, they are the most armed demographic in the country. Black folks, you try to get you a little 22 pistol, boy, they got you on an FBI watch list. and then you might get denied because they got some gun shops where they got some kind of loophole where the gun shop owner, especially the white ones, which most of them are white, there's some kind of loophole where they can allow you to get the gun under their discretion. And a lot of times, if you black, they don't let you do it. I remember black people in St. Louis during the Mike Brown situation where black people were trying to get guns and white store owners refused to sell black people guns. I want y'all to go look that up. When black people were trying to arm themselves, white gun store owners were like, no, I'm going to use my discretion I have a legal right based on this law and this loophole where I can deny the gun under my own discretion. So they were doing a lot of that, you know? And that's another thing. See, with law enforcement, they ignore all the red flags. It's another thing you notice with these white supremacist male shooters. When they go shoot up something, they're already in the FBI's database. There's already something about their asses that it prompted some kind of investigation, but they just don't do anything about them. You know, it's always, yeah, we came and investigated them one time and we saw all that there was not a real big issue, and then he shot up 100 people. You know, so yeah, they always do that shit. These people, you know, they got a whole cache of guns somewhere in their basement. They got all of these crazy signs of being antisocial, and it gets ignored and dismissed, and they make excuses for it because they're so busy putting the damn National Guard. You got the National Guard running around black neighborhoods in DC, harassing innocent ass people, and those National Guard should be in the basement of these damn white supremacists who got a whole damn brigade of guns stockpiled up. Yeah. So there's also an online radicalization in these white spaces. You got whole websites where all these dudes do is sit up and radicalize each other. They got all of these white supremacist forums. It's not hard to find out where a white supremacist is radicalized. It's the same websites, the same message boards, Stormfront, 4chan, all of them. They sit on here yelling about Negroes all day and the Jews and all this stuff and the white women banging Negroes, and they sit here radicalizing each other. It was a white man who was just arrested. He was talking about he put up a comment on YouTube under a YouTube channel. They arrested his dumb ass. He was talking about shooting and burning black children. So yeah, they decided to do something and preemptively get him early.
From New York Times bestselling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, Tariq Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
An international weapons ring busted by the FBI right here in Southern California.
At the center of the case, a Chinese national accused of and from Ontario, where the suspect was taken into custody. Angela.
Here, they say that The man was fairly normal, fairly calm. They say the house behind me that the man lived in was a revolving door, people in and out. But the one thing that remained a constant was this van used to transport all those weapons authorities say was going to be used for a surprise attack on South Korea. Tonight, new cell phone footage taken by a neighbor shows the moments FBI raided this Ontario home, and later a man being taken into custody.
The conduct alleged in this complaint is chilling.
One man living inside the main suspect, 41-year-old Shenghua Wen, a Chinese national who was arrested Tuesday morning and charged with shipping weapons and ammunition to North Korea in exchange for money.
In a search of his home, including a van parked outside of his home, we found over 50,000 rounds of ammunition, which Mr. Wen admitted he was planning to send to North Korea.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, we have to ask ourselves a question that I asked, I think it was sometime last week in a previous video. You have to start asking yourself, to what degree is the cartel actually funding Democratic members of Congress, as well as mayors and governors? You got to start asking yourself that question because it just gets really ridiculous when you see how opposed they are to just common sense laws and issues surrounding illegal immigration, right? And particularly ridding the country of those who are considered the worst of the worst, those with criminal records. You have to start asking yourself that question, like, are you guys being paid off? And the same thing has to be said too concerning how many of these DNC congressmen and women are actually being paid off by the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. You have to ask yourself that. And why am I taking it there though? Why the CCP? Well, let's start here. We're going to end with Karen Bass and discuss how it appears the CCP has infiltrated the local governing body of Los Angeles. But I want to start here first. Let me pull this tweet up for you. Look at this here from Eric Daughtry. I believe that's how you pronounce his last name, right? New Congresswoman Ilhan Omar votes against the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act, which cracks down on the CCP for sending deadly fentanyl into the U.S. to kill Americans. Why in the world would you vote against that? And she was only one of 4 DNC lunatics that actually voted against that. As placed here on Twitter by Byron Donalds, right? Byron Donalds stated this week the House passed H.R. 747, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2025, with a vote of 407 to 4. This important piece of legislation will hold the Chinese Communist Party and its affiliates accountable for manufacturing and distributing deadly fentanyl coming from China. Let's take a moment to just watch this, clip here that he has placed up, that he has embedded in the tweet, and then we'll carry on and I'll unveil the 4 DNC lunatics that actually voted against this. But I just want to take a moment to play this. It's not long at all, roughly around 50 seconds. So let's get into this clip first.
It's a vote on the motion of the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 747, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors, to hold Chinese officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl and for the purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
And as you can see there, you have 408, what was that, yays, and 4 nays. Who are the 4 DNC lunatics that voted against this? Well, I'll tell you right now. Number one, many of you guys know this guy here, His name is Robert Garcia. His full name is Robert Garcia Simon, but he doesn't really go by Simon. You know, he just goes by Robert Garcia. He is a congressman out of California. Many of you are familiar with this guy. He's always on I believe it's MSNBC. He's on MSNBC regularly, just talking foolishness, being Trump deranged. So many of you are familiar with him, and many of you are also familiar with this woman too. She also voted against that act. Delia Ramirez, if I'm saying her name right, Delia Ramirez. Remember, she's a congresswoman out of Illinois who quite literally stated, and I want to repeat that again. She quite literally stated she is more Guatemalan than she is American. She made that statement. And then after making that statement and she was called out on it, she played victim and said, oh, I was just celebrating my American and Guatemalan roots. And when my white counterparts do this, they don't receive this kind of backlash when they celebrate them being Irish American or Ukrainian American, Italian American, which is a lie, right? Because the big difference is, to the degree that you ever hear any congressman make mention of themselves being Italian American or Ukrainian American, if you even ever hear that, they never pledged their allegiance to said country over America like she did. She pledged her allegiance to Guatemala over America. She stated, I am more Guatemalan than I am American. And she didn't backtrack. She just deflected and said, hey, you guys are being racist, right? The other woman who voted against this is, what's her name? Summerlee. Summerlee is a congresswoman out of Pennsylvania. Those, what's the word I'm looking for? Expendable congressmen and women, right? Kind of like Cory Bush and Jamal Bowman. They could do without them. You know, they serve a little bit of a purpose, but then again, not really, you know, and they could just get voted out and replaced with some other random Democrat at any moment's notice. So that's pretty much where she's at. Like I said, I don't know anything about her, but she's probably won't even be in Congress anymore once her term is up, right? But then last but not least, the notorious Ilhan Omar. This woman is notoriously anti-American. So it's not necessarily a surprise that she voted against that act, especially given the fact that she herself is another one, like Delia Ramirez, who has pledged her allegiance to her home nation, you can say, right? She's from Somalia, and she's very much so Somalia first, very much so Somalia first, and not America first. And these are the kind of people that we have sitting in Congress making decisions on behalf of the American people. That's actually quite scary when you really think about it. It's very disturbing that you have these anti-American people making decisions for us in the midst of all of the stuff that we're dealing with. Once again, I want to stick with the, what is it called once again? Excuse me, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act. I want to stick with that for a moment. And what I want to do next is that I want to transition over to this tweet here, right? Let me take a moment to zoom in just a little bit. And it's from Janine Pirro. I believe if I'm saying her last name correctly, it's Pirro. We all know who she is. Janine stated, you are looking at the largest seizure of precursor chemicals used to manufacture methamphetamine in U.S. history. China was sending over 7 pounds on the high seas to the Sinaloa cartel before my office seized them. Because President Trump and Secretary Rubio declared the Sinaloa cartel a foreign terrorist organization, we can now strike faster and hit harder. And of course, obviously, as we've seen, DNC lunatics are opposed to this. Outside of the 4 lunatics that voted against the, Chinese Fentanyl Act, whatever it was called, we also have DNC lunatics that are actually upset at the fact that Trump and his administration went on the offensive against the Sinaloa cartel when they blew one of their drug ships out of the water. Literally, just boom, blew them out of the water. You have J.D. Vance out here having to answer for this and defend that act, which is completely ridiculous. Meanwhile, you have 700,000 pounds of what is this precursor chemicals to methamphetamine, right? Precursor chemicals to fentanyl that they found, or I should say they stopped from coming into the country in the high seas. This stuff is coming from China. And you're voting against bills that could help put an end to this? These people are crazy. They are crazy. Let me play this video from Janine next, and then we're going to move on to Karen Bass out here in Los Angeles.
Hi, everyone. I'm Judge Janine, and I am in Houston, Texas. And I am surrounded by 1,300 barrels of precursors that are being used to make methamphetamines. These precursors were seized as a result of work by my office in Washington, D.C., along with Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol. These 1,300 barrels were shipped from Shanghai, China to Mexico. We intercepted these precursors on the high seas, and now the Sinaloa cartel will not be able to use them to make methamphetamines. And the bottom line is this: whenever there is an effort on the part of foreign terrorist organizations to create on the high seas, or whether it's in the country or a foreign country, and by the way, it's going to take 24 18-wheelers to take all of these containers and put them in a secure storage facility. And that's what we're doing in DC, but we're doing it in Houston today. And you never know where we're going to be tomorrow.
And Democrats are opposed to this. I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. It is going to be a scary and sad day the moment Democrats get back into office, because the Trump administration, they take pride in actually keeping this country safe, preventing drugs from coming into the country, going on the offensive to fight against, the cartels in Mexico, as well as, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. And this is something that Democrats don't take pride in. Some way, somehow, they view all of that as being racist, right? Some way, somehow, not keeping us safe. But it starts to make a lot of sense that they view things like that when you start investigating, right, where they get their money from. And that's where we come into next, talking about Karen Bass and those who are a part of the CCP that have seemingly, I can't say infiltrated LA city government, but, paid their way in. This is what I mean by that. Let's jump into this article over here next. Take a look at this here. Exclusive. Karen Bass raked in cash from Chinese intel-tied bankers before appointing them as advisors. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to leave the link to this article in the description box below, and I strongly recommend that you read this for yourself, because we're not going to go through the entire article. I'm just going to give you more of a brief summary of what this is about. But please, please, please make it a point to read this for yourself, because it is so detailed concerning who these folks are, how much money they've done, and essentially seemingly how this all works as it pertains to, being able to pay to play. Even as foreign nationals, you can pay to play to get in government here in the United States. Look at this. They have the photos up here. Look at this here. Look at this. They got, the pictures of the guys that she's been dealing with, and those that are, apparently, dealing in Los Angeles politics after being able to pay to play. You see Karen Bass here taking pictures with these guys. Simon Pang, as you can see here. So like I said, there's a lot of info in this article that's worth checking out, and I strongly advise you to do that. Please do that. Please. What I'm going to do next is just get into the summary that I have here, just for time's sake, concerning this video, to give you a brief breakdown of what this is all about. So let's jump into that summary next. So as it states here, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass's transition advisory team included 2 bankers with ties to the Chinese intelligence network, according to a Daily Caller News Foundation investigation. In December of 2022, Bass appointed Dominique Ng, CEO of East West Bank, and Simon Pang, co-founder of Royal Business Bank, to her mayoral transition advisory team. Together, Ng, East West Bank, and Pang have contributed over $1 million to Bass's mayoral campaign and to the mayor's fund for Los Angeles, a nonprofit where Bass serves as an advisor to the board. get this, both Ng and Peng have been connected to the Chinese Communist Party's United Front Work Department, UFWD, an influence and intelligence arm of Beijing. Once again, they are connected to the influence and intelligence arm of Beijing. Although it remains unclear what specific role the two played on Bass's advisory team, their ties raise concerns among China experts. A spokesperson for East West Bank acknowledged Ng's past participation in the two Chinese government organizations, but denied his involvement in the third, despite multiple listings of him as a member. Peng and Royal Business Bank did not provide a comment. That's not too surprising, though, right? Check this out. Investigative reporter Sam Cooper described their involvement as a huge red flag, suggesting that individuals with United Front connections often gain access to political circles as a reward for channeling significant donations. He emphasized that such donors usually appear around politicians for strategic reasons. They pay to play, to get into government and to get in close here in America. And everybody knows this, but they take the money and allow these guys in anyway. This is diabolical. And you wonder why people like Ilhan Omar and the like are so against any and everything concerning immigration laws, concerning tariffs, and penalizing countries like China for sending coming to the United States. You wonder why. Because in my opinion, a lot of these guys are getting paid off, man. They're getting paid off. That's just my opinion. I assume, but it seems pretty obvious to me when they're so against common sense issues, common sense laws, common sense solutions surrounding this type of activity. But I digress. Let's carry on. This development adds to existing scrutiny of Bass's ties to China. Earlier in 2025, another DCNF report revealed Bass had appointed the son of a Democratic fundraiser and CCP intelligence arm official as the city's liaison for Asian Americans and director of communication appointments. Golly. China expert Gordon Chang argued that Bass's actions have left Los Angeles wide open to CCP influence, going so far to call her a CCP sympathizer in chief who resists federal oversight while embracing Beijing-linked figures. Can you believe that? Think about the truth behind what's being stated there. Karen Bass resists federal oversight. I don't want to hear anything that's coming from the Trump administration, but embraces Beijing-linked figures. You embrace those and bring into the fold of what we have going on here in Los Angeles, those that are connected with the CCP, open enemies to the United States. I just find that rather interesting, to say the very least. And to me, it speaks volumes. It says a lot as it pertains to these DNC politicians being against any and everything that puts a stop to the foolishness that comes from these countries. I want to play this for you in closing, because this is truly bizarre. Truly bizarre. You remember when President Trump had his military parade, right? And it just so happened to land on his birthday, the military parade. Everybody was so mad. They were so mad about it. Everybody was so negative. CNN was so negative. Obviously, MSNBC. Oh, it was a horrible thing. This is totalitarian nonsense that Donald Trump is displaying his military parade. It's not about celebrating the military. It's about celebrating his birthday because he's a narcissist tyrant. That's why he's doing this. And they dragged the military parade throughout the entirety that it was on the air. But recently, China had their military parade, and CNN was pretty positive about it. They didn't have a lot of bad things to say, if anything negative at all. They found it quite pleasant. Found it quite pleasant. Just look at this here. You remember how they talked about Trump's military parade? Now look at how pleasantly and how positively they speak on the Chinese military parade. Like I said, this stuff really makes you think. Let's get into this clip now in closing.
We're watching live pictures tonight, right now, a massive parade underway in Beijing as the Chinese President Xi Jinping is showing off his country's arsenal and military might to the world and to the more than 2 dozen foreign leaders who were there in Korea and Iran. In a speech just a few moments ago, President Xi warned the world needs to choose, as he put it, quote, between peace and war. I want to get straight to CNN's Ivan Watson, who is live on the ground in Beijing. And obviously, Ivan, we're watching this play out and just seeing, how extensive this military parade is so far. What's clear to you from the message that China is trying to send tonight?
This is a message of strength. This is a message of victory. After all, they are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the surrender of Japan. China was a major battleground in World War II for 8 long years, to the tune of perhaps around 20 million Chinese casualties during the Japanese military's invasion and occupation of parts of China. And this is a demonstration to China and the world that China is strong, it can protect itself, and that Xi Jinping is the ruler of this country. He has just done a review of the troops in his presidential limousine, and now we're being treated to scenes of uniformed soldiers with helmets, jogging alongside tanks and other military vehicles. And
He's enjoying himself. Thinks this is a beautiful thing. We're being treated to the military jogging alongside tanks and running into the vehicles, so on and so forth. We can stop here. There's about 2 more minutes left of this. But listen to how pleasantly they spoke on this. They gave the history and the reason behind, why this is taking place. What did they say? 80-year celebration of whatever, concerning their history, right? No disrespect. But I don't know, whatever they said, 80-year history of something. And then he goes on to say, now we're being treated with the, military men running alongside in their gear and alongside of tanks, and they're going inside of the tanks. This was all so pleasant, how they're speaking on this military parade. And you contrast that to how they talked about the military parade here in their own country in America. They dragged it. They trashed it. And this is their country, America.
The things that animate him about what he really gets excited about. It is about branding. It is about imagery. It is about kind of this nationalism. The fact that they're going to consider, or probably, I guess now, really have this military parade. We don't need a military parade. We don't need to spend millions or maybe hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. But we want to do it because he has to feed his inner image monster.
Well, he said it himself. He wants, you himself as a movie maker.
You cannot be cutting tens of thousands of federal workers at the same time you say we're going to waste money on a military parade.
Why is it wasteful?
It is wasteful.
Why?
It is what do we need to show off our military for? But that's strongmen do that. Has nothing to do with pride in the military. Strong men do that because they want to make the citizens cower. They want to say, we are strong. I am here. I have all these weapons. Aren't you proud of me?
But when you speak on a foreign nation's military parade, very pleasant, positive, just giving you the facts, just giving you a little history. It's a beautiful thing. I find that very interesting, man. It makes you wonder who's really paying these people. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform. And also do not forget to follow me on Telegram. That is extremely important. Please follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
I absolutely feel that. And I had a conversation with somebody the other day where they were like, challenging a story I was telling that situation was talking about. And they were like, oh, I don't agree. And I was like, well, what do you mean you don't agree? Like, based on what? And he was like, well, I just haven't seen that. No, but I just never saw that before. And I was like, yeah, but it seems as if you are comparing your cursory knowledge, which knowledge is a strong word, right?
Yeah.
Your cursory information gathering that you've done on this to someone's lived experience. And he was like, yeah, but that's just not my reality. I said, but you don't have a reality in this. Like, they actually have a reality. And he genuinely found fault with the concept that there was a difference between someone who was an expert and him. And I had to really keep up from getting up and leaving the table because that's what I really wanted to do. But his wife was there and I knew she would have been like, no. But I was like, yeah, this is not the same. You can still have a valid opinion as someone who is not necessarily a lettered person in a subject. However, been validly you having it. That's what that is. And so this is interesting because everyone there feels that way. They all feel like they have a valid opinion because they are being given a platform to give it, right? And so that's why it's imperative that the undermining or the challenging, I should say, opinion isn't with facts and just. So that's why when I'm putting debate in quote because there was no rules and it was just mayhem. Yeah. But that's why when I was countering their points, so to speak, I tried my best to not do so from their same point of view, which is, well, I this and I that and I this. And it's like, well, no, I'm going to counter your individual experience that you are basing, by the way, your entire view of the Black experience on. I'm going to counter that with something that is not about my individual experience, but about like an actual legislation or an actual studied research experience, et cetera, has been had by multiple people over a semblance of time. So, this is the struggle of anything, though, when there's a shift. I mean, I think it's just kind of the reality of a pendulum swinging. And when a pendulum swings, it dips into the water deeper until it gets to the other side. So we're in the deep waters of the pendulum swing right now.
We are definitely in the deep waters. And I'm glad you actually brought up that exact point because the one that just really stuck with me was the guy who's like, well, can you tell me what like racism exists in America? Like what structural racism is there? Like, I feel like I've never experienced repairing a little bit, and he was smiling too. Like he was really saying something. And I hate to offend someone I don't know, but I'm just thinking like, I mean, one is sort of shocking. You've moved through like America, a Black person, you've never experienced any racism. So it kind of makes me wonder how you're even defining that. But it's like this idea of knowledge that realities, because obviously there's so many things we can point to, but that one just really stuck with me because I'm just thinking like, what are you talking about right now? Like there's so many different examples to even pose the question. But again, it was so rooted in that kind of personal anecdote. And I hate to say it like this, but was Byron Donalds, who sadly is going to be the next governor of Florida. And like everything he says, what he said at the RNC, which is like, this has been such a land of opportunity and promise for me. And, I've done so much and I've never experienced this, that, and the third. And it's like, it just feels so dangerous because when it's coming from someone who has a level of authenticity, they are a Black person in the United States, for those who consume it. And by the way, I saw that clip because Tommy Lahren like pinned it on her thing and said this was making her weak, is I said like, wow, this is dangerous, because I think most Black people would probably see that and be like, come on, dog, like really? But maybe not everybody. And a lot of non-Black people can say, well, that's just a valid perspective because it's two people.
So the thing about it that I had to really remember is that a very key fascism, just disinformation. And I think only guys with like white people and them like giving disinformation to other white people or giving disinformation to Black people, it is far more difficult to kind of discern like, oh, this is a Black fascist giving disinformation to everybody and not a Black person who's had an individual who's experienced it and they run with it. And that's what they've done in this case as Black people that are serving where they are weaponizing their Black experience to undermine the truth. And as if they just keep saying it enough, then grew up version of that. I mean, I remember going to park my car at Macy's in Orlando and got called the N-word with a horse. Yes, I did, because you move too slow. But to like when I was in middle school, I was in school with the same people that I went to elementary school with. We grew up, then we went to high school. The summer between sophomore year and junior year, all these white boys I'd known since they were 8 started flying like it was like they
let's brand that.
Like, I don't know, ceremony took place, but them boys came back as good old boys. And it was like, oh, this is a real thing that's culturally rooted here in Florida. So there's no version of Byron Donaldson where he didn't experience racism. It's just that Byron Donalds is trying to, and he was like, oh, it's like that. And I was like, yeah. It's like that. And I'm not shaking your hand because I don't want none of who you are on me. By the I will say this though, let some people go. And we find it a lot easier to let folks in our community go for just who they are versus folks who make choices to me. Like the willingness to let trans folks and gay folks go just because of who they are under some guise of religion, et cetera, is really preposterous considering the way we will hold on to politicians choosing to not do anything for our communities except just be Black. And we will possess and protect and embrace them. And I'm just like, why do we do that? And I don't know. I think that's another conversation that we can have another time. So someone like Byron Donalds, I feel like he will still get voted for by Black people in Florida, even though they've watched him for the past how many? They will.
I think he's going to do well. I think they don't even have a legitimate candidate because I think they don't know. Either people are going to vote for him or not vote because they're going to feel like it's going to be generally fine. And, we'll see whether that's a good or a bad calculation. But I think you make a really good point, too, about, who we will let go. And in a weird way, I almost feel like the timing of when they released this was kind of perfect in this regard because of what happened in DC and Trump sort of turned towards militarizing these, Black coded cities. I mean, a lot of them have Black people, but in terms of how people think about them, because I was saying this to someone I was on WHUR right after the Trump takeover. and I said, one of the biggest problems we have right now is if you listen to the press conference at Trump and judge, which of itself, wow, where are we at? I was honest of it. It actually is the exact same discourse that Muriel Bowser, the mayor of DC, and many of her supporters have had about our young people, about what's going on in many narratives. Like, we need more police. We need to lock up more young people. We need to have longer, tougher sentences. They put the curfew on in DC the same way they put the curfew on in Baltimore. If you're young and Black, you can't go to the Inner Harbor after a certain time in the summer. And it just was amazing to me in a way, because obviously none of that justifies them doing it. But it was like, all of a sudden people were like, wow, I can't believe Trump did this. And I understand people are outraged, but I'm just like, well, wait a second. The groundwork was laid for him in many ways to do this by the rhetoric of Black politicians who demonize our own people and don't look at why our young people are in a tough situation. So anyway, just the general point that I think that you're laying out about why to go into a space like this, the nature of conservative narratives, how they can capture people, and then what we have to really think about when we think about who do we allow to represent. If the timing of this was accidental, but it
was completely accidental. I mean, I recorded this in May. And then it just aired. And by the way, I want to say I forgot that it had to air. So, I had done the thing and I texted you and was like, I did it. I'm not sure how I did, but I did it. And I kind of was like, I had let it go. And I was like, oh, it has to come out. That's going to be a whole other thing. And so it was not intentional. Ultimately, though, we are in such a real time of just constant melee and nonsense that it feels like anything that can kind of disrupt the chokehold that the nuke has on us is a positive when it can divert. Like, I really love seeing just so much coverage on my phone of the global flotilla, right? And that it's coming from all different sides. Like, we on this boat, we on that boat, we over here. We gonna stand down we're gonna stand up if they take the boats, And as somebody who doesn't consume mainstream media anymore, like, the internet is where I'm gonna get my information, and the internet has its own algorithm of how information gets dispersed. So, like, my mom was telling me yesterday, she was like, I'm still seeing videos from this debate. People still making videos and people still responding and thing. And I'm like, yeah, I guess it's still a part of the zeitgeist, which is rare for 3 weeks in the internets. I definitely thought it was going to be a week.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a week.
I did not think it was going to be a week. I thought there was a good month. When I started seeing the, different platforms, different family group chats, because you get the 17-year-old in the family group chat gets it, but grandma doesn't see it 2 weeks later. Then she posts about it. You got to respond. So I thought it was a good month in there.
I mean, I will say, one of the things that I did allow for me to do is to just simply get more folks listening, right? So, I have my show, Views from Amandaland, that I do every Wednesday, 10 a.m. Eastern on YouTube and Mystic, and listening and watching the show, but also staying for the duration of, I think, because they were hungry for something that they didn't know existed, and they found it. And they were like, oh, I can actually be in community with the chat, and I can actually listen to someone contextualize the news in a different way than just seeing someone regurgitate it in a way that I know is absolutely propaganda. And I feel like there's just the reality that folks want to have these conversations, but may not have something to trigger them and to broach it. And so this kind of allowed a way to get into those spaces without them having to be the one to be the catalyst. I mean, the Muriel Bowser stuff is shocking to me, how so many people. No, it's not. Stop. It's not shocking, because it's the same with Kamala.
Right.
Like, nobody like Kamala, then Kamala ran, and all of a sudden, you're the best. And I was like, well, y'all don't like her. And they same with Muriel Bowser. And now I see people being like, she has no choice in the matter. She has no power. What can she do? And I made a video the other day where I said, DC, you deserve better. Because if she has no power, then why ain't she out there with y'all? Why ain't she in there with y'all? Where is she at? Because if she has no power, what is she doing? Except using y'all's money because she's getting paid to do a job by y'all.
Good question. And, as I said to somebody actually on that same DR show, I said, and Sharon Pratt Kelly was the mayor. And I can say many negative things about Sharon Pratt Kelly as the mayor in the 90s, but she used to shut down the DC government to protest for statehood. And they would have 100,000 DC government workers. So you could do that if you wanted to. You could shut down 395 with 50,000 Black DC government workers and say, we're not moving until Trump does something. But then you have to put yourself into a different modality than the one that you have aligned with, which is to align yourself with power, as if going back to Booker T. Washington, we haven't shown that never really gets us anywhere. And it brings me to another point. I'm glad you brought the global mood for People's Palestine in Detroit recently. And just to connect 2 points here, On surrounded the same guy, and I'll keep picking on this guy, but he was like, well, a lot of bad things are happening to Chinese people and they're not crying for reparations and so on and so forth. And my first thought is well, maybe they should be, given all the negative things you just listed. But that being said, and the tree obviously is, and I think this is good. I'm for it, becoming and has become significantly more diverse. And when I think about Palestine, when I think about sort of Black-Asian relations, I hate to use that broad thing, it feels like a major aspect of white supremacy in so many ways, no matter who it's flowing through, including flowing through Black people, is now trying to pit different groups of people of color against each other. Y'all should be more like Chinese people, or Palestinians don't care about us. And I wonder, how concerned are you about that? What do you think about that? How do you respond to that? Because that's one of those anecdotal narratives I feel carries a long way. Black people and Korean people don't like each other. And I'm like, well, have you asked every Korean person, every Black person how they feel? But, it just carries because of certain things that have happened. But it does feel like there's a big pitfall there, big trap door there.
Well, coalition building is so imperative, right? So that that, and they know that. And I say we, those of us who understand, there is always going to be strength in numbers. So there's no it's no secret that would be a useful tool, right? Divide and conquer, we've heard forever. Mm-hmm. One of the ways I see this actually that's really pervasive is amongst the diaspora, the Black diaspora, right? Creating dissension between African folks and Black Americans and Caribbean folks and Black Americans. And now I saw that in England, there was a whole beef with African influencers making videos, trying to and making comments trying to denigrate the Notting Hill Carnival and saying that Caribbean people are nasty and, they're lewd, et cetera, et cetera. All of that to me comes under the same umbrella as what you're talking about. And I make it my business. And I did actually do this on the episode where I said very clearly and pointedly to the camera that if you are not of Black American descent, you don't get to judge or diminish the experience of Black Americans. What we should be doing is listening to each other's experiences to understand, and also to see how we can be supportive in elevating us outside of these limited aspects of our experience. We should be able to be liberated and utilize each other's support systems to do so. When I see this effort, so I think a lot of people just don't understand history. So the Black Panthers, we are really given this context of the Panthers as just these were some brothers that got together. So notice I didn't even say women. These were some brothers that got together and said, we're going to police our communities. Not realizing that the Black Panther Party was much more expansive than that. And it had much stronger interests than that. It was not simply to just police our communities. And its 10-point system was very much asking for a whole socialist agenda around how we move forward as a people. And inclusive in that was coalition building. It was a grounding aspect of the success of its movement. So when we talk about Fred Hampton Jr. getting assassinated at 21 years old, you're dang, what could he have been doing at 21 years old that the FBI spent money to put a mole on him and to go in and shoot up his whole house? Because at 21 years old, he was being successful at coalition building. He was building a rainbow coalition successfully among the folks that were most vulnerable to the efforts of this United States to exploit. So that would be the Latinos, that would be the poor white people. And so he was absolutely effective in doing that. And they saw that and said, oh, let's get him out of here. But Dr. Martin Luther King was about to do the same thing, right? Like he got murked when he stopped caring just about Black people, which was no problem. But when he started expanding his ideology and being like, now, hold on now, this ain't just about the Blacks. It's also about the workers. Now, hold on now, this ain't just about the workers. This now, so once he started doing that, you know, they said, well, got him, get him out of here. You know, that's always the way it goes. So here we are, and we have this Wi-Fi thing. This internet is a bigger issue for them than we use as a tool for us. I really believe we undermine and we are very unaware of how different things are in that we have this connectivity. And we should have woken up, we should have like a larger awakening and started to try to take TikTok.
Yeah.
It was like, dang, like it's that real? Yes, it's that real. There are entire revolutions that have happened because of the ability to connect on these interwebs. So before they're like, let's cut it. I mean, and they cut the internet in places all the time, right? China, they'd be like, nope, not today. It's all the time. They just cut the internet. And because they know its power, they know its effectiveness, they know the efficacy of it to bring people together. So I think they're trying to use it to bring us apart, but I will continue to use my voice to counter that in very direct ways. I just had a dope interview with Ahmed Caballo, who created African Stream. Yeah. And Ahmed, you know, he was on my podcast, Small Doses, and I was like, what's one thing you'll stand 10 toes down on? And he said, that we love our African-American brothers and sisters. You know, like, I don't want y'all to, this is my cat. It's one of five. He's like, you know, I don't want y'all to feel like that is a rhetoric that's shared amongst everybody, because it is not. And Pan-Africanism has to go beyond Africa. Let's keep it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I'm super excited that you just did that interview with him. I love and I've been, you know, pleased and privileged to work with him. And also as someone who's traveled to the continent a lot, it's like, you never really get that vibe. People are like, oh, I'm so glad you're here. But yeah, no, that's important. And what they did to Africa Stream proves so many different things. This is a hard non sequitur, but since you brought it up, I don't know where we're going to take this, but I have to know, since you brought up Fred Hampton, how did you feel about Judas and the Black Messiah? I actually really enjoyed Judas and the Black Messiah. Yeah. I mean, and I say that as somebody who wasn't watching it for historical accuracy. You know, I think Hollywood films for historical accuracy is like going to a MAGA rally and looking for intellect. Like, it's a waste of your energy. Like, why did you come here looking for this? It doesn't exist here. So I do believe, though, that in a nation that is just so bereft around these time periods and who is so overwhelmed with propaganda, I think it was a very necessary antithesis to that. You know, we are constantly seeing the police, narcos, et cetera, positioned as these good guys rooting out bad guys. And we so often understand that to not be the case. Like, it's just not, right? So I think it was a necessary film to at least challenge that narrative in a very specific context around a group, a political group that has been vilified consistently, and that, for what it's worth, is not doing anything different than resistance groups all over the world that they call terrorists. Was glad they made it. Full tea? No. But we did get Daniel Kaluuya lecturing about Chairman Mao for like 5 straight minutes, which I thought, you know what? I'll take that on
Listen,
HBO.
shout out
I'll
to
take
Daniel.
that. Oh my gosh, 100%.
Actually, now that you say that, I should rewatch it. I've been doing it over the year, but then I decided it's time to put it on the page, and I'm going to self-publish it in November and get it out to you folks. And in that, I've been really honing in more on like the intricacies of the facts and the writing, because I've been able to get away with just being a jazzy, performer. Like I'm funny. So the show, you can't medium to teach and to edutain. And so I've been doing a lot more research just to make sure that all these election whistles. And I need Judas Novaya again. I just watched Lincoln for the first time.
Oh, okay. Wow. Now we're getting into it. Did you?
Such a nerd.
What? Review.
I felt the movie Lincoln was a really good starter package for anyone who had tricked themselves into thinking that slaves were given their freedom. The performance, their true depiction of the disdain that these rich white men had for Black equality. And for that, I give it its respect, because it would have been very easy to just make a shiny happy. Now, the irony of this is that it was made by Steven Spielberg, who is a bleeding heart Zionist, and is unable to see in making this film how it equates exactly to what is being done in Palestine.
Willful
I guess
ignorance.
life doesn't always imitate.
To remind us of that. And to me, the best thing ever written about who Lincoln was and the role he played is Frederick Douglass's speech inaugurating what I have to say is a terrible statue, but the Lincoln statue in Lincoln Park, it was not but he said at all the key moments where we needed him to take a certain position to move us to the next level, he took the right position to help us free ourselves. And it's an interesting dichotomy. It's not about Lincoln, the person. It's not about whether he had all the right views. It's about politically, in context of the Black liberation movement, and certain moments, was he where we needed to be? Time, he was there. And that's why he is so popular amongst Black people. And I think coming from Frederick Douglass, who was always so on Lincoln, not true he voted for Lincoln in 1860, by the way. Everyone always says that. He went back and forth, and he ultimately did not. But it's a powerful moment. Well, let me just ask you two more things today, including helping our young folks learn more. You've been doing a lot of research on the Panthers. Give me one little nugget that really has stuck with you from your research.
It's not going to be a good nugget.
That's okay.
I did not realize Huey P was really selling folks out like that.
Controversial issue.
What'd you say?
I said controversial issue, but it's relevant. When the story of Geronimo Pratt and others, it's important.
Yes, important, because the necessity to create these organizations has not left us. We continue to have to create these organizations. However, the ways in which they've been able to get disbanded, to get infiltrated, etc. And if we just keep pretending individuals, we do ourselves a real disservice. And I think what you said about Frederick Douglass's examination of and his analysis of Lincoln is really valuable here. We can acknowledge that, yes, there was a certain level of courage and bravery necessary to create the Black Panthers. There was a certain level of consciousness and step out before anybody else to create the Panthers that Huey P. absolutely was, involved in. There was an intellectualism that was necessitated to be able to do this, right? Like, not just anybody. You could have this is what separates a Gryffindor from a Ravenclaw, okay? You could have all the courage, but if you don't got the logic, then baby, the plan's gonna fall flat. You didn't think it all the way through. So like there's a certain amount of that we have to give credence to. However, you can't be setting up your own niggas. Like, what are we doing? And there's just a real constant pattern of egoism that takes place in these spaces, right? Like, one of the biggest things I've come to realize leaving Hollywood and being more in the left space and interacting with, organizations that identify as leftists or not, et cetera, but just folks that really consider themselves to be humanitarians, is that baby narcissists live here too. Okay. People want to be stars as they're helping people as well. And that can be dangerous in itself, right? Because it still ends up feeding this insatiable appetite that many humans have for a desire for power. So I believe that there can only be I believe there's only two kinds of people. There's people that want power and people want peace. And it was actually kind of a doozy to learn that Huey P. was so dedicated to wanting to preserve power that he would disrupt the peace of his own organization in doing so.
Well, there's a lot to talk about there. We can have a whole show on that. To me, the best sort of review of all of this is Sophia Bukhari's book, The War Before. Obviously, remember the Black Panthers, remember the Black Liberation Army. She has a great essay in there called Lest We Forget, where she has a little capsule discussion of every Black Panther and BLA member who was killed, and who they were and what they did. And when she's talking about the sort of East Coast, West Coast split of the Panthers and the killing of Sam Napier and Robert Webb, and she says, the thing that you have to remember is sometimes we lose sight of who the real enemy is. And it's a powerful statement. You have to read it in context. It's there, but that's fantastic. And I'm glad you raised it. As a
Grenadian, that also resonates because Maurice Bishop was essentially, taken out by Bernard Cord, who had been infiltrated by the CIA and was like, they was like, yo, you want to do this? You could really do things your way.
Yes, and a great little piece of the Amiri Baraka memoir where he discusses CLR James and the view of a vanguard party and a Leninist party in Grenada. But again, that's a whole other piece, but it's a nice little nugget in there.
Real question. Are you reading these books for joy? Are you reading these books to teach? Like, how do you read?
Sometimes I read. He's such a great writer. It's almost like reading a novel. Some books, it'll take me 2 years to finish them, some 3 months. Some I'm reading for fun, some I'm reading for class, some I'm reading for knowledge. I mean, it's hard to say. Just ever since I was a little kid, for reasons I don't know, is like reading is my favorite hobby. So getting into a book.
You and Cat Williams, you read 3,000 books a summer.
Listen, let me check my notes on my Palm Pilot. Dating myself. Before I let you get out of here, real quick, you mentioned Views from Amanda Land. You have the summit coming up in New York City at the People's Forum, I believe, is coming up in a couple weeks, the weekend of the 20th, I believe, of September. Tell us real quick about that. Can people still sign up? Can they participate? What's going on?
So we are doing the first Amanda Land Summit. This was asked for by the Amanda Landers. They said, we love coming on here digitally, but we want to connect in person. And so I said, then let's do it. So we are having the first Amanda Land Summit ever, September 19th, 20th, and 21st at the People's Forum in New York City. And it's going to be events is not the word. It's going to be teaching sessions, et cetera, around organizing, around screen printing, around resistance in New York City, et cetera. And we do have registration is closed. However, we do have 2 events that will be open to the public. The first is Cracking Up the System, which is a panel that's going to be taking place on Saturday morning, where I've combined 2 comedians that are socially conscious, and they'll be in conversation with 2 organizers. So we have Davidson Boswell and Christina Brown, and they'll be in conversation with organizers Angelica Langdon and Claudia de la Cruz. So it's going to be, and if you don't know, they're hilarious.
Yes.
Like Angie and Claudia could be a 2-person comedy show. So I'm really excited about this because this is a concept I've had in my mind for a long time, because the work needs to be discussed. The efforts need to be discussed, but so often it ends up being a very didactic, heavy conversation that a lot of people who need to hear kind of tune out from. So I'm really working to create spaces where we can bring these necessary conversations to audiences that otherwise may not engage with them, but will do so now. So you can check that out. And that also is evening. We have my show, Views from Amanda Land, which will be doing a live taping featuring Eugene. So that's going to be fun as well. Same idea, same concept, where you pay for the ticket, and the ticket is split between me and the TPF, and the audience will also be available for free to under 18. And we also have live stream tickets that will be available as well.
Right on. We got to support the things that really mean and mean something to us and matter for us. And I think this fits
also coming
very
completely
much
out of my pocket. There's no sponsor. There's no investor. This is just like, let's do it.
Look, people play 30 tickets every week and never win the lottery. Like, come on, y'all. We know what we're doing. Although I know Powerball is over 1.3 billion right now, so I understand.
We do have donations open if you want to donate to help bring this to life, because I'm really excited to also bring people to the People's Forum, right? And to let folks be in a space that is surrounded with books and vision and ideas that are really most commonly in the United States vilified. And when it's all put together in a space of love, it really starts to change your mind.
And real quick, just one more time, where can people find Views from Amanda Land on a regular basis, and also your podcast, Small Doses?
You can check out Views from Amanda Land on YouTube, Amanda Seales TV, every Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And Small Doses will be coming to a close in November. 8 years of Small Doses podcast. You can check it out wherever you get your podcasts. And it's because I've got new stuff that's coming that I really want to be able to lean into. And you can always support also by subscribing to my Patreon, $5 a month, and you can be a member of the SEAL Squad.
Well, that sounds like a deal to me. Amanda, thank you so much for joining us here in Breakthrough News for this conversation.
Thank you for having the conversation I wanted to have.
It was an honor.
Appreciate you.
Oh my God. Shout out to Cracknetter for coming through. Shout out to FBA Combo. I do apologize, y'all. I really fell asleep. But I appreciate y'all tapping in. We'll have to replay some of this stuff later on, but thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. I did not know that, Cracknetter. Thank you for sharing that information. No wonder the homie don't like that food. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yep. Thank you for putting the fair use in. Appreciate you coming through. FBA Combo and Leonard, you're always welcome. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Oh yeah, appreciate Crew for coming through earlier as well. Appreciate Jay Militant for coming through, Twin, Mac, everybody that came through. Make sure y'all join us after Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced for a continuation of the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, delineations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income. An illegal migrant flooded city, student to be arrested and deported city. Peace.